They're putting my life in danger.
1 2 check Chuffy 1 2.
Tonight, he'll make another film about me and make other wild accusations like I sell children like pizza to America. He justifies it by saying I'm a con man.
1 2 check Chuffy 1 2.
If that's the case, every single YouTuber is a con man and a crook.
Hello Curious Cat, hello Phantasmic Ether. Little quiet one. It's late. Didn't do the main stream today. That's fine. I was just like, I've got a massive load of, I did some editing and like these videos are just absolutely popping. We're going to watch Armchair Detective tonight on my main channel on Super Chuffer. Over on the main channel, these videos are absolutely popping. CCTV videos. Now I will say, Bex has sent me, she recorded herself on her own CCTV outside her house and she made her foot disappear. So it could be that this one, these three, I'm not saying for everything I said in all my videos, but for this one, it could be that I'm wrong about the foot disappearing. Maybe that's possible. I'm still not 100%, you know, Bex did it on hers for a frame and she showed me. I'm not saying that she hasn't done that, I'm saying I believe her. But is that also the same here? I don't know, but I'm open to being wrong, okay? At the moment I've just been shown it, so I might, you know, it might be tomorrow I go, you know, I'm properly wrong here. Whatever, I'm going to say it on the main channel. I've asked her if I can show the video she sent me. We'll say it on the main channel. You know, I need to be held to account for when I'm occasionally, possibly sometimes wrong, because I'm human. And if I can learn by my mistakes and trust myself, but make allowance for their doubting too. If Bex is right, good on her for showing me and proving me wrong. So, but these videos, nevertheless, Paul's head still looks funny. So these videos are really still pumping. They are still pumping. That's looking good. So I didn't have to do a live today to get the views. Hey Sherry and Jess, this is live now. Live right now. I could relax a bit today. And then Alan's back. Alan's back. And I said I'm not going to cover it. I don't care. I was chatting to my mate. We're having a Discord. Me and Steve, we were setting up Monday's show. And I was like, oh look, Alan's on. You know, just like as you're talking, you're browsing and you're chatting. And Alan's on. And I was like, listen to a little bit of what he said. It's just fucking fishwives nonsense. And then he dropped this at the end, so I had to, you know, maybe I took the bait here a little bit.
They managed to convince a Nicola Bully channel to hate me just as much. And now,
obviously, I'm not a Nicola Bully channel. That's rude of you, Alan. Got far more strings to my bow than being just a Nicola Bully channel.
I've got an English channel.
And those people didn't convince me to hate you, Alan. We all know that I didn't even know they existed. People like Truth Justice, people like Martin Dean. You know, I didn't know they existed until you took one of my videos, ripped it off of one of my channels, uploaded it to your channel, apologised half-arsed when you were found out and proved wrong, half-arsed apology, and then gave me a bit more shit in another video later after I told you not to use my name in your videos, after I told you not to bring me up on your channel, used my content as the basis of your content, then you got called out on that. And like through this process, I've started to meet some interesting, sensible, nice people who have been through the mill with your shit and they didn't want to put up with you either. And so they've said, oh God, Super Chuffer, look, we've been saying this for years. And I've been like, oh wow, interesting stuff, genetic code, Grandmaster Titsofos, good call. You know, obviously I don't know everyone that well yet, and you know, you all, you know, so I'm just learning. So the idea here that Alan put out, the outright lie, and look, he's smiling when he does it, simple body language, we know he's a liar, don't we? So when he said this, I thought, this is perfect for me. This is going to make a great clip for me, Alan. He plays into my hands like, I want to find a good analogy for something that plays so nicely into your hands. I don't think I've ever had anything go so well for me. Like, this is just so easy. So I thought I'd clip this. We'll look at the shit he's been saying today. I'll explain to you why the shit he's been saying today, no basis in fact, total shit off your shoe, throw it in the bin. Alan is an idiot. And he's deliberately trying to confuse and mislead people. He's now he's coming out with conspiracy theories, like absolute nonsense, to confuse and mislead and make people think that he has something of value to offer. And also, because if people are on his streams long enough and he's confusing enough and telling enough bullshit and keeping them occupied, they might give him some money. So it's all a grift. It's all a dirty grift. Okay? Not like, yeah, I'm not planning another all-nighter, Saz. No, I'm planning to get this done quite quick, to be fair. Don't keep me on all night. That's not fair.
Tonight, he'll make another film about me and make other wild accusations like I sell children like pizza to America.
I've never heard that. No one's ever said that to me. I've never heard in the detractor community for Alan that people are selling children. I've never heard that. He's the one that's brought that up.
He justifies it by saying I'm a con man and a crook.
Yeah, definitely. I'll say that on the internet now. You are a con man and you are a crook. We can prove you're a crook because you're not allowed to own a business, Alan, are you? You're not allowed to run a business because you got done crooking the books, didn't you? You got done for crooking the books. Common parlance, tax evasion, fraud, whatever you want to, you got done for it, didn't you, Alan? And now you can't run a business. You're not allowed to have your name on the books. So you have to launder your money. Like if you win some poker, you have to give it to a sick relative so they can give it you back in cash through under the table. And, maybe that. I don't know. That may be a way to do it. I don't know. Maybe you're doing that, Alan. I don't know. I don't know if you do win any money on poker or if you simply have a gambling addiction that you need to furnish by getting constant tippies and constant money from your subscribers and page, constant grift because you need to use that money to pump into a mobile app for poker or something. Like, I don't know what goes on in your head, Alan, but I do know you talk an awful lot of shit and you lie a lot. And yeah, definitely a crook, definitely a con man. We've proved it loads of times, so it's not like I'm defamation here. I'll show you today again how the man is a crook and a con man. I'll show you one of his con jobs today.
Is that the case? Every single YouTuber is a con man and a crook. Obviously
not. We're not all the same as you, are we, Alan? What a weird thing to say. Every YouTuber. So you watch Mr. Beast, who goes out and literally gives away clothes to poor people. And then you watch Alan, who sits on his own at home, muttering to himself with his fat hand and his paintings. How are we all the same, Alan? What a horrific generalisation. Nobody wants to be in the same box as you, Alan. You ruin the box. Everyone gets out the box and they're like, fuck this. Like, it makes people want to quit YouTube, seeing you on there. I'm on here with him. Fucking hell. How do we get it? YouTube should be regulating people like you.
They managed to convince a Nicola Bully channel to hate me just as much. And now
it's not them convincing me, it's you, Alan. It's the things you do and say that make me dislike you. And it's not hate you, it's pity you. The feelings I feel for you, Alan, are embarrassment, and then you make me laugh because you do something stupid, I laugh at you, and then I feel sort of pity for you. And then at the end of it, I kind of think, well, he's kind of disgust, like it's a sort of bad smell, like a shit on my shoe that I want rid of. It's not hatred, Alan. Hatred would be too much. So let's get into it. Let's see what he's been saying today. I'm not going to give you the full preamble because it's just fucking... Oh, you can have a bit of it. You can have a bit of it. Come on.
Third party involvement. Nicola walked in the water. And they discount everything, right? But they haven't discounted what I'm going to show you tonight.
Right.
And why I'm right is because if I was they discount it. They can't discount what I'm going to give you tonight because it's...
He does this thing at the start where he sort of says, oh, it's going to be important, it's going to be good, and then there's nothing. It's like a whole nothing burger. It literally takes him like an hour and a half to say someone said some shit. Like, honestly. Big ups, Mark, if you got just back from a night out. That sounds cool. 1:30 a.m. back from a night out. I live a different kind of life these days. So, yeah. But big ups, everyone. It's just, we've got to do it today because... he's just said it, and if you don't keep up with this shit, it goes by the wayside. And I just caught a bit of it, and I thought, he's talking such shit. It's such easy pickings, this one. I'm not doing anything for another couple of hours before bed. We'll just get it through. But you see it's so long, and it's such a lot of drivel, I'm going to have to speed him up a little bit as well. So if you can tolerate it, we'll go at 1.25. We might even have to go a bit faster than that, because he's intolerable otherwise. There's nothing of any value in today's episode. It is all spin and conjecture. Even some of it has been written off by really serious sources. Like early on, we'll come to that.
I'm going to name her because she's credible.
You can call me Chufferman now. The Chufferman. Yeah. I'm the Chufferman. Yeah. Like Pusher Man. I'm the Chufferman. He calls me the Chufferman. Chuffy Man. I'm like his archetype villain. Like to him, I'm like Chufferman. He knows super chuffer, like Superman, and he wants to invert it. Chufferman, like bad, super bad, bad chuffer. Bad man, Chufferman. I'm his bogeyman. I'm coming to get him, effectively. Well, that's what he wants to paint it out as on the internet. He wants to make me look like I'm some kind of vile, bilious bully. When the opposite is true, this is the tactic of the narcissist, is to invert those positions. And I really feel sorry for the people in his chat who need this padded room experience to be. I feel like they, in some way, have been through abuse, some of them, and that. They don't realise it maybe at the moment, but the reason why they feel comfortable in Alan's presence is because he's an abusive bully that doesn't happen to be turning on them because they know how to appease him. So you've got to watch out for that.
In the water. If you don't know the phone got to the bench, you don't know Nicola got to the bench.
The water.
So how do you know Nicola's in the water by the bench? It's like simple deduction, right? They're not sure of anything, are they? Apart from one thing. She's in the water. She's in the water.
Right, so he does all this preamble and he talks a lot of shit, yeah. And so he's then he's like, I'm going to get to it. I'm going to tell you what we're doing today. I'm going to get to it. So come on.
Super serious. How many of you are prepared to take notes and at the end vote whether this film should go?
Unbelievable. Before we watch his little video, so he's made a video that we're going to watch today. We're not going to do a live performance on the live stream for Alan. What we're going to do is he's going to show us a video that he's made earlier, and he wants you to take notes while you watch. Make sure you pay attention. I mean, have you ever been treated like this on any other stream where someone would say to you they want you to take notes? It's a condescending madman. The narcissist feels his words are so valuable that you should note them down while he's going on. Mind you, you will find you need to take notes because otherwise it becomes vague and confusing, and that's by design. What Alan is trying to do is he's trying to take a group of people who aren't that. Let's be fair, if they're already in his chat, they've managed to make it through the filter of not getting banned for asking questions. Like they're stuck in there. They're already easy to manipulate. And so it's a form of manipulation to make you feel confused. It's like a gaslighting technique where you're not quite sure, did he say this? Was it Monday or was it Tuesday? Or was it 10 or quite? I might need to take notes on this because otherwise I get confused. You're the sort of person that gets confused. That's why you need to take notes. He's telling us.
The police or not? How many of you are going to take notes? Now, if you remember me from the What's Taste, I asked you to take notes.
If you remember me from the What's... I remember me from such previous cases as the What's case.
Because I want your honest opinion. I'm not here like the lady in the dark saying, this is what happened, and don't disagree with me, otherwise you'll... No.
I'm not here like Michelle After Dark, he means, which he won't shout out her name, because even though I don't agree with her at all, I don't bring her up a lot, she doesn't bother me. There's a couple of these, I'll say their names, Penny, whatever, something, Penny Dreadful, Michelle After Dark. They do a lot of conjecture and gossip. Someone on Facebook in a group said that someone said this. Yeah, I don't handle that myself. I don't touch the shit. I don't touch the poop. Until someone's going to... I'm not on Facebook going on some people are, I'm no offence to them, but if it's not for me, a fact... if someone comments today, right... Oh, you talked about Penny Bunny there, look. There you go. If someone in comments says to me, oh, someone said this. It might be great what she's uploaded, Sid, right? Or who was it said? Pretty Sunshine. I haven't looked at it because I looked at her channel and on it said, under the video, this is not true, but someone on Facebook said, so it might be. And I was like, I can't watch it. I don't want to do that. It might be fun to be fishwives gossips, but for me it's not important. It's just not. It sounds like a real diss, doesn't it? So what? So what? What would you want me to do about it? That it sounds like a diss. I'm just stating the facts. So I can't be dealing with the fishwives gossip, yeah? So, and also, thankfully, nor can the legal system. Because otherwise, you'd all be in prison, wouldn't you? You know?
Because you'd be in jail.
Wouldn't you? Because anyone could say anything. Oh, I saw them walking out of there with that. Oh, did you? Oh, right. My friend said that they saw him walking out of there with that. Oh, right, well, let's do them then. Let's get them. No, it doesn't work like that, does it? So, can't be having that.
I'm not here saying I'm right. I'm asking for your honest opinion. Okay.
So, but he's going to slander those other people. Not slander. He's going to slate them, but not give a real... not say who they are and not exactly what he thinks, because he's a coward. I'm prepared to say it. We can argue about it. I can be proven wrong. Oh, good point as well. Did I say at the start of this that I might be wrong? I did, didn't I? I might be wrong about the CCTV aspect of the foot disappearing. We have to do that in another video on the main channel to point out where I might be wrong. That could happen,
We'll start with this 7-minute video.
We'll start with this 7-minute video.
Take notes.
Please take notes, and somehow it's going to last an hour and a half. I don't know how, but let's go.
So microphones on wire, Village Hall. Sunday.
Okay, I apologise. My music, which is there to keep me relaxed, because Alan is such a fucking idiot chuffer. I'm going to try and keep the music turned down and keep this turned up. But Alan's video is awful. His sound quality's bad, so you have to sit through it.
The 20th of January this year.
Let's take notes, make sure. What was the date again, Alan? We're taking notes.
Sunday, the 20th of January this year.
Hello, Jamie. Yeah?
10:30.
Jamie, is it you who helped me out with the tier list? Thank you for that tier list. Thank you. It was really brilliant. I said thank you in the thing, but I said thank you in a video. But if that's you in chat now, thank you.
100 villagers met up to discuss what to do, or how to find the vanished nuclear bully. Within these...
Right, okay, so on a certain date in January, which he fumbled, 100 people turned up in a village hall. Apparently, it sounds like the Giant Jam Sandwich book. Like, it sounds like some storybook. Could you please deal in facts?
walls were close family members, including Paul.
Close family members, including Paul, according to no facts. So what we need is, do you remember Johnny Depp? Objection, hearsay.
Because you'd be in jail.
So I've got a few buttons today. Now, I didn't manage to get all the good buttons. I should have got objection, hearsay when thinking about it, shouldn't I? Instead I got this.
Because you'd be in jail.
Got that.
What are we gonna do? We got a big problem.
So, when he says something that requires citation needed. Simple thing, if we're doing detective work on the internet, you know, if we're talking, oh, I'm going to prove something to you today. So you can't build your proof off a house of sand. You got to prove this, and then prove this. And it could be that he's talking true. I don't know, because he won't prove it, and he won't even try to. So when he says something that needs a citation...
Because you'd be in jail.
And when he says something that requires, I don't know, so citation needed, and the other one is hearsay. I should have objection, hearsay, but instead I've got this.
Brian Batonte.
I need a work meeting button, you're right. That's a really good idea. Why didn't I do that? Because last night after the stream, can you envisage this? After the stream at like 7 in the morning, I made a video for YouTube, sat here and made it, recorded it live, put it up, essentially. Didn't do much to it. Recorded it live, put it up. But then I sat here and in a stupor, I just put these buttons on. I don't know why. I thought I might need them. And now I have them. So, you know, if you need them...
Goes to Gura. I'm absolutely electrified right now.
They exist. So we need to choose a couple of these. One of them is for, like, citation needed, meaning I need this as a fact. It could be a fact, but I need it as a fact. Yeah?
Oh, what are you on your way to a dick meeting?
So one of these could be... I didn't get work meeting. I got this, though.
Oh, what are you on your way to a dick meeting?
So we need a button for citation needed, and we need a button for hearsay, objection, hearsay. Do you remember Johnny Depp? Objection, hearsay. So, you know, anytime
I'm just going to say I'm thinking this is going to be great.
You know, press one of these buttons, then it's that, isn't it? You know it's that. So just watch out for me. I'm going to bring this real close. Watch out for me pressing buttons whenever he says something that requires citation or it is hearsay.
A group of her friends from the tennis club and the schools.
Brian Batonte.
I want you to realise, this is very important. This village hall
Were close.
was where it all began.
What? Did you notice that? What he's done there is he's playing his video and then he's speaking over it sometimes. So it's going to be confusing for us. It's going to make it extra confusing because you can't see him speaking, whichever one it is doing the speaking, and he's going to be interjecting with his own voice. So it's going to be even more confusing than this.
Because you'd be in jail.
Sunday morning, 10:30.
I'm glad it's not a criminal.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Shit.
And then
Joe Watson sent tippies. That massive Vinicombe chuffer has banned me off his chat. Big walloper that he is.
Yeah.
Hope you're well, Scotty.
Big ups.
Big up the traveller community.
Big ups, Joe. I did offer
Super
him.
chuffer owes 3 hugs.
I did offer him. I thought of you when I was saying it. I did offer him a fair gentleman's fight, even a white collar boxing match. I don't think he's going to take me up on it. I mean, he might outweigh me, But I think I might have a bit of the old, I think I might be able to Mayweather him a bit. I think I might be able to give him the shoulder roll. I think I'll be able to Mayweather him a bit. So, happy days, eh? Happy days. Yeah.
29th of January. The day before the TV shows turned up. The day before the TV turned up, their village was in a little enclave. There was 100 of them in this hall. 100.
Right, again.
Because you'd be in jail.
How do you know there's 100 people in that village hall? Would you please tell me where you're getting that information? We assume there was a meeting, I assume, to look for Nicola. We are probably finding certain facts somewhere to say there was a meeting. 100 people in the hall, I don't know. I don't know. Alan's telling us though.
100 of them. So in that would be all the friends of Nicola you've seen on TV since. 5, 6, 7.
All of the friends you've seen on television are in that hall.
Because you'd be in jail.
No, hearsay, well, not even hearsay, just something you've made up, Alan.
7 of them, right? And then you've got Paul.
Right, maybe some of them were busy. Maybe some had to take the kids to karate. Do you know what I mean? Why do they all definitely have to be in the hall? Nicola's gone missing. It's 2 days after she's gone missing. Everybody in the village is in the hall. Nobody's got time for anything else in their life. They're all busy in the hall. They're just like, okay, fair enough, Alan.
And Nicola's sister and many other people.
Right.
Outside, there's a few members of the press.
Brian Batonte.
Inside, there's witnesses to what went down. They're there to tell Paul, I suppose, and tell each other.
Because you'd be in jail.
What they saw. They're all in there now. Let's pretend it's Sunday morning, 10:30.
Let's pretend it's Sunday morning at 10:30, he says. Let's pretend, using that exact phrase, let's pretend. Because Alan's just making it up. He doesn't know who's in the hall. He doesn't know who's outside. He's got no idea. Later on, he's going to bring out a news article that said, that reported on this. And that's where he's got all his information from. And I'm to believe the mainstream media, the Daily Mirror, got it 100% right on the day, on the first day, that these things, because we know from real crimes that happen, is that on the first hour, it's a bit confusing. And then later on, all the facts become more clear. But at the first hour, people can get confused. They can say they saw something, they got it wrong and stuff like that. So you've got to be careful, but yeah, carry on.
The hidden witnesses are behind these windows.
Big up St. Chat, True
and they
Justice.
Talk to these friends. And these friends listen. Will you listen to the witnesses?
Family members, including Paul.
What's you again, Alan?
Friends from the tennis club, schools. And some witnesses.
Repeating yourself.
There's 2 witnesses.
This is the very first poster from the police in conjunction with missing people.
Right. Is it?
In the UK.
It's all.
Because you'd be in jail.
Nicola.
Citation
Nicola
needed.
Bully. Have you seen Missing Adult Nicola Bully 45? Extreme concern from welfare. Last seen when? Friday, 9:15.
Okay, so again, it's because they made an early poster, whatever they wrote on that early poster is not like this is the evidence of when she went missing. This is just somebody wrote something on a poster and they shonked it up. And as you can see, that's not even a poster. That's a screenshot from something off another screen that's got other colour around it. So I don't know where this is from. Again, citation needed. It could all just be bullshit this. You could change that. I'm not saying it has been changed. I'm saying I don't know what this is from. Alan is just telling me. And I don't know why he's going to lock this in. This 9:15 was locked on. It said my nan's friend said it was 9:15. Therefore.
Now your first thing to write down is Becky and Sally are not having that. They're the leaders of this police force. Their own police force is saying last seen 9:15.
No.
Becky.
No, that doesn't say the police on that. That's not like official police documents.
And Aunt Sally both say last seen at 9:10 at the top field.
9:10 and 9:15 are very close when you're talking about this sort of stuff. Someone's missing around 9:15. I said 9:10. Yeah, okay, 15:15. Does it matter? Let's get the poster out. When it becomes a criminal investigation and we're really concerned and she turns up dead, these things start to matter a bit more. And we have to really nail down what's credible and what's just somebody might have said. And sometimes in real crimes, do you remember when Tia Sharp was under the bed? No, she wasn't. Sorry, I got that wrong. That was Shannon Matthews was under the bed. Tia Sharp was in the attic. No offence, sad for the children. Tia Sharp was dead in the attic, and he was lying to them. And the next door neighbour said that they'd seen Tia Sharp walk down and get the bus, and the next door neighbour got it wrong. So people can say things and they can get it wrong. So
In Rowan they both say it. The police say it. The family say it. Mainstream media say it.
Sorry, what?
Because you'd be in jail.
Citation needed.
Newspapers say it, but the police don't say it, because on Friday at 9:15, someone saw Nicola on the towpath.
Did they? Did they? Did they?
Ghost Gura. I'm absolutely electrified right now.
On the footpath by the river off Godstone Road, St Michael on Wears. Where do you think the police got that from? They got it from the witness that's shouting from the treetop, anybody listen, that I saw Nicola at 9:15 on the towpath.
So you're telling me there's a witness on the towpath at 9:15 that's told the police that they've seen Nicola. Okay? Please elucidate me. Please. That's interesting. I mean, I could tell you that I fucking saw John F. Kennedy on the roof, but, you know, you're going to have to tell me a bit more than that. But go ahead.
And that person is in this hall right now.
Are they?
Prove it.
They're in the hall. Okay.
Before she vanished on the towpath at 9:15. This was believed by the police and put on all the posters. Last seen at 9:15 on the towpath by the river. The two witnesses, I'm going to call them, what should we call them? The altercation 2. The altercation.
Okay.
He's going to bring up a name, the altercation 2. He's making up now 2 people on the witness. A minute ago it was just 1. Now it's 2 are on the footpath, and these are these 2 people he's going to invent now. So I'm going to call them Alan's Phantoms. He's going to call them the altercation 2.
Names, right?
He's good at
For the
inventing
Watts
names.
case, I said quite a few things. Like, I won't bother going into them, but
He won't talk about the Watts case, actually, because that might get him in further trouble, and he's been advised by his solicitor not to, so he just can't help it. But shut up, Alan.
The most hated bush in the world, September Lady, all these things come from me. I've called Mr. Last, now everyone's calling him Mr. Last.
This is narcissism. Everything come from me. I called him this. I did this. Everything's come from me.
9:10, you're all calling him Mr. Last, that's what I called him. You're going to learn a new one tonight. The altercation 2.
He's going to teach you something. The altercation 2. A minute ago it was just 1. Carry on.
You know the Gang of 4? This is the altercation 2. I want you to remember that phrase.
Yeah.
As we go on.
Brian Badondi.
Teams were in this meeting and spoke to a number of people about what they saw. Now, if you heard 2 dog walkers say they saw Nicola minutes before she vanished, would that not make national headlines? Would that not be the police timeline changed? After all, the timeline here in the very first message was Nicola Bulley was seen at 9:15.
Well, no, there's no timeline in this first message. All there is we last saw her at 9:15. Please, like, it's like a general time. We're looking. If you were around at this sort of time, that's the sort of time you want to get in your head, so you can be looking. Like, you know, it's not we last saw her definite, like, locked in. And if someone came forward and said they saw her, what I would expect the police to do, which is what I always ask these journalists to do, and people like Alan, who is not doing this, is to follow it up, talk to them, make sure that it can be, like, even if it may be. I don't think they would do it with phone records and stuff like that, but they could do, couldn't you, these days, phone movement and stuff. But follow it up, make sure it's corroborated, make sure it's right. Because it could be with 100 people in a hall that someone said something to someone, and then someone said it to someone else, and then someone said that 2 people saw her on the path. And I'm sure they did, because someone said that. Who said that? I don't know, they just went out for coffee, but I'm sure someone said something. There's 100 people in a hall all gossiping. Yeah, so we don't want to go on that. What we want to go on is we'll follow it up, we'll find out who these people are, and that's why they say things like, oh, we want to reach out to a dog walker that was walking their dog in a yellow coat or whatever. They're not a person of interest, but we'd like to talk to, you know, and all that. And then they get all the information, and then they check it off. And sometimes it's not bang right. Sometimes it requires, you know, a little bit of, okay, thank you very much for coming forward, but it turns out you were on the wrong footpath and you were confused about where you were. Or it turns out that you were on the wrong day and you're confused. So thanks, but no thanks. You know, sometimes you've got to corroborate this shit.
On the towpath, a guess by these 2 altercation witnesses.
Now there's 2 altercation witnesses.
Two,
Now, so Alan has now brought another aspect in, which is that there's been an altercation. Nobody here is, again, I want...
Because you'd be in jail.
Yeah, because he hasn't... he needs to tell me why there was an altercation, that there was a witness. Like, you can't just say, I'm saying there was a witness. Now I'm saying there were 2. Now I'm saying there was an altercation. We're going to call them the altercation pair. Like, where's it come from? I don't mind if it has come from somewhere, but this is not acceptable the way he's doing this. And I believe that where it's come from is probably a confused witness statement. Who somebody saw someone with a dog, their dogs got tangled. Oh, I'm sure I saw Nicola. It might not have been Nicola. It could have been something else. We've gone and followed it up and we've discounted it. And I'm pretty sure from memory, and obviously I've watched a bit of this earlier, that what happened was the police had to come out and do a press conference. And they said, we want to shut down all this speculation. I remember at the time I was like, well, some of us should be allowed to talk. You know, shouldn't we? But at the same time, I understand what they mean. A lot of TikTokers and a lot of Facebookers and a lot of people with no information at all were making shit up. And what they wanted to do is shut that down. Say, look, a lot of shit's been made up. We've gone out and checked some of this shit, and it's starting to annoy us now because we're having to check all this bullshit that you keep bringing up. Someone said they saw her on the moon, and I had to fucking send an Elon Musk rocket to the moon to check she's not on the fucking moon now. Like, I don't want to be doing this. I want to be doing the case. So stop with your shit. That's what they said, effectively, in the press conference. And Alan is going to be digging up the shit they told us to shut up about. The shit that was not corroborated. The stuff that they went and checked and then told you clearly, no, that's not right. That's not facts. Alan's going to bring them up and say, no, they might be facts though. Huh? Because you told us not to talk about them, therefore they are facts. Watch.
To say at this meeting. Their words were broadcast to the nation on Good Morning.
Thanks, Joel.
That's been removed. A friend spoke to the Mirror about it.
Right.
And confirmed.
Anyone recognise this?
I don't care about a phone with wings, Alan. Her friend spoke to the Mirror now, is the next thing you've said. But we moved on from the altercation phantoms, but carry on.
That's what Isla said.
And also, you know, he's got that court case coming up, the Donald Trump thing. He said it was a civil case, didn't he? Not a criminal case.
Because you'd be in jail.
Again. Yeah. I couldn't be happier.
Swish, and then
Joe Boy Watson sent tippies. Would you rather have to listen to Alan Vinicombe for every hour of every day until the end of your natural life, shower with Darkside Phil twice a day, or be known publicly as Tommy Robinson's propaganda arm behind the scenes? Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thank you for the tippies. That's a really difficult question. I think I'm gonna have to pick shower with Phil because then he'd get a shower twice a day and he'd stop being. That's one of the things I don't like about him. He's such a dirty chuffer. Like, so I have to. It'd be nice that he had a wash, and I'd get a wash as well. So like bonus. I mean, I'm certainly. Wouldn't like. It depends how big the shower is, I suppose. We'd need enough space in the shower. I don't want to be rubbing up against him. You heard AD's been sniffing A4 paper. Like, this guy, man, this guy. Oh, it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse.
I have unearthed that friend.
He's unearthed a friend.
Doubt, without a shadow of doubt.
Okay, so now he's telling us there's a friend talked to the paper and he's unearthed a friend. Good job, Alan, journalist. You've unearthed a friend that's already been talking to the paper. So to do that, you probably just contact, like, if you know journalists at the paper, they've already got her name and number because they interviewed her. So then you just ask them who it was, or maybe it's published in the paper. And maybe you followed that up and talked to her. Let's see.
Tonight, I will tell you the full story of how everyone knew about the altercation 2 that were the last to see Nicola when she was laughing and joking at 9:15 to 9:20.
Get on with it then, Alan.
Why has that been erased?
What?
When so many people knew it. Okay, they could discount it as rubbish, but it's not been a.
Okay, right.
He got a bit. His internet broke down a bit there.
Oh, what are you on your way to a dick meeting?
So what he's going to say is that he just said it got turned out to be rubbish. He just said they said it was rubbish, and then he's like going to come in now.
Okay, they could discount it as rubbish.
Okay, they could discount it as rubbish, he said. So what he means is they followed it up, it turned out to be rubbish. We then discounted it as en masse. We discounted it.
But it's not been a.
Okay, write this down. We're looking for the friend of Nicola Bulley.
Okay, write this down.
I'm trying to find the friend amongst these 100 people who saw Nicola Bulley laughing and joking minutes before she vanished.
Friend says, missing Nicola Bulley, seen laughing and joking minutes before vanishing. This is I think it's a Mirror article. You know, he's zoomed right in on it, but, you know, I think so he's going to read the paper to me now.
So she's seen, right? Not at 9:10. She's seen by a friend that's in this meeting, and this friend told the meeting that I saw Nicola. Whoa, it must have been 9:20, 25.
She didn't say 9:20. It's not saying that. He's making it up. This friend again.
Brian Batundi.
Citation needed. The friend has been reported in the paper as saying. So objection hearsay. This is pure objection hearsay. I saw her laughing and joking minutes before she vanished. When did she vanish? We don't know. So when did you see her? Minutes before that. Which minutes? I don't know. So no time specified, no particular friend specified, and it's too vague. It's citation. Like, come on.
Minutes before she vanished. I want you to understand what I'm saying.
I understand what you're saying.
No,
you're saying believe some old tosh that was written in the newspaper the same day or 2 days after that later on got proved to be rubbish. Yeah? Okay.
Friend wants to remain anonymous. I found it.
You found her. She wanted to remain anonymous and you found her. So what are you doing? Are you doxing someone that's anonymous? They wanted to be anonymous and you're going to put them in the public eye. Is that what's going to happen? You're going to dox them, Alan? Or have they come to you willingly and you've managed to talk to them and got an interview? Let's see.
It says Nicola was still alive and walking on the footpath at 9:25. Yet Becky and Sally will tell you she's last seen at 9:10.
Well, the news, the police, the facts, the knowledge, nobody knows, do they, where she last really was? That's the whole point. That's why it's a mystery. And the police, you know what, I'm going to say this outright. I think they don't have enough people paying them, like, they don't have enough people working there. They don't have enough money to do their job. They're supposed to be out catching rapists and people like that, and instead they have to fuck about with, like, you know, all sorts of other stuff. Not getting too heavy on the police because they have a difficult job. I mean, obviously they're always there when you don't want them and never there when you do. But, like, you know, the general principle here is that the police, he's saying, are in some way fucking up this timeline. Well, I imagine if you're the head of the investigation and you turn up and you say, like, for fuck's sake, everyone, when's our last corroborated sighting? Give me the pieces of paper. Let me, like, the head of the investigation needs to report it. And they write something down and they read it out, and they might be slightly wrong by like 5 or 10 minutes. I think that's okay. It's like a world that we can live in.
Now, the only way the police can get out of this, and I'm talking to the police now, the only way you can get out of this is if you spoke to the altercation 2
He's speaking to the police now.
and you don't believe a word they're saying. But the trouble is, it's not just the altercation 2, it's also the friend of Nicola Bully who I'm going to expose.
So what he's saying now is the police spoke to these people, that it's the altercation to his phantoms. There's no guarantee there were 2. He said there was 1 earlier. Still no citation for that. And now he's saying the police spoke to them, which we assume they would have done. But again, no citation for that. And on top of that now, right, they've spoken to them and they've decided it's rubbish. Okay, carry on.
It says the same thing. So you have 3 witnesses saying that Nicola was alive.
No, you don't. You have 2 witnesses and the friend that said they spoke to the witnesses. Objection, hearsay.
And seen. And yet you have the police ignoring it. Worse, Paul's never mentioned it. Emma's never mentioned it. None of the friends have ever mentioned it. The family's never mentioned it. The police have never mentioned it. Why is it down to me?
So no one's mentioned it. Where have you got it from?
At Isla Trinquois, to be on the rack. Isla has been silenced. I haven't yet.
Why has it not been mentioned? Why has it not been mentioned and disproved?
That's his video.
A friend who wishes to stay anonymous told the Mirror she's spoken to the pair who believed they were last to see Nicola before she went missing. Now, do you honestly think the police are going to discount these 3 people?
Again, this is now a clip from one of his videos, so I don't know if that is actually, you know, something from a news article or just like some blown up text from one of his videos.
They would have...
But it says the Mirror. So the friend who wishes to stay anonymous told the Mirror she spoke to a pair who said they believe they were the last people to see Nicola. So this is close to the time. We're saying a friend who wants to stay anonymous told the Mirror she spoke to a pair of people who said they were the last people. So it's objection hearsay. It's fishwives crap. Yeah. Can you imagine? Like, could you imagine if you were running your life in a business like, you know, I believe you can trust a man on his handshake, and if a man's good for his word, you shake his hand, and a woman as well. You know, I'm not being sexist. You shake their hand, and you say you're going to do something, and you make your deal, and that's it. You know, you don't need a contract and all this written stuff. You shake a man's hand, and if they fuck it up and they don't do it, that's them. I don't deal business with people anymore after that, right? What I don't do is I don't say, okay, I'll shake your hand, but before I shake it, what I'm really shaking it is on behalf of somebody who someone else said that they said their friend said that this and that. Okay, now let's shake the deal. No, I want to know all these friends said the what. It's all rubbish. I'm not doing that. I'm with the one-on-one, the shaking the hand. So if this is going on, I need to see the friend. I can't say, oh, I spoke to these 2 people. Fair enough. You're rubbish to me. I need to speak to the 2 people. The friend said she spoke to some people who were the last people to see him alive. All right, you're rubbish to me then. I need to see the 2 people who saw her alive. You didn't see her alive. You said you spoke to someone who saw her alive. You get what I'm saying? Like, this is ridiculous.
To discount them publicly. They discounted the fisherman. They discounted the red car. They discounted a number of witnesses.
Did they?
Why aren't they discounting this? This was in the Daily Mirror.
I think they are.
Why haven't the police, if they don't believe these 3 people...
Everything the police discount doesn't have to be provided to you, Alan, does it? They just discount it and move on. So the fact that they're not following it up and making a big thing about it in the media and saying we're looking for these people, and then they never mention them again, they look it up, they see that it's bullshit, they just discount it.
Why haven't they dismissed this publicly?
They have. Well, not publicly.
Why have they never mentioned it publicly?
They kind of
Because
allude
that's
to
what
it
you
publicly.
do in a cover-up. Remember I told you about the police? If they don't want to tell you something, they look the other way.
Right.
If they want to discredit stuff, they discredit it.
They haven't done that.
Discredit it.
You just said they wouldn't discredit this. They haven't spoken on it, so they're not discrediting it. You just said they're going to discredit it, and then you said what the police would do is they'd discredit something if they want to discredit it, or they look the other way. What's happening here, Alan, is they've looked it up, they've decided it's bollocks, and now you're digging it up again.
Or if it's true, they look the other way. So by looking the other way, I have to believe these three people.
Right, you believe those... Okay, Alan is going to say that we should believe two people that I haven't met, that don't exist as far as I can see, that said that she saw her last. These two people that said they saw her last, that was originally one and is now two, Alan's phantoms, and a woman who doesn't want to become public, who told the Daily Mirror that she spoke to them. That's who we've got to trust, instead of all the other people that have come forward. All the other evidence to say X, Y, Z, whether I believe it or not. Over Paul, over Emma, over Nicola's family, over the school, the CCTV, over all of that, the friend who wishes to stay anonymous, and these two that the police looked up and decided not to.
If they were lying, we'd have been told they're lying. We're told the fishermen were live. We're told the blue glove was lives.
What?
Okay?
We didn't. No one said the blue
This
glove was
is never
lies.
mentioned. We're told that Nicola wasn't abducted by Rowan Water.
Get your words
We're
out.
told that she never left Godstone Road. Why aren't we told that this is rubbish in the papers?
What?
It can only be, in my opinion, a cover-up.
Can it?
Now, Isla's film has been...
This is where I think, remember, he's trying to get these people to be confused. The con man does this job, right, of confusing you. So now at this point, you're starting to think, what? Is it? I should have been taking notes, like he said. And as you're feeling confused, he's pumping his line into you. He's like telling you what to believe as well.
Taken out of circulation. She was on Good Morning. Taken out. So it doesn't exist. And as time goes on, people will forget about it. I won't. People will forget what Isla said. And the police will never mention it. You know, like a bit like Monty Python. Don't mention the war. I mentioned it once, I got away with it. Well, the media mentioned Isla once, and they got away with it because they eliminated her. Don't mention the war. We mentioned it once and got away with it.
Now we're getting conspiracy.
I've got it on video. And I will play it till the cows come home. I want justice for Nicola Bully.
I couldn't be
And I don't-
happier.
Swish and then whoosh.
Joe Boy Watson sent tippies. Before I go to bed, I just wanted to say your channel has helped pull me through dark times recently, Scott, and it's disgusting he's now pulling the mental health card since he's been getting called out by you.
Big ups.
Even though a lot of our beliefs and values differ, I love the Chanel.
Big
Super
ups.
Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Big ups, yeah. You know, we keep each other together through difficult times, I agree. And like, if you're going through hard times, you've got to keep going. That's the thing. The most important thing is you knowing yourself, having listened to your tone of your message, that you've got it in you to fight through those dark times. And when you're at your lowest, you pull yourself out of it and you pick yourself up and you move forward. And sometimes you need to just talk to people or change the scenery, but you've got it in you to keep moving forward. And so next time you feel that it's dark and it's difficult, you can think back and say, no, I have got this in me to keep moving forward. And that's the most important thing. So I'm heartened by your message. Thank you. Thank you.
Understand why your friends and partner don't mention these three people. You saw them on telly going, we don't know what happened. We want any little bit, any snippet, please help us. Anything is not too small. Well, this isn't small. This is a hippopotamus. 3 people saying they saw Nicola, or heard Nicola, or seen her at 9:25 and 9:30. How's that not small?
It's not 3 people who said they saw her. It's 2 people who said they saw her, which originally was 1 person, which you still don't tell me where they came from or what evidence there is. So are you saying this is the evidence you've got? I think what I'm thinking is, Alan, I'm thinking you're saying this is the evidence that they're there, that the friends said they were there. Is this what we're going on, Alan? That the Daily Mirror said that some woman who is anonymous said they saw some people who said they saw Nicola.
Because you'd be in jail.
It's 10 times bigger than the fisherman. You've been hoodwinked.
Big ups, yeah. Good night and God bless everyone that's going to bed. It is late and I'm just going to have to just try and get through this because I need to hold him to account quickly while he's saying it. I was already up late anyway. I'll try and whip through it though.
My friends.
Full story tonight with the Armchair Detective. Fascinating story, documentary. 10 p.m. Friday night on my Blue channel. Don't miss
Oh,
it.
here.
I unearthed the friend who actually said these words.
He's talking over his own advert for his
I'm going to
own.
be shocked. Join the Armchair Detective tonight, 10 p.m. for the village meeting.
So is Paul. I don't believe Nicola's an alcoholic, to say the least. She does marathons, half marathons. She has 24 bottles of water.
This is
in her
other
fridge,
stuff.
And yeah, she likes to drink. Who doesn't?
I don't know about these 24 bottles of water Alan thinks he saw, and like all his, knowledge and stuff. Again, hearsay, no proof evidence, but now he's just trying to get in on the Nicola thing. It's got nothing to do with what he's actually saying about these people in this village hall, because Alan's basically said what he's got here. And like some of you have spotted it and like decided to knock it on the head. He's not got much now. He said there was something that somebody said they said, and that's what he's going to spin everything around.
Does she look like an alcoholic to you?
So let's skip through some of this because it's rude.
This is my hero, and I wish I could pronounce your name better. Sorry, I don't. Quantar. I want you to come on my show. I take it your TV career is in shatters now because you've revealed this stuff. But if you feel you want to talk, please contact us.
Us.
I know this lady was stalked by a stalker.
This woman, Alan, would look at you and she'd think, "What the fuck are you on about?"
For a long time, and she went through hell with a stalker, like I'm doing right now. I'll tell you about my stalker after this bit.
Yeah, you do, don't you?
I had the same problem with stalkers, and I know where you are mentally. If I can help, please contact us.
That's manipulation. He's trying to work his manipulation on this woman. He thinks that, in Alan's mind, him and this woman might, he could get with this woman. Alan's thinking, this woman's probably, if she knew about me, bit of a big cheese on the internet, and, detective and, glamorous. Alan thinks of himself in her echelon, like, TV, should have been on the TV. I just missed my chance. Like, Alan thinks that this woman and him could possibly get it on. So he thinks that she'll watch his stuff. And so he's made an appeal to her, like a sort of manipulative appeal that, like, I think like you, we've got the same sort of mindset. We're like the same. Yeah.
And proof. There were two witnesses who saw Nicola at 9:15 to 9:20.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? Oh, here we go.
The altercation too.
I've been to the location. I was up there twice last week. I've
Were
spoken
you?
to her friend, and I spoke to probably the last person to see her alive.
Because you'd be in jail.
No offence to this woman, but you're probably the last person to see her alive. Very early on in the investigation. What do you mean alive? Is she dead then? I don't know when this is from. So am I assuming this is being said? I'm to assume, like, they wouldn't have made that mistake on this morning, would they? So am I to assume that this woman is saying this very like later on? And is it just stuff that I went down there, spoke to some woman, and some woman said this or that? Is it that again? Is that what we're going to be doing here? Or is she really going to be like, up to scrutiny?
The other dog walkers, and I asked him. I said, "How was she?" They had little exchanges. He was coming along the path about the dog being on the lead, etc. And he said, "Just fine."
Why has this been eradicated by the police?
I mean, are we saying, again, that's totally out of context, that's just a little clip. So it could be that she's saying, I asked her about other dog walkers, and he said, usually she's very nice, we see her with the dog, and like, we don't know. It's just a weird little clip from this morning. You need a bit more than this context-wise, but let's see again what it was saying, because I'm a bit confused by it.
Probably the last person to see her alive, one of the other dog walkers. And I asked him, I said, "How was she?" They had little exchanges. He was coming along the path about the dog being on the lead, etc. And he said, "Just fine."
Why?
An exchange. They had a little exchange as they were coming along the dog, the lead, etc. An exchange. How was she?
Why has this been eradicated by the police?
Why has this been eradicated by the police? So you're saying there's a reporter that's been down there, and she said she spoke to someone who said they saw her, and the police have not eradicated this. What do you mean by eradicated? So I'm guessing that you're telling me that the police haven't followed this up, and that this is some revelation that you've discovered that's been on the mainstream telly. Yeah, it's been on the telly, right? But you've discovered it, and you've dug it up, and you're proving something. But again, we're still not getting any names, we're still not getting any facts, and we're, I think, assuming the police followed it up and discovered it was bollocks, but carry on.
Why don't they want you to know what was said within the walls of this hall?
No one cares about, no one's trying to silence the hall.
The meeting was 10:30 a.m. to organise their own search. This is when it was discussed.
Somewhere you can just share a bit of light to give us some evidence. That's all we're asking. A simple phone call, and nothing's too small.
People don't just vanish into thin air. There's got to be somebody that knows members.
No, I've
Feeling like comes up with hypothesis.
All he was doing here, all he was doing there was just using their footage as filler, because he's not really got much to say, so he needs to pad out an hour and a half.
It's hall. You heard the witnesses tell you that they saw her just before she was vanished. Why have you never mentioned it, Emma?
We didn't hear the witnesses. She didn't hear the witnesses. What are you on about?
Why are you asking the public, no matter how small, to contact you when you've had two witnesses contact you with massive proof that she was still alive at 9:25?
Have you? They said that to the Daily Mirror, or the Daily Mirror reported that they had said it. I don't believe everything the Daily Mirror report, yeah? And if they're not going to tell me exactly who said it, I can't corroborate it. And then no one else, maybe they looked it up and decided it was bollocks. Like, how do you know? Alan's telling us that Emma's received an email from that woman who spoke to those two people. It's like he's pretending that he knows something that he doesn't. It's like he's pretending he knows who this woman is. It's like he's talking to this woman and this woman's informing him. Like, he's made up a woman who has spoken. He's not made it up. The mainstream media have made it up, or have like got this idea and put it out there. It's a phantom, and Alan's cottoned onto it, and he's like, the phantom's real, and now it's proof of everything.
Why are you hiding that fact from us? And why is the friend that said it gone into hiding?
Gone into hiding. She's gone into hiding now. Now we're making up another fact about what she's doing.
And like you just said, that's what the family and us are all holding on to, that we're actually no further on than sadly last Friday. We still have no evidence. We find something factual, given in a line of
situations.
Why the altercation 2 in the room with them?
Something about a church, isn't there? But especially this church. I mean, it's the hope in the community. It's the place where
it's these people's interviews.
Basically the same as you're wearing, wasn't it, Stephanie?
The time gap in between of that 10 minutes that we're really, really keen of any CCTV footage.
But they're leaking out the same words, so I know they all spoke about it.
Yeah, Alan, do you not think that this whole group of people have not spoken about what they're going to say to the media? Are you fucking stupid? Of course they have. I've done extensive body language analysis of all of them. At some point they're on script. Yeah. But the reasons for using certain points of script at certain times are different with each of them. This woman particularly made an emotional plea to try and get Nicola back and said she didn't think she'd gone in the river and thought the police were barking up the wrong tree. So I wish they'd pull their finger out and try and find her. Like, what they all allude to, and we've looked at it, so check out my playlist on the main channel, is that what they're alluding to is that Nicola was in some way subject to some other, like, they think, I'll be outright, they think Paul did it. And they're angry the police are searching the river when they should be checking out Paul.
No, I feel like as a community, for Paul, hope that
also
friends from the public.
She is found safe and well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's okay. You see a line here, they're all doing the same thing, right?
Yeah, they're all trying to find Nicola, and they're all saying to the media, if anything we can do, it's anything to try and find them. The only one who's doing it differently was Emma. We're not going to go over that again and again and again. So
that's the setup for you. You know where you are.
The setup. We know where we are now. Confused, if anything,
someone
about what you're trying to say.
Hall of Silence knows more than they're saying.
Someone in the hall knows more than they're saying.
Which one is it that spoke too much?
Brian Batonte.
Chucked out, ostracized, never seen again. Which one had the cheek to talk to Isla Tranquois? Who spoke to Isla Tranquois?
What?
Which one of the missing friends broke the silence that was supposed to be just in that hall?
What? You're telling me?
Again. I couldn't be happier.
Swish, and then
Grandmaster Sid Sophos sent tippies. Scott. Gentic code in the house, brilliant creator.
Big ups genetic
Super
code.
Chuffer owes 6 hugs.
Big ups genetic code. Genetic code. Big ups. Thanks for the 6 hugs. Alan's telling us the hall is sworn to silence, sworn to secrecy, and that someone in there knows something and that nobody else is talking about it. But there's 100 people in there and they're whispering it in the hall, but no one's going to talk about it. But then they're going to report it in the newspaper, but then that's going to go away because it's secret and they shouldn't report it in the newspaper. But then you should find it again right now if you want to on the internet, and it's just there. So, carry on, Alan. But objection here, say.
I tell you. So, February the 6th, missing Nicola Bully, latest update.
Changing Nicola Bully case. How do we get to the truth?
So he's playing back his own videos where he makes wild conjecture in the past.
But we go back to the first point. If you go so far and you hit a cul-de-sac of information,
right?
Go back to the first point. That's the epicenter.
Yeah, absolutely. Go back to the first time that you know Nicola Bully was actually alive. So for me, that's not, because the phone was by the river, or because she was seen walking on this road that Emma said she was on, or any of this shit. Yeah? The first time that I know that Nicola Bully was actually, I haven't seen her. When was she actually, day before, 2 days before? Did she leave the house that morning? I got to question this shit, haven't I? Question the narrative. Go back. We know where she lived. Can't we go back there and start there? Okay, so she got up out of bed. Let's go back to the bed. Let's see where she got up out of bed. Why are we down the river? Why are we up this fucking bench all the time?
Is on the very day she went missing, today, Friday the 27th, so this was on the day, they said, do you know Nicola Bully? She was from Inskip. We don't know where she is. They didn't say she's in the water in the first message. They said that she was on the footpath by the River Wye.
Well, they didn't say we don't know where she is or any of that. You're making shit up even while you're trying to read it. Like saying last seen at 9:15 on the footpath by the river. Last seen. That's the last. So on the day, the first report to whatever source is going to be reporting this, like Chinese Whispers business again, is saying that. Again, like, I don't know if that in itself is not evidence of a fact. It's just what someone said on the day, isn't it? But
now guess what time? 9:15. Now you remember that 9:15 is my time.
I don't know if he's really dyslexic, Wabs, but I think that what might possibly happen is he writes his little titles when he's drunk. So
that Nicola bumped into the two hidden witnesses. Let's call them Altercation 2.
My cousin's dyslexic, and it's a real thing, and it really like fucks with people because like they have trouble in school and stuff. So like, you know, shouts out to dyslexia.
Joe Boy Watson sent tippies. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thanks for the 3 hugs. This dog's gonna get me one of these days. You fucking get that dog. The dyslexia, I was going to say. He plays poker, Alan does. And like, if you're strongly dyslexic, my cousin would have trouble knowing all the different numbers on the cards because of his dyslexia. So I don't know how Alan manages on the poker thing with all his dyslexia with the cards. Like, it actually could cause trouble, so maybe he has trouble with it. I don't know. Like shouts out to anyone who's dyslexic, though. It's a real thing. And like Alan says he's got that, so that if anyone critiques him on any of his spelling, like, he can just say, well, fuck you, I'm dyslexic. So
the 2 witnesses that told reporters, and I guess the police, because they're on this first report.
2 witnesses. Where are the 2 witnesses?
He was last seen at 9:15. The Altercation 2 say they saw Nicola Bulley at 9:15, yet they're never.
This is a missing persons appeal. She was last seen on the footpath. This is not evidence that the Altercation 2 saw Nicola Bulley on the...
Spoken of again. It's not like even John Cleese. Well, I mentioned the altercation once, but I think I got away with it. The police never... Well, they did. They mentioned them once in that report. So they mentioned them once, but they think they've got away with it. Don't mention the war. Oh, I mentioned them...
Is he doing this Monty Python jokes as we do it?
Watson sent tippies. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thanks, Joe Boy. Thanks, Joe Boy Watson, for the 3 hugs. Have 3 hugs yourself, you chuffer. Get your 3 hugs in. I wonder if he's repeating this stuff about Monty Python, because we made a Monty Python joke the other day, didn't we?
The Altercation 2.
We live in his head rent free.
9:15. In that missing 10 minutes, when the phone made its way on a magic carpet from the Rowan Water Gate to the bench, that's the 10 minutes that the Altercation 2 issued their statement on Nicola Bulley. They saw her.
Statement now. Issued a
You
statement.
wouldn't know it. You look at the official timelines, mainstream media and the police, they're scrubbed out. Them being scrubbed out is a huge red flag.
Is it?
What is the reason for eliminating them?
I want to show you something here. This is the official police report.
Is the reason that they're not being reported on, like, there was one initial reporting of them and then they're not there anymore, is the reason because it's all a big conspiracy and they're covering it up? Or is the reason that they turned out to not be real or credible? Which one is it? In the real world, I'm more likely to believe that it's that they're not real or credible, because then the police came out and he's going to come onto it. They did a big press conference to say people are making a load of shit up on TikTok. Don't believe what you hear. We need the real facts.
Right on their website. They made a glaring error. I want to show you.
9:15.
Joe says copies have had 2 tippies but not showing the message. Sorry, I'll check the coffees. If it's doing that, then no, I can just read it from here, I think. Yeah, look, insane. I don't know why it's not doing it. It should do. What AD doesn't get is people like me are happy to tip you. You're a genuine fellow and create fun content, and you engage as well. He's a fraud artist, figuratively and literally. The bell end. He summed it up just by saying, buy a painting or give me £1. Yeah, money grabbing. Imagine if someone asked you for £1, even one of your mates. You'd be like, what do you want £1 for, you fucking knob? Like, can't get a job at Burger King. What does AD doesn't... I mean, if your mates, if they need money, you'd help them out. But you know what I mean? If they're just scrubbing you for £1 all the time. What AD doesn't get is people like me. Yeah, and you said it twice. So sorry you had to say it twice, but big ups twice. Like, sorry that you had to say it twice and it didn't come through. Technology, I guess.
In that missing 10 minutes, when the phone made its way on a magic carpet from the Rowan Water Gate to the bench, that's the 10 minutes that the altercation...
This is the police talking on February the 6th. We'd like to remind people there's so much speculation on social media. It's very hateful and hurtful to the family who are going through agony as they wait for answers. Of course they're going through agony. especially when you hide things from them. Nicola was last seen on Friday morning around 9:20. Seen at 9:20 at the upper field.
So the police have got their facts together and they've said, listen, there's a lot of different facts going around. You can't have both. Like, imagine the police had said, right, she was seen by these two people on the dog walk at 9:15. That's the last time we saw her. Then Alan would be on here saying, yeah, but she was seen in the upper field. Someone else said she was seen in the upper field. You've got two people saying two different things. So the police have had to sort it out and say who's doing the right, what's right down here. Because people do this. We've all lived in we all know what the world's like. People talk a lot of shit sometimes. So sometimes someone will say this one thing and someone will say the other, and you have to get them both. And who's saying the thing here? Who's somebody get the story straight. And when they do, that's it then, and we move on. So I don't think we need to worry too much because the police have answered your question there, Alan. They want to remind people much of the speculation and comments on social media are unhelpful and they're hurtful. They're wrong. Nicola was last seen on Friday 27th. So that's what they're saying.
Now, come on, Becky. When did you change it to 9:10?
I mean, I don't agree with this. I think it could be Emma that was seen. I think Emma could have gone round, remember? But this is what I'm saying. What Alan's saying is a further level of bullshit than we can even understand. He's making things up.
When did you change it to 9:10? 9:20 puts puts my two witnesses in a better light, doesn't it?
Does it?
They're saying they saw her minutes before 9:30. Suddenly, the altercation 2 have just got a whole lot more believable.
Did they?
2 issued their statement on Nicola Bulley. They saw her. But you wouldn't know it. You look at the official timelines, mainstream media and the police, they're scrubbed out. Them being...
Most of our sightings, this is the police talking, of Nicola have been by witnesses. They can't spell witnesses.
I'm going to try and speed him up, see if we can tolerate it.
And enabled us to plot our movements from the school along the path into the field. They've never shown you one witness on camera saying they saw her.
No.
They've never shown you one doorbell cam picture of Nicola Bulley. They've never shown you any CCTV from the school.
Exactly. Yeah.
They've never shown you even one dash cam picture.
Exactly. So why should we believe these two people who we don't know even exist? Like what? Now you're contradicting yourself.
Of Nicola Bulley. Every single witness is hearsay.
Yeah, you're right in chat there. His two witnesses, because he's making them up. Slip of the tongue.
They haven't shown one receipt that Nicola was even there. Why?
Because she might not have been there.
Again, what did I tell you about police? They either discount things, discredit things, like Peter Folding, where they discredited him and trashed his life.
No, they
That's
didn't.
called trashing him, right? Discredit and crashing. Eliminate them like they did Isla. Or this, where they say that their sightings are very good, but they don't show any receipts. They say they have many witnesses, and whether you know it or not, whether you like it or not, whether you support what I'm saying or not, you can't show me one person on camera saying they saw Nicola that day.
No, this is what I've been saying, is that we haven't got any actual... I did just said that earlier, didn't I? You've got to go all the way back to her house. When's the last time you saw her? And then the thing that annoys me here is he's saying, basically, you can't trust what the police have said, any of it. That's all in the bin now for us. So if we can't trust the police, and he's using the mainstream media, but we can't trust them either, remember, who can we trust? Well, only Alan. So this is a narcissist trick. You just convince people that you're the only person that they can trust. Nothing else can be believed. So then what are they going to do? They have to listen to you. So now it's what you say or nothing.
Apart from Emma. I don't count Emma, I'm afraid. She's too close to it.
Oh, she's
you
too
can't
close
show me one
now.
independent witness named saying this.
So these people aren't independent because you just said they were her friends. These people that you don't know who they are, that you can't tell us who they are. You said that the reason we know they were there is because her friend spoke to them. And it was her friend in the middle that spoke to them. So she's not too close, though, obviously.
Saw Nicola. I have all those friends. Not one of them is prepared to go on camera and say they saw it that morning. Not one. Not one teacher. No one. There's no CCTV. So how the hell are we supposed to sit back and believe this stitch-up of an inquest when it comes as death by misadventure? When they're not prepared to show you one iota, one scintilla.
This is making stuff about the future now.
picture.
We don't know what's going to happen at the
Nicola Bulley
inquest.
lost her life.
Making it up.
What do they tell you police do when they want to do a cover-up? They look the other way.
Please carry on,
They're
Alan.
looking the other way and laughing at you.
Please get to some point.
Calling you foolish social media, calling you annoying distractions.
Being scrubbed out is a huge red flag. What is the reason for eliminating these two?
Because they were not credible.
We can say with confidence, this is like Becky talk, right?
And they don't exist.
We can say with confidence, because she's the lead detective at 40. 40 of her mind, who can't be bothered to interview the altercation 2.
Bear in mind, they're doing a big search. So when you say we've got 40 detectives, we mean we've got 2 boat crews. That's like 10 people, and they're going to be going out like alternating crews. So maybe there's 20 involved in getting the boats ready and topping up the boats with fuel and like all this business. There's like people back in the office. So there's another 20. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't mean there's 20 detectives all out there knocking on doors, does it? It means they've got a big team and they're working on it. But yeah, carry on, Alan.
Friend that says she was seen minutes before she vanished.
The friend that says she saw someone else that said they
refused to discount them. We can say with confidence, by reviewing the CCTV, Nicola has not left the field via row and water. They lied to you and told you that the row and water cameras were working. The truth is, one was working and one wasn't. That's sort of like clever, right? Yeah, the camera was working at row and call, but not the one that looks down on the field.
If the police had told me, they can say with confidence she did not leave that site by row and water. I don't know whether that's because there was a fucking talking dog sat on the middle of the pond on a lily pad, and it said to them, I saw it all. I don't know, do I? all I'm to know is the police think it's good enough. So I don't think it would be a talking dog sat on a lily pad. I think it might be something more serious than that for the police to say, definitely not this. But I don't expect the police to say, look, definitely not this. Would you like to see our file? So when they said that, I remember this point in this thing. I remember it because I was talking on social media about it, and I was saying, look, the police are getting all sorts of, like, we shouldn't talk a load of shit. They're getting all sorts of different loads of shit. We shouldn't talk a load of shit. What Alan's saying is, no, go back to that piece of shit that someone said that the police said was a load of shit.
Only the one that looks at the gate, right? But they don't tell you that. I've got to tell you that. And you're making notes, right?
You're making notes.
Also, we can say she did not return from the fields along Allotment Lane or the path at the rear of the Grapes pub. Grapes pub's got CCTV. No Nicola. Our inquiries now focus on the river bank. Wow.
Well, they would say they're not reliable.
Our inquiries focus on the river path that leads from the fields back to Goldstone Road.
He cut into himself there because he was getting his words confused on the original recording.
That's where she was seen. That's where the police said she was seen at 9:15. That's what they said on the day she vanished, right?
Yeah, please, Alan.
They later removed that and turned it to, she was last seen at 9:10 at the upper field. Who's lying and who's telling the truth? Is AD telling the truth? Or the police?
No, AD's definitely not.
Or something like that. But they're reliable enough for you to quote them in your first statement on Nicola Bulley missing. But not reliable to carry in the timeline because you don't want people to know there's an altercation. The only reason for not mentioning them is what they said. They mention them.
Now there's an altercation. You don't want people to know there's an altercation. No one has said there's been an altercation. Even originally, you reported, Alan, that they said there'd been... They didn't use the word altercation, did they? Was it... see, I'm tired of this bullshit now. This is how the gaslighting works. Now I can't remember the exact word that they used. It was... it began with an E. And it meant that there'd been a... Anyway, I can't rewind it now at this point because it would do my head in to have to try and find exactly that. He didn't say altercation. Didn't say altercation. He made up the word altercation. He said he was good at making up names.
Seeing her in their first report.
Encounter. They said there was an encounter, and he's calling it an altercation. But
they can't report the altercation. For some reason, they daren't mention altercation, dog and lead. So they're scrubbed.
There's the official timeline. 9:10, a witness, somebody who knows Nicola, saw her on the upper field walking a dog. Yeah. By 9:20, her phone flew to the bench.
When you say the official timeline, it says there work is ongoing today to establish exactly what time this was. So the official timeline will change based on corroboration of evidence. If I asked you to tell me what you did yesterday, you might not get all the times right, and then we might be able to corroborate and ask somebody else and find some CCTV. And after about 3 weeks, we'd get to the real core and nitty-gritty of exactly where you were on whatever time. But just because you said, I think it was about 9:10, doesn't mean, right, okay, now that's it, it's set in stone. It actually says on that, work is ongoing to establish exactly what time this was. So it says approximate, none of this is set in stone, carry on.
9:33, her phone was found alone with no Nicola.
Now, they're non-gratis. Screenshots you're watching are from the police site themselves, their website. This is from the 6th of February, and now...
Why not just show that? Why not just show that it's from the website? Why are you telling me these things and I'm expected to believe you?
The altercation 2 have been scrubbed from the timeline, and that first report has disappeared. And it's changed to this.
Updated.
The narrative from Sally.
So now Alan wants you to believe it's some sort of conspiracy narrative. At the end of my broadcast, I'll be encouraging us to report this for misinformation if you feel like it. But don't do it now so that I can let me watch it first.
But it continues to this day.
I couldn't be happier. It's raining again.
Justice sent Slayer sent tippies. Check CCTV. Big loves AD Slayer. Red has frost on side and roof. Super Chuffer owes 6 hugs. The boot is separate section.
Thanks
Please
very much.
review.
I need to do a
Super
CCTV.
Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
I need to do a CCTV review of the frost on the boot. I'll try and remember it. And thanks, Narcslayer, as well. This guy is a massive narcissist, and I'm really glad that we did all that work on narcissism. I said the other day, I now realise so much more. Like, when Alan's doing this to me and I'm listening to it, and I'm thinking, did I say this, or what did they say? I'm realising how awful it would be to be gaslit by a narcissist in a difficult situation. I underestimated it when we were doing all that work on it, but now I'm so glad that I understand. Yeah, Sarah, this is live, and it's 2:36 a.m. in the UK, and I just want to get through this next. Like, there's still an hour of this crap, but like,
Eliminates the altercation too. Always. Don't mention the altercation too.
There's no such thing as the altercation
they do
too.
have. I'm sure they got some. The CCTV footage they do have include other people. And that's why you're not seeing it.
What?
You ever thought about that?
What?
So we believe that Nicola was in the Riverside area and remained in the Riverside area. But at this time...
You do know there's no CCTV of Princess Diana in the tunnel, don't you?
What?
And many other events where the CCTV doesn't work.
Conspiracy.
There's people in there.
Isn't that a conspiracy? Princess Diana in the tunnel. Now what he wants to do, Alan's got this group of vulnerable people. They're already watching him. They're already, confused and disoriented. And now he's trying to get them down the conspiracy stuff. So once you can get someone confused and disoriented in conspiracy, I've even said this about conspiracy theories on my channel before. He's obviously watching our work, and instead of this is so disgusting. Right? On my videos, I've said people do this so that they can be confused, and then when people are confused, you can abuse them and manipulate them. And Alan's heard me say it and thought, right, that's a good tactic. I'll start throwing conspiracies in there. It confuses them more. Instead of understanding that it's a vile, horrible thing to do and not do it anymore. Horrible.
Must be seen. CCTV disappears not just to cover up. It disappears so it doesn't show people that were involved. Think about that.
We understand that she was by the river. Working hypothesis, therefore, Nicola has sadly fallen in the river, that there is no third party or criminal involvement.
Your video's
and
good,
this is
Alan.
not suspicious. For tragic business.
I want to prove to you, not suspicious. It's a tragic missing person.
The only bits that are facts are what the policewoman actually said. The facts of what she actually said, we can't hear.
Okay, that's what we call a soundbite. It's being fed to the sheep. And the sheep who don't think critically believe it. Oh, look, she's got a police uniform on. She just said there's nothing suspicious.
He's using the sheep and critical thinking. Like I said, the principle is you confuse people, you disorient them, and then you can manipulate them. So the sheep are the ones that are listening to Alan that are already that confused. We're the thoughtful people don't have to have Alan tell them what to think. Like, I don't need to tell you what to think. I'm explaining what I feel, but I would encourage you to make up your own fucking mind, to be honest. If you can't trust yourself, then who are you going to trust? So I'm never ever going to tell you to think what I think. I'm going to say what I think, and then you can think what you think. That's fine. But with Alan, it's like, you shouldn't think this, you shouldn't think this. They're talking shit. They're lying to you, and I'm the only one that can tell you the truth. And I'm here telling you, Alan's lying. Yeah, believe what, understand the world however you want.
Right.
Audrey, it's fast because it's an hour and a half longer, and I can't, it's already 3 a.m. nearly. I have to listen to it at double speed, 1.5. If it's too fast, I'll slow it down, but this is about right for me.
Must be right there now. But they forget, they wrote this. Look, Nicola 45 was last seen at 9:15 today. This is like on the day. Truth. That a witness spoke to them and told them that they saw Nicola at 9:15 today.
It's not on the day truth that a witness said that. It's a report on a missing persons.
So, what does that mean? The altercation 2 were on the spot when the police were there and told them that they saw Nicola at 9:15.
Now he's making that
can't
up.
be Penny, because Penny said she didn't see Nicola. It can't be Ron, because he said he didn't see Nicola. It can't be the daughter-in-law, because she didn't even know whose dog it was. Who does that leave? Who told them that Nicola was there at 9:15 on the footpath? Has to be the altercation 2.
Maybe it
Why
is
do they
Penny and
believe
Ron.
that, but don't believe everything else?
What?
Why do they wipe it from the system?
Because it
On the
wasn't
6th of
credible.
January? I believe the altercation 2 told the police this. It must be on the day we're at the meeting in the hall, which I'm going to prove later.
You believe that,
That
but you're making it up. You believe that a woman said that she'd spoke to them and that she was at the meeting. So why would she need to say that if they were at the meeting? They would speak for themselves. I would assume they're not there if the woman is relaying the information at the meeting about them.
Did make her way to the towpath. She did bump into 2 people.
Because they don't
corroborated
exist.
by 3 other people that saw her. But we've still got the police saying they didn't see her.
No.
Because they're on this first.
Oh, jump, sorry.
Yeah,
Now,
good
where
one,
was
Alan.
Oh, no.
Good one, Alan.
Now, the dog was found wandering alone. Friend of Nicola.
Objection.
Brian Badondi.
We don't know exactly what was going on with the dog. We know what the police said and the reports, but now Anna's telling us facts and you're not to believe the police and what people have said, but now you're to believe it. So
Proved to that she did make her way to the towpath. She did bump into 2 people, corroborated by 3 other people. Just want to reply to the person chat said, I have no surprise and no CCTV in the tunnel for Princess Diana.
Chief Justice sent tippies. Frost
What
on
police is-
roof and right side and windows. However, there is no frost on the rear of the vehicle. Please remember to review. Find the lines and layers. Explains merge of woman behind car.
I'll check it out. Yeah.
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
All good in the hood. Thank you.
You have to ask yourself why the police have discounted their first words on
He's
the
still
case.
repeating himself now.
Why? Well, we have to go back now to a meeting in the village hall where people turned up, including Paul and other prominent figures in the case, to discuss and talk
Because
to each other
you'd be
about
in
what's going on.
jail.
Included this nameless friend of Nicola, the beans, or what went on in the meeting.
So apparently these people are all in the meeting. Nobody's proven that. You don't know it for a fact. I don't know it for a fact. Well, I don't even know there was even a meeting. Like, he's just told me that. But I do believe there could have been a meeting. But I don't believe Alan knows who was at the meeting. Objection hearsay.
It must be that the altercation 2 were there.
Everybody who's anybody is in this hall on Sunday. Nicola went missing on the Friday. By the Sunday, all troops are mobilised, but not yet media.
Because this witness spoke of the altercation 2. Why have they been hidden from us by the police, but spoken about by everyone else locally? That's February the 3rd, okay? So,
exclusive.
I guess.
Nicola Billy. Text
Nicola
her friend
Belly.
a significant message minutes before going missing, right? This is February the 3rd. We're getting to the dates I like. February the 3rd is early. I like February the 3rd.
Making it more confusing now. Talking about something a bit different and confusing.
Was on the 2nd of February. It was written by this reporter at 7 a.m. on the 3rd. So a friend of Nicola Bully told the reporter what was said in this meeting, right? So what was said in the meeting? They managed to get out a friend of Nicola. There's loads of friends.
A worried friend, a missing mum, said she was laughing and joking just minutes before she vanished.
So is that a different reporter has spoken to a different woman? Or is it this reporter is reporting what was in the other newspaper? Or is it the same newspaper and a follow-on story? Or what? Like, you're telling me now these are different people, but you don't know anything. This is just someone said something else in a different news story and it's just got no facts whatsoever. Some woman said something. Like, what?
You get that? Why hasn't Paul said that? Why hasn't Emma said that?
We've been through
Why
this.
hasn't the worried friend said that? Why is she remaining anonymous?
We've been through
Why
this.
has she disappeared?
We've been through this.
Why is this story not important when it's massive?
It's not massive.
A worried
That's
friend
why.
of missing mum said she was laughing and joking just minutes before she vanished. This is the friend that Isla spoke to. This is the
Is
friend
it?
that Isla spoke to.
Why? How do you know that? Isla said, the reporter that we saw on the telly on this morning said she went down there and spoke to somebody. And now he's telling us this is the same woman. He's making that up. He's linking things where there's no evidence whatsoever to link them. No evidence whatsoever. It's just pure conjecture, pie in the sky.
Friends of Nicola. You've seen them.
Isla did not speak to Emma. Everyone thinks it was Emma, right? It's not Emma.
Why?
Haven't you?
How? What?
They all say nothing very slowly. But this woman spoke to the reporter with some great stuff.
But she wants to remain anonymous. But she spoke to the pair who were in the meeting, who believed they were the last person to see Nicola before she went missing. The altercation 2 spoke to Nicola's friend and also spoke to Isla.
Making shit up now, Alan.
So pretty reliable, right?
No,
The altercation 2
totally
spoke to the
unreliable.
police and said they saw it at 9:15, and the police wrote that on their first report.
Did
The
they?
altercation 2 spoke to this friend and told the same story to her as they told to Isla.
No,
She said that
making
there was a text
all that
message.
rubbish. All of that was
It was
rubbish.
sent minutes before she disappeared.
What are you, on your way to a dick meeting?
Vanished. Now, the police think she's in the river, right? I don't know why. The townsfolk didn't believe that at this meeting that must have took place on the Sunday. She went missing on the Friday. There's a meeting on the Sunday. Imagine, because if this report's the 3rd, then they must have done it on the Sunday. Now, the dog was found wandering alone, bone dry and agitated, on the trail with a harness on the floor.
Now it's on the trail, Alan's saying, but earlier on he was saying it was by the gate. The police report said it was by the gate. The first report I heard, it was in the town, and then they refined that and saw it. No, it's not in the town. That was a silly thing someone said. It was between the bench and the gate, and all that. So Alan's weird painting, like what? What now? What now? What now?
Photoshopped.
Nicola's phone had been left on the bench overlooking the water. Remember, this is directly from the town hall meeting. So this is the nearest we...
Right, so the friend, who's anonymous, went on to say that 2 other dog walkers later come across the phone and recognised the screenshot. So the friend's not lying. She's telling...
The friend's not lying. It could be some other person. It doesn't have to be the same person. But Alan's saying that all the anonymous people are the same. And also, it's really interesting that the Daily Mirror has a lot of anonymous sources that just come out with stuff, isn't it? It's almost like the Daily Mirror can just say what they want and they just say it's an anonymous source. But for Alan, these are concrete facts that you and I have missed and that he's the only one to uncover.
He knew everything that was said in the meeting. The two other dog walkers we know are Penny and Ron.
What?
And recognise the screensaver photo. All fits, right? All puzzles, all bits of the puzzles are coming together for you.
We can get to the truth. This woman is telling the truth because it's the early days. She hasn't been closed down by the whatever it is, closes everything down. But anyway, minutes before.
All right, so partner contact and race to the scene. And the
She can't be
friend says, "Father,
mistaken in
no one
any
called
way."
the police until Paul arrived. Again, she's telling the truth. This anonymous friend, everything she says checks out.
So it could be that someone's got the gossip from in that hall and has reported it back. And this is all the gossip from in that hall and reported it back. And it's not all actually right, but some of it's quite close and some of it's not. But it's kind of irrelevant now because we're far, far further on than worrying about what somebody said, somebody else said in the hall.
Before the meeting, in which she switched off her camera.
And Alan's trying to assert that because it's closer to the time that they were reporting this, and he's only got any of this from the Daily Mirror. He's only got any of this from the Daily Mirror. That because it was early days in the Daily Mirror, it's more likely to be right than wrong. It's probably more likely the truth because they haven't shut it down yet. But when they came to shut it down, they forgot to delete that one that you've just brought up the other day on the internet. Come on.
Camera, microphone.
The anonymous friend went on to say that a dog walker spotted Willow as she came through the gate on the towpath, but became suspicious when she saw the harness and the lead on the floor. We in England call the ground the floor, just for you Americans. A man came through behind her, Ron, with his dog, and spotted the phone. The gent looks on the floor, and 2 feet from the bench, there's a phone. All true. Everything this friend said, check.
All true now. Alan is now asserting that everything that Ron and Penny have said is true. Thank God we have Alan the judge. We don't need to sort anything else out. Just give Alan all the information. He'll tell us what happened. Alan the judge. I've yet to do my body language video on Penny and Ron, but there's one coming up. I just find it so strange that Alan can be so sure of things when he's been so wrong in the past.
Checks out. And I've checked it meticulously.
The witness said that she texted a friend about a meeting up sometime for a play date. Well, this would be Nicola calling either the woman.
Jen looked on the floor and it was. I think she was faffing about at the edge of the river because the dog had been smelling fish bait and she slipped or had a medical episode, says the friend. How come this information is not in the domain of the police?
It is in the domain of the police. The police can clearly read the Daily Mirror.
Why is it in the domain of the Daily Mirror
What?
and Isla Tranquois?
Because then, okay, why are the police not saying this is a fact and the news media are saying, oh, I think this is a fact? Because maybe it's not a fact.
Not in the greater media.
Mortgage to.
And he said it's not in the greater media. What he means is the other newspapers have not reported this like a fact because they have not corroborated it and think it might be bullshit.
I'm not sure which. The pal who lives in the...
Tracy, yeah, I know it's hard to do, isn't it? I wondered why I'm doing it myself, to be honest, but like, I'm going to push through this one and get through this one because it's such BS.
Village, doesn't want to be named, so she put the play date at 8:57. She had sent a text message to a friend.
And to be honest, I should be making loads of jokes and stuff, but I'm quite tired.
The mum was laughing and joking moments before she vanished. She was laughing and joking about an altercation.
He keeps repeating this shit. Okay, skip.
Whose mortgage she had just recently signed off.
All fits, guys. Everything fits.
To arrange for the girls to go for tea this week. So there's the play date. So we now know she didn't text Emma. Because
the play date evidently was with the woman who she showed the mortgage to, but how did Emma know that? Well,
Again, he's putting 2 and 2 together and making 7. We don't know who texted who. We know that they said they texted about a play date. It could have been Emma. We don't know the mortgage was for Emma. You don't know any of this shit, Alan. You're making conjecture, and it's this sort of conjecture that gets us down the road of not knowing exactly what happened because we're not believing facts. We're not going to the truth. We're starting to believe what he said, she said shit. Hearsay, objection, hearsay.
Village hall meeting.
The woman's telling the truth. Nicola texted the woman who she sold a mortgage to and became friends with. Now, the friend said this indicates she had no intentions of voluntarily disappearing. I agree.
I can't believe it. I just don't believe it.
So,
Armchair Detective sent tippies. I like to smell my farts. It makes me think better and help me crack the case. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Brian Badondi.
Stuff. Nicola did not arrange to go missing. So we can rule that out. She didn't decide to run off with a man or anything like that. Or run away from Paul. No. She had no intention of leaving the area. Now, this information was revealed during a meeting in the village hall on Sunday morning at 10:30 a.m. Before the...
You don't know she didn't try and run away from Paul. How do you know that? Paul might have covered all this up. All this is cover up, you said. It's all a cover up. But you're believing everything else apart from this one little thing about these two people that said they saw her. All the rest of it that fits with whatever you want it to fit, that's all cover up. Not cover up. It's you believe it because they're trying to cover it up. But it's a fact that she never tried to leave Paul. But it's not a fact because it's a part of the cover up.
Residents headed out on their first mass organised search. Paul was at the meeting, although he didn't do a TV interview because he obviously didn't want to be seen.
Because you'd be in jail.
As we reported that the police advised the group to search.
So Paul's there.
Upriver.
How'd you do?
Paul's there.
Paul's there. This is now a fact. Do you know why it's a fact? This one got me. I should be taking the piss.
Was at the meeting, although he didn't do a TV interview because he obviously didn't want to be seen for the first week for some reason. As we reported that the police advised the group to search.
So Paul's there.
Paul's there. We know it's a fact because it's on this video I'm watching that I'm reacting to. Sorry, Alan, that you made that video. Alan's proof that Paul's there is that man in the video he's watching. Has he forgotten who he's watching? It's himself. Do you know what I mean? Alan's had a weird moment here.
Paul was at the meeting.
Brian
although he didn't do a TV
Badunde.
interview
Because you'd be in jail.
Didn't want to be seen for the first week for some reason. As we reported that the police advised the group to search.
So Paul's there.
Upriver.
Paul's there.
Fact.
Sister's there. Emma's there. And all the friends are there.
You said
so
it.
Paul knows about the altercation, guys.
Paul knows about the altercation now. Again, there was no altercation. See, Alan, do you see what I mean about building a web of sand? And yeah, it's Brian Badunde from Phone Jacker. I haven't got the right sound bites for this. I should have had hearsay, objection, hearsay. But I've got this.
Because you'd be in jail.
And I've got this.
Brian Badunde.
So you just have to put up with it. Paul has said that there was some people on the path. There was an altercation. Sorry, Paul. Alan has said there was some people on the path of an altercation. That's not true. Not a fact. Don't know about that. On top of that now, we've got the idea that Paul knows that there were some people on a path that had an altercation because he was in this meeting. Not a fact. Not a fact. And somebody at the meeting told him, not a fact. And the reason Alan knows it is because someone at the meeting come out and told the paper, and the paper reported it, and then was shut down, but they left it up.
Because the altercation too told the friend, and the friend told Isla.
Who's watching this shit? Who's giving this man money? Please. I know that you've got, like, reasons that you think, but you've got to just honestly question it. Have a step back. We love you. I'm not here to give you shit. If you're in his chat, if you're one of Alan's wenches, I'm not here to give you shit. Yeah, I love you. I think you've got... I think you're being confused and manipulated by a narcissist. And I think when you finally realise and step back, we're here for you, okay? But don't ever let him tell you that I bully you and hate you. It's Alan I'm angry at. Anyone in his chat, I'm not angry at any of you. Some of you have been in my chat. You know that I don't give you any shit, yeah? So please don't ever think that I nothing against the people in his chat. I'm not going to be mean to them or about them. But Alan himself is a dirty con job. Come on.
And Isla told you. How does Paul not know this? How is Paul saying we know nothing? We've got no evidence. We've got no evidence. Well, you've got the altercation too. Why have you never mentioned it, Paul? So the police who were at the meeting in the hall advised them to search upriver in a pincher movement. In the afternoon, a second search of local set out.
So the police advised them to search upriver in a pincher movement, apparently. Objection hearsay.
With 100 participants, including the head teacher from the primary school, said the friend, anonymous friend.
In a pincher movement.
Everything the friend said.
Pincer movement, you fucking idiot.
Is totally true.
In the afternoon, a second search of locals was sent out with about 100 visitors, which is a lot, included the head teacher of the school.
Moving forward, between 9 and 3.
Isn't it weird the way it's him talking and then he stops the video and then it's him talking and then it's him talking and then it's me talking? I'm sorry about this. Alan's just fucking awful at making media.
Monday to Friday, the tennis courts at St Michael's are open. And if you go to the tennis courts, you will find...
Like, bearing in mind, this is what I accuse these other chuffers of doing. He's reading the newspaper to you. If you're not switched on enough to read the newspaper yourself and make up your own mind, here's Alan to read the newspaper to you.
Designated routes with maps printed. Said
100's a lot.
Said the friend, who's always right.
There's only 600 people that live there. 2 fellow dog walkers are said to have seen her soon before her disappearance, and she was laughing and joking with them. So
you can pick up one of these maps. They've got a QR code, so you can log in and log
We've
out.
been through this on the chat. It was Emma that set up this thing, and it was one of these things where we talked about it. Where it seems a bit busybody-ish to be making maps and sending people off down certain routes and this and that, because then you're controlling the whole thing.
Said the friend. The only condition is that you must be a pair, because then you can't get lost, right? So The friend.
No, the reason you're not going is you fucking idiot, Alan. You must be a pair. It's not so you get lost, and if there's two of you, you can't get lost. What it is, Alan, is if you come across a body and there's just one of you, then you're going to be in trouble with the police because you're the first person on the scene with the. But you need a witness with you so that the police can say, did they do anything to that body? No. Did they drop the body there themselves and say they discovered it? No. There's two of you, and the witness says, yeah, I saw them find it. That's why when you're hurting for a body, you're going with two of you, all right? Don't stupid me about, Alan. You're supposed to be a smart guy, but it turns out you're a dunce.
Is that you must be a pair, because then you can't get lost, right? So the friend who knows everything says, yes, you've got to log in and you must come as two so we know where you are and you're not lost. The friend, who's anonymous, had walked the route with Nicola many times. I know that river well. I walked it many times. I know where I can stand and I know where I can't.
Reading the newspaper
Nicola
to
knew
me?
the same thing. This friend, guys, is blue chip, genuine.
This friend is blue chip genuine. Is this the same friend or someone else or someone else? It just says the friend. It's part of an article. It's part of a different article. We're just getting confused now, Alan.
Guess this was said at the 10:30 meeting that they saw her. So these two, as I call them, the altercation two,
Because you'd be in jail.
must have been at the 10:30 meeting on Sunday.
Must they?
At the end of the day, all we want is her home with the girls. If she could be at home with the girls, she would be at home with the girls. 100%, no doubt about that.
And this is why the reporters, including Isla and other reporters, spoke to them. They
bring Nikki home.
They were forthcoming. These two spoke at the meeting and said, we saw her at 9:15. They said that to the police. They said that at the meeting. They said it to Isla.
The friend is this lady. The friend that knows all, says all, and is telling you the 100% truth.
They said it to other reporters. Why is the altercation 2 scrubbed out the story? And for the reporters, these two,
the friend shared all these messages on her Facebook.
Would be who they want to speak to. Speaking to like 6 to 10 of Nicola's friends who tell them nothing on TV interviews. Why didn't anybody interview the altercation 2? Because what a scoop that had been. Oh yeah, me and my friend saw Nicola at 9:15.
I can now tell you the anonymous friend is Stephanie Benyon.
Oh, Alan. All this for this. All this for this. Stephanie Benyon. You've got a picture of someone's Facebook with an RIP Nicola, Stephanie Benyon. All this for this. Why don't you just say that at the start and we could have said, shut up, you're talking shit. Why don't you just say that from the start? You've had us fucking sitting around for an hour for this. You fucking... Like, do you know what I mean? It's like... I don't know if you've ever... I was going to say this, I don't care. If you've ever had to buy any weed off someone who's giving you the mess around and they're like, honestly, meet me in 15 minutes. Honestly, meet me in 15 minutes. No, really, I'll be at there. Meet me at the lay-by. No, come round with me to the round by this house and then just wait here and then just give me the tenner and I'll go over here tonight. But at the end of it, you've been there for an hour. You haven't got anything. You're just like, just I don't care if you keep the money. Just fucking stop dragging me around town. I just want to be finished with this. Like, this is Alan. This is Alan for you. Oh my God. Yeah, he said he was anonymous, said she's anonymous. So either Alan is doxing someone who said they wanted to remain anonymous, or he's talking shit. I think he might be talking shit. Let's find out.
She's the one that spoke to Isla.
Is she?
She's the one that spoke to the Daily Mirror.
Is she?
She's the first person interviewed by ITV and CNN.
Is she?
Trouble is, what she said wasn't to the liking of anyone.
Wasn't it?
What she said has been scrubbed from the universe.
Has it?
Yeah, everything she said is the truth, right?
Right, okay. Show me those interviews then, Alan.
So everything she said is the truth.
Fine, show me the interviews.
Apart from, she spoke to 2 dog walkers who saw Nicola at 9:28.
What?
Minutes before she disappeared.
Here it just says R.I.P. beautiful lady. So obviously Alan's going to come up with the actual evidence, isn't he?
So is everything she said the truth, apart from this one line? Stephanie, you need to come on the show.
Stephanie needs to come on the show now. Now he's going to get that woman from the telly and Stephanie. They're going to come for a bit of dual. Alan's going to be in the middle of a blonde on blonde sandwich. You fucking idiot. Like, these people think you're disgusting, Alan. Like, the police have already categorically said these theories do not hold water. The TikTokers, the idiots, the Facebookers, they're talking all this shit. We've looked at it. It's bollocks. Stop going on about it. Now shut up about it. And Alan's left it a bit. And then he started talking about it again. And he's like, this woman, and I like the blonde on the telly. Like, come on.
15 minutes, no longer anonymous before she disappears.
And the way he does that with his video, it's him. Alan is such an idiot when it comes to making media. Like, he makes such bad quality media. And this is something people need to realise. They're paying him hundreds of dollars. Yeah, have you seen my green screen? Have you seen that, like, you know, it doesn't have all this fuzzy, weird halo around my head and shit? Alan can't even do the green screen properly. He can't even light himself. He hasn't got camera properly. Can't do his video editing properly. Can't interject into his own video properly. And people are paying him hundreds of dollars and he's pissing it up the wall. Like, I imagine he plays... And Alan, you're going to have to tell me if I'm wrong. I don't mind being wrong. Yeah, I could be wrong. But I imagine someone who's a professional poker player might want to practice poker on their phone from time to time. Huh? You know, some of these people that I know that are narcissists on the internet have got gambling addictions. That's a true fact.
We're the last person to see her alive. What great TV. But no one interviewed these two. Although, these two spoke to Eisler, spoke at the meeting, and spoke to other reporters. Who shut this down? Who shut down the altercation 2 and why? Show you
29th, Sunday meeting. Stephanie shares this.
On the night of the meeting, Stephanie shares a Facebook. I'm going to take it that this is really an actual Facebook and not just a Photoshop job, but, like, because it might be easy to fool Alan, but, and?
Very rare poster that was around in the first 2 days.
She has the poster first.
She has the poster first. Does she? Does she? She might have made the fucking poster for all I know. Alan won't show me that.
It was at 9:15 on the footpath by the river. Not at Rowancroft, but on the footpath.
Have you seen Missing Out at Nicola Bully?
I wonder if she believes the altercation 2.
What?
Because the police believe the altercation 2, day 1.
Extreme concern for her welfare. She's missing from Inskip, Lancashire, right? So we never give up on a missing person, right? So here we are. This is the truth. Last seen Friday, 9:15, on the footpath going off River Guston Road at St Michael One Weir. So here's the 9:15 again. This is the last ever poster that includes.
I think Alan gets himself a bit unhappy and a bit confused with data. You know, I think Alan's starting to see all these different posters and things, and talking about the dyslexia, you know, I think it's too much for him. I think he gets himself a bit confused with the numbers, and I think he needs a bit of a lie down sometimes. I think he shouldn't switch on the computer and start talking. At these moments, he should have a lie down instead, because he's doing himself a disservice.
It's 9:15. From then on, it was last seen at 9:10.
Yeah, Alan's problem is that he believes these people should be sharing exactly the exact factual information on a missing persons poster that's just concerned with trying to get her found early doors, and that if they've made a mistake, or that if something has been followed through and turned out to not be factually corroborative, then it should be taken to be a real fact, and that it's a fact that's been covered over.
Why have they scrubbed out the altercation 2?
There was never an altercation 2.
Speaking to the mirror.
Alan made them up. Alan, in today's episode, has made them up.
Stephanie Benyon, because she was the first one to do a TV interview. She was the first one to put it all out there. She has friends in the media as well. I think she came to the fore.
I can't remember who did the first TV interview, to be honest. But Alan isn't showing us the interview. He's just saying that that's the thing that happened. And even if he can show us an early interview, are we going to have to, like, are you really going to make people then scrub around the internet to prove who did the very first TV interview about Nicola Bulley's disappearance? What would have happened is the cameras would have turned up, several different teams, done several different interviews on the same day, and it would have been several different people, and one of them would have been broadcast first and shot first. But I don't think it's really that important as to which person out of a group of people, Emma, 2 or 3 of her other friends, and they did like several media interviews, including Paul in the Channel 5 stuff. This was the first one, and she said this, and therefore that's the facts, and that's it, and it's the only facts, and I'm Alan, and I fucking found them.
And that's why she was questioned by the Daily Mirror reporter. I can't prove it, sir, but all...
Oh, you can't prove it? Sorry, Alan, say that again.
I think she came to the fore, and that's why she was questioned by the Daily Mirror reporter. I can't prove it, sir, but all things point to Sophie being the person that said what went on at the...
Nothing points to that. Alan's just made it up.
Town hall.
And it's convenient because he's got a screenshot of her Facebook in one of his old photos. Like, what he's done is he's gone through his old folder of all the photos, the Nicola Bulley thing, because he's making in one of these shit videos. He makes these shit videos instead of doing like something productive in his day, and thinks he can use it on his live later in case he's too drunk. He's a bit worried about uploading it as its own video because it's not good enough as its own video to stand as a video. So he has to talk over the top of it in live as well to confuse you even further. And he needs to do the grifting and the begging. He wants to do the live for the grifting and the begging. So he's going to be doing this. And he's looked at his folder and he's seen this Stephanie Benyon a couple of times. Oh, who's this Stephanie Benyon? And he's thought, oh, do you know what? What if She could be and they're going to love this. These women love a pot boiler, he thinks. These women love a pot boiler. They love a little bit murder mystery. And I'll just throw a little spanner in their works, these little wenches. I'll throw a little spanner in their works. This will get them wet. And he's just fucking throwing something together and it's just shit.
Because look at this interview with CNN and ITV.
Go on then.
Sophie Benyon is exactly the same hat. And it seems to see the dress sense in this village is dress up warm, but the same hat?
So, I know the police have offered...
Okay, guys, you taking notes.
Is that the same woman?
This interview is why I've studied every bit.
Is that the same woman?
Now, if you take notes of what the friend said in the mirror, I'm afraid Stephanie here gives herself away.
Stephanie here. What I want to do is look for Nicola Bully here. I just want to see if I've got a corroborative. It does this autocorrect by mistake. I want to just see if I can corroborate who this woman is through, seeing an interview of her. We did look at an interview of her on stream, so maybe I should just look at my own stream, because I'm pretty sure I would have checked who she was on my own stream, but I wanted to just see if I could get it off Getty, because I'm pretty sure it would be on here at some point, if that thing would load. You fucking internet, come on. Where is she? She'll be early doors, won't she? I know Joe Watson. He's in our chats. No, he's in our chats. I never deleted him. I'll debate Alan. Here she is. I'll debate Alan till the cows come home. Stephanie Benyon, this is. Stephanie Benyon, it says, yeah. Right, let me corroborate that. So, Stephanie Benyon, and Alan is saying that these tweets, these Facebook tweets are from Stephanie. Okay, so she's done 2 Facebooks because she's looking for Nicola. And now he's saying she's changed her story. But she hasn't changed the story, has she? Because at no point did Stephanie Benyon say anything up to this point other than, let's try, like that was that post, looking for Nikki. She hasn't said anything. Let's get this absolutely clear. Oh, it was deleted from Alan's chat. Big ups then, big ups. Big ups. How can this be? Alan's lying.
And it seems to see the dress sense in this village is dress up warm, but the
He's obviously been watching our video about the bobble hats.
Same hat.
So, I know the police have offered...
Okay, guys, you taking notes. This interview is why I've studied every bit. Now, if you take notes of what the friend said in the mirror, I'm afraid Stephanie here gives herself away.
Stephanie gives herself away. We don't think that it was Stephanie in the mirror necessarily. Alan does. And if her story doesn't corroborate with what this woman said in the mirror, my guess is it's not her. Alan's telling us that she has some way been silenced, and then not only was she silenced, she was also put in front of the cameras to be the spokesperson.
I'll show you when.
With their explanation that she simply fell in, how do you take that?
I think as a group of friends, we're still desperately trying to find...
Alan's still regurgitating my content. He found this interview because he watched my video and was like, oh, I didn't know this existed. I'm not that smart. And then he's gone ahead and he's regurgitated our content. But not in the same way, regurgitated it. He's consumed it and then he sicked it all up and it's all indescribable and horrible now and it doesn't make any sense.
I know that there's so many people that have come from far and wide to come and help in the search. Not only are we looking at the river, we're looking at other areas as well, just to help try and find anything. The police gave a statement yesterday of the clothing that she was wearing, and also the time gap in between of that 10 minutes that we're really, really keen of any CCTV footage for anybody, a vehicle, a person, anything that you can see from that, just to call 101 or 999 to just get as much information as we can to fill that time gap.
But, Stephanie, you filled the time gap. You filled the time gap. You spoke to the location too. You told the Mirror that they saw Nicola laughing and joking minutes before she vanished. Why aren't you saying that now?
Because you're lying, Alan. She didn't say that. You just put words in her mouth. You just you proved nothing by creating a phantom of smoke and mirrors, and then at the end here, your punchline is, she didn't say that. No, because she didn't say that.
Because you'd be in jail.
This poster was released directly after Nicola went missing. So she is the spokesperson in the early days. What got her taken off?
There's no spokesperson in the early days. She made a poster. She gives a fuck. She cares. She's there trying to help. And in what we've said in our, I'm going to have to quickly, Super Chuffer, I'm the one. Yeah, but check it out, Super Chuffer, Nicola Buddy Friends. What we said, and through a discussion in chat, my body language analysis, the reaction, what we said was, we think these women, and 3 different women at 3 different parts of the investigation, early, mid, late, we think, other than Emma, we think that they're angry because they think there's been something going on, and they think something's happened to her, and they don't think she's gone in the river. And we think it might be Paul that they're alluding to. And they're angry because they want Paul investigated. So if anything, I would say that after she came across like that, Emma would say, get her off. She's trying to make it look like it was you and me, Paul. Get her off. I've got to speak. At first, Emma didn't want to be the one in front of the camera because she might grass herself up and these others could do it, and like puppets and all that. But Emma had to take control. These girls aren't doing a good enough job. I have to take over. But the reason is because when this woman said it, she said, no, we don't think it's down the river. We think the police should be looking wider and and she wasn't going to say at Paul on the telly, but we did the body language. Check it out, it's a really good video. It's on our live streams or the playlist for Nicola Bully playlist. But Alan is suggesting something completely different. Alan's saying that this woman several weeks before, sorry, not several weeks, what are we in now, a week after, sorry, a week before, was interviewed by the Daily Mirror, said a load of bollocks, and then that was checked and it turned out to be bollocks. So now they put her up on the telly to say something completely different instead.
Said they don't suspect any foul play and that this was an accident. She simply fell in. I'm guessing that you're not quite satisfied with that explanation. You think there could be a lot.
There's so many scenarios. I think I've been down every avenue of every scenario.
Every single scenario comes to a brick wall. Every single one of them.
This proves they're all set at the meeting. They're all repeating the scenario, right?
It's not about the meeting. It's not that they had this special meeting at the town hall to tell 100 people what to say. It's that the people who are going to be on the camera, before they go on the camera, Emma and Paul probably, the critical people say, look, this is what we want you to say, and this is what we're saying. And of course, they script themselves, because Emma and Paul need this script. We've talked about it. But Alan has really got the wrong end of the stick here.
They were all at the meeting in the hall.
Sitting there going round and round and round, going through every scenario, and then go back to the first scenario again and do the whole thing again.
Everybody mentions the word scenarios and down and around the scenarios. It's because this is what was said at the meeting at 10:30 in the village hall. It really was.
Was it, Alan? In that village hall, was that what was said?
29th. That's where they all quote it. Paul was there. No doubt he said this to the audience.
Now Paul was there again. Objection here. Say, have you ever heard anyone talk such a load of bollocks in all your life? Like, he's just making things up.
And she's just repeating what she heard. It's not that suspicious.
And it's just there's just something that I feel like as a community, for Paul, a mum and dad, a sister and the girls, they need that explanation of what's happened. People that don't know her, they just want that explanation of what's happened.
And are you saying that the falling into the river part?
I'm going to skip this because he's just watching this woman do her thing to fill time.
But she mentions to the Mirror reporter.
And we've printed off 10 different routes.
I believe Sophie met the last 2 to speak to Nicola Bully, and she knows all about it, and that's why she's been removed. She's just told you.
She printed off the routes, guys.
They printed off designated routes. This is the same person. It's easy when you know how to investigate.
It's easy when you know how to investigate, which means watch Scott's videos and say what Scott said.
Off 10 different routes that the public can follow.
Sophie Benyon, I'm a detective. By saying the tennis club and the
Alan's a detective. Did you hear him?
That the public can follow.
Sophie Benyon, I'm a detective.
Sophie Benyon, I'm a detective. Condescending cunt. Saying that to that woman who's lost her friend, who's out there looking for her. Alan's a detective. That woman's been by the side of the river. She's been up and down it looking for a friend who we now know is dead. Alan, on the internet, I'm a detective. I don't leave my house much, and when I do, I'm scared at the park. And then I go to the casino and do my poker. But obviously on this case, I'm the big chuffer because I've never been to Inskip, and I've never even spoken to any of the people involved in any of it. And like my credentials for being a detective are, I got a badge out of the Cocoa Pops once, and I was in the Cocoa Pops Monkey Detective Club, Jungle Detective. So how dare he?
10 different routes that the public can follow.
Sophie Benyon, I'm a detective. By saying the tennis club...
You're not a detective. You're a twat.
Routes that you printed off, you're the person who spoke to the mirror. You're the person that said Nicola was seen at 9:15 laughing and joking by 2 of the dog walkers. This is why you had to disappear. Boom. And now you're starting to see the jigsaw come together. In the early days, we had Sophie Benyon. In the early days, we had Isla Turquoise. In the early days, we had a report that Nicola went missing at 9:15. In the early days, we had a report she was seen by 2 dog walkers. You see, what's the thing?
Stephanie, not Sophie. I agree. I'm dyslexic.
Oh, you got a name wrong. Oh, I'm glad we stick around for some of these diamonds. You know, Alan just keeps delivering. I tell the other detractors in the other communities, like I post on Twitter, like Darkside Phil does something stupid like every other day. Every time Alan uploads, every time he does one of these, he does a fucking self diss. He snitches himself. He just fucks himself over. Look, here's another one.
Early days, we had a report that Nicola went missing at 9:15. In the early days, we had a report she was seen by 2 dog walkers. You see, what's the thing?
Stephanie, not Sophie. I agree. I'm dyslexic.
I'm dyslexic, so I got her name wrong. Oh my God, Alan.
That links all these things up. Well, the linkage is they've all disappeared, whooshed, vanished. The biggest.
They haven't all disappeared, whooshed, vanished. You just said that fucking Sophie's dyslexic. Whoa. You might be dyslexic, but the woman hasn't vanished. Just because she's not doing day-to-day news reports, updates on her friend's death, does not mean she's vanished. What are you on about?
Red flag in the Nicola Bully case is I've just told you the truth.
I've just told you the truth. That's it then. Alan said it was the truth. I've just spent an hour and a half debunking everything he said, like piece by piece. The problem I've got is I don't want to spend this long doing it, but everything Alan says is a lie. So where'd you go with this? How do you stop? Like, when do you stop? I've done nearly 2 hours, and I keep having to stop it and say, no, that's bollocks. I was just going to press this button.
Brian Badunter.
Every time you said anything bollocks, but it's too much, isn't it? It's too much. And at the end of it all, everything I've said is the truth.
Police, ITV, this friend, mainstream media, have all stopped mentioning the pair that witnessed the altercation.
Repeating himself now.
On the towpath at 9:15.
Boring. Repeating yourself. Please continue.
So Stephanie's the one.
Stephanie
Tells you can pick them up. They've got a code. You must be a pair.
10 different routes that the public can follow. They scan the QR code so that we know that they're safe, starting the route and finishing the route.
So it came to pass that...
There you go.
It's interesting that you only discovered her after I recently put her forward as an example of one of Nicola's friends who I found to be legit, like on one of my videos. It's interesting that you only discovered her and started talking about her after I did. Like, and I put the thumbnail and there's the thing. Isn't it, Alan? Because, like, as we all know, and this is the thing that Alan inside, this is what hurts him the most and why he can't stop talking about me and why we shouldn't. You know, he should talk about me more. Like, he hasn't got any clue on how to deal with this. And the worst thing for Alan is that he loves me really, because if it wasn't for me, he'd have nothing to say. He watches my videos and he repeats things and tries to make things out of, and here's a juicy thing that someone else has discovered. Well done, Alan. Well done. But the problem is, Alan, is that I say a load of good stuff, and because you don't want to say exactly what I'm saying, like, because it's too on the bone, and when it comes, like, we pick it out every time, you try and spin this other thing. And your other thing is bollocks. You're making stuff up. But then you know you're making stuff up, don't you? Because you just need to keep these people on the line for a certain amount of time so they can tip you enough. You just need to keep the numbers up so YouTube pays you enough. You just need to keep that little drip, drip, drip going so you can, you know, tap, tap, tap on your poker. Isn't it, Alan? Is it? Or have you got some other reason that you need that money so regularly and so routinely, and that you can't afford to support yourself through your professional poker endeavours or your business ventures, or even choosing to work at McDonald's, which would be better net? Like, I'm a vegan, so I don't think they should be flipping any more burgers, but Christ, Alan, it would be net benefit to society if you stopped doing this and just got and hidden in the kitchen somewhere. Jesus, Alan.
Said everything she said to the mirror, guys.
Well, he probably wouldn't be able to sort it out because you wouldn't get a McChicken sandwich. You'd get a Whopper because he's dyslexic.
Definitely was the one who spoke to the 2 people that witnessed the altercation. You are now. She just said word for word what she told the Mirror reporter, but she told the Mirror she wanted to make anonymous.
Lies.
Well, I'm afraid, Sophie, you're not anonymous. And I take it the police have spoken to
Have you doxed Sophie? Has she come forward? Or are you simply making this up?
you. And I take it you're in on the secrecy that now covers like a veil the Nicola Bully case.
Notice that Alan doesn't give a fuck about Sophie, does he? Doesn't care about Sophie and her protection and her safety, or about her feelings, or about the truth. He doesn't care about anyone except himself and his grubby little business.
And they...
If I'm right, I think I am. Stephanie here. Stephanie.
Sorry, I said Sophie because he said Sophie. You couldn't make it up, could you? He's now confusing me. This is what I mean about gaslighting. It's such a terrible thing that narcissists do. The whole purpose of this video, like I said at the start, was to make us confused. And does anyone feel they've got any closer to any facts on the Nicola Bulley case through any of this? Does anyone feel they've got anything close to any of the facts? He compared his sense of humour to Ricky Gervais. I said he was like Ricky Gervais when we were critiquing him the other day. He doesn't have a sense of humour like Ricky Gervais. He is David Brent from The Office.
Got out because he's not mentioning. Although she said to the paper that someone told her that Nicola was alive and joking.
She didn't necessarily say that.
She's not saying it to CNN.
She didn't say it.
So this is after the meeting now, right? So the reporter got her on the 2nd of Feb, and she told the truth.
Did she?
By this date, on the 4th, she's no longer mentioning the altercation too.
Maybe it's not the same woman. Maybe it's not the same woman, you detective. Super detective.
Just see going far and wide to follow each, separate map.
And
it's Stephanie, right? Stephanie.
Just lastly, for the police, are you quite keen that they widen their search? Because I know at the moment it's taking place, like the majority of the search is taking place in the
Why does she remain anonymous?
Because
she didn't want the press at her door. I don't blame her.
river. Are you quite keen that they continue it in the wider area as well?
Yeah, and I know that the police are, searching far and wide as well. I mean, the helicopter is out again.
Sure, the Stephanie had told everyone. I'm sure it was the talk of the town, the village. I'm sure everyone knows in the village about the 2 dog walkers that saw Nicola.
So now Alan is telling us that this woman has told everyone in the village that there were 2 dog walkers who saw Nicola on the path before she went in the field, and that those dog walkers and Nicola had an altercation, a word that at the very start was encounter, and changed because Alan made it up, and he likes to make up names, to 2 people who had an altercation, and that this woman would have told them all that, but she wouldn't have known about the altercation because it's a thing Alan made up. But he's telling us that she's told everyone that there's been an altercation because Alan made it up today. But she would know it back then and go and tell everyone in the village. Like, how fucking... Like, I want to grab some of the people in his chat sometimes and say, look, this is it. This is the turds. You're playing with the turds. Put down the turds. Step away from the turds. This is turds. You can't tell me that this woman could tell anyone in the village about a couple and an altercation when you've just said today that it's something you made up. At the very start you said it's a name that I like to give people names, the altercation too. And they had an encounter was the exact words, but you changing it. Alan.
At 25 past.
Caught in his own lies.
Why is that close community holding this secret that was said behind the closed doors?
I need to rethink the style to review these videos. You're saying I'm too angry now and tired. Maybe it's that. Like, maybe I'm too eggy. You think I maybe make more jokes? Lucy is saying you're confused. You thought Isla was the one who said the altercation thing. Nobody said altercation. Nobody has said altercation, Lucia. Alan showed us. They said encounter. Isla said encounter. And then Alan has made it up that there was people that had an altercation.
Village Hall. Why are they circling the wagons and not telling us about the altercation, about the lead?
There's
Why?
no altercation.
That's what you got to ask yourself. Why are the police party to all this?
And it has been all morning. So I know that not only are they looking in the river, they are looking.
And when Isla said, because Isla works for This Morning, so you can trust her, that she said she'd been down there and talked to these people. Do you think that she'd been down there and talked to these people? Or could she have spoken to someone from the Daily Mail who said that she'd been down there and talked to these people? Or something like that? I don't know. You've got to be careful about what you believe. But Alan's telling you that these are the facts. And for some reason, whilst they're prominently available to everyone on the internet, they've been covered up. Despite being available, I just cross-verified who this woman was quite quickly on the mainstream media website, so they're not hiding it.
As well, and the background of the work that they're doing is, it is 24 hours a day, so they are we're all assisting each other, I suppose.
You notice the many friends you see after the meeting in the hall, none of them say anything.
What?
What have you learned from listening to 5 or 6 friends of Nicola Bulley? What have you actually learned? Nothing. Nothing at all.
That's the point. They don't know anything. They're asking for people to come forward with help. What I've learned from watching a couple of interviews from these people is fucking loads because of the body language stuff. But what you've got, Alan, nothing. Nothing at all. Remember that. What we've done on our channel, on our lives, on our playlists, this is actually does get me a little bit touchy, actually. I should try and chill out. The playlists. Now you said that, I'm thinking, fucking hell, yeah, I'm getting really eggy with Alan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. What you can learn from all these interviews, like Paul Ansel especially, that Paul Ansel Channel 5 interview, that one, you can learn so much from it. So much from it, Alan. But what you're telling us, Alan, what you can learn from it is nothing. Nothing. Unless Alan tells you what to think.
So you're, and Nicholas,
let's let it roll for a bit, because otherwise we'll never get through it.
Hope that she is found safe and well.
Absolutely 100%.
Perfect.
She asked to report it was okay. Yes, it was very good. And she was never seen again. She was taken out by the police and told to be quiet, in my opinion.
In your opinion?
It's my witness who says that Nicola was seen laughing and joking minutes before she disappeared.
No such witness.
Now you've got all those bits of the puzzle.
Fake
now perhaps
pieces.
you can believe Isla a bit more.
Fake
maybe you can believe in
news.
that.
Alan is fake
She
news.
spoke to Stephanie. She didn't speak to Emma. She spoke to Stephanie. Listen.
Disappeared off the face of this earth. She's the friend that Isla Trequois spoke to and spoke of. At last, we now have the trail in front of
I've
us.
been to the location. I was up there twice last week. I've spoken to her friend, and I spoke
Right, Minky.
to one of the, probably the last person to see her alive, one of the other dog walkers.
The altercation.
Hang on, wait. This is brilliant. This is brilliant.
She's the friend that Isla Trequois spoke to and spoke of. At last,
Normal speed. Look at
we
how
now
look at how Alan proves it by quickly editing their live broadcast. Look, check this out.
have the trail in front of us.
I've been to the location. I was up there twice last week. I've spoken to her friend, and I spoke
Stephanie.
to one of the, probably the last person to see her alive, one of the other
So that proves it then, because you just said it then.
the dog walkers.
The altercation too.
I asked him, I said,
altercation
how
too.
was she? They had a little exchange as he was coming along the path about the dog and the lead, etc. And he said she's fine. I didn't. And I spoke to one of the, probably the last person to see her alive, one of the other dog walkers. And I asked him, I said, how was she? They had a little exchange as he was coming along the path about the dog and the lead, etc. And he said specifically, say, do you think she was under the influence of alcohol?
Well, the story comes together.
Last person to see Nicola Bully shares their impression among these issues, right? Isla spoke to the dog walker who was the last person to see her. All confirmed by Stephanie. All confirms about what's going on in the hall. The puzzle's complete.
Brilliantly there. Isla says she was up there and she spoke to a friend. That friend, as we all know now, is Stephanie. Yeah. To the altercation 2, who in turn told Isla the story they told Stephanie. All neatly put together by Sophie.
So Sandra told Sophie that Andy told Stephanie, told Lucy, told Sarah that the altercation 2 were being put across the river, and they met Nicola, who met Paul, and said that Alison said to Stephanie, said to like, what? Like, are you a fucking clown? Is this a joke show? Is this what this is? Is this a parody? Is this like, you know, when those comedy programs where they like pretend to be the news and they're not really the news and it's all a joke? Is that what this is really? Is Alan going to turn around and he's Ali G, and he's like thinks he's funny? Like, this is the worst load of bollocks I've ever heard.
I thank her for her work, but I wonder again, why is she silent now?
She never was.
Banished.
He's just repeating it, repeating it.
Taken off.
Pattern of the narcissist,
Both
repeating,
videos are now
manipulative,
no longer available.
like bully you with this stuff, beat you up with this stuff, filling time in the crap video that he's got no content for. He could have said, it could have took him 2 minutes to say, I think Stephanie was this person in the newspaper. I found this newspaper, this Daily Mirror from the first day or whatever, and it says here this, this, and this, and I think Stephanie's the one that said it because I think she was at the town hall. You know, and we'd have said, oh, you can think that, but it's a load of bollocks. But, like, you know, you can think what you like, I suppose, can't you? But instead, he spent, like, over an hour now on this.
On the big wide web or Google search is gone, whooshed. And so is Isla.
Whoosh,
Isla is
swoosh.
already whooshed as well.
Whoosh.
You see the pattern now? Watch how the senior investigating officer also neglects to mention the altercation or anything after 9:10. This is a massive red flag.
No, this is a press conference where she was brought in to say, listen, you fuckers, stop talking a load of shit. These are the facts that we know, and these are what we don't know. And that's why they didn't even say she took the phone to the bench. They said the phone moved to the bench, because we're not going to say something unless we know it as what we consider to be a fact. I still don't think they were right on their facts even. I think they go on things like witness statements, which I don't know if they're completely corroborative You know, if you get sent to the electric chair and so someone said they think they saw you, I'd be like, well, you didn't see me, and I think I did, so electric chair for you. Like, fuck off. Like,
Becky's been told to eliminate the altercation.
she's been told to shut down all this bullshit because for hurting the family, Alan. And you're doing it again. You're doing the Chris Watts thing again. You're doing the Frankie Rusick thing again. She told them to stop talking shit because it hurts the family. And Alan has heard that message, stopped talking shit for a little bit, and now he's coming back to say, do you remember when she told me to stop talking shit? Well, that in itself is a reason for me to talk more shit. So I should hurt the family more. Ah. And then she's gonna, if she heard him saying it, she would just think, you fucking clown.
Been extremely fortunate from the very start of this inquiry to have a number of witnesses, key witnesses, who know Nicola. So there is no miscommunication about the identification of who was in that field.
Those witnesses, those dog walkers, include the altercation too.
No, they don't.
Why are you discounting their evidence? It's the most credible evidence you have, Becky.
No, it's not.
It's at the vital time, that vital 10 minutes, the epicenter. Why aren't you mentioning them?
Because you'd be in jail.
The movements of key witnesses, which is why we were able to give a timeline of events quite quickly, but reiterating that we were remaining open-minded.
Line of events started at the 9:15 information you had from the altercation 2 on the 27th of Jan. Why have you dropped that vital evidence?
Was last seen in the field, which we called the field, about 9:10 that morning.
Your own police force said she was last seen on the towpath at 9:15. You're actually not telling us the truth, are you, Becky?
No, she's revised what happened after she found out more of the facts. Like, updated the story. Like, you can't say, oh, on day one, you put out a missing persons poster that said she was last seen at around 9:15. So if you don't say it's 9:15 from now on forever, then fuck you, you're wrong. And I'm Alan. Like, you can't do that. You can't do it.
Why?
Time things normal. She was walking her dog Willow, who was off the lead. And again, a number of issues and inconsistencies have been raised in relation to Willow and her harness. It was really normal for Willow not to have her harness on. They never kept the harness on. When the harness would be taken off Willow when they entered the field and would only be put back on when they were ready to leave the field.
I tell you what, I would say, and you can't hear her very well because Alan's got her turned down on his video because he's an idiot. But I would say that I don't know about this harness. She's got her information that she thinks really confident. She's, I need to do this. I need to do the coverage of their press conferences, don't I? But she's confident. She thinks she's telling it as it is here. She's gone and got her ducks in order, and this is what it says in my file. It might not be right, but it's what she fucking confidently thinks, yeah? So what? Like, what does Alan know about a fucking dog harness by a bench? Alan hasn't left his fucking local area except to go and either visit a brothel or a poker game. Do you know what I mean? Like... Alan doesn't know anything. You're right down there, Cat. You're right, Cat. Alan doesn't know anything. Alan doesn't have a clue, really. He's gone over this and he's found some old things of a Facebook and he's made up a load of shit, hasn't he? Alan's irrelevant. Remember this, people who are watching this, especially Alan, if you watch it, Alan's irrelevant. Alan's got no value to us here now on YouTube. Alan, we can do without.
So at approximately 9:10, a witness that knows her had the last sighting, and that was at the upper field.
To school, I'd say liar, liar, pants on fire.
Would
Your
you?
own website says 9:15.
To the police on the internet, you'd say they're liars, would you, Alan?
God, it's so blatantly
I'm
lying.
quite confident it is around that time.
Alan's an expert in lying, though. I will say that.
We then know from digital data that at some time around 9:20, we believe that Nicola's handset had moved towards the bench area.
Your iPhone 47 from...
Yeah, I think this was really good language, though. I remember when this woman said this. Sorry, this woman. The police... I don't know all the names, and I'm very tired, but the police lady said this, right? And she said that the handset was moved to the bench. Well, not was moved. Handset moved to the bench. She didn't say Nicola moved, because we've got no corroborative evidence of that. Phone moving doesn't mean Nicola moving. So I was pleased she said that. I thought this was good because she's not just going to say, oh, I think because maybe this, maybe then that this, and someone said in the town hall that they said that someone said they saw that this. She's not saying any of that. She's telling me the facts as she believes them, the facts that have been corroborated send someone back and ask them again. Check, can that be checked? And then I'm going to say it on the news. Not Alan, I make it all up off just because I've had a cup of tea and a fucking couple of lagers and I just fucking thought this up and need to say something on the internet today because I've got nothing. But if I don't stop saying shit on the internet, I'll stop getting money. Alan, like, come on, Alan, you've got nothing.
Officer Becky, complete with wings that will fly its way to the bench.
Be holding her phone out in front of her, listening to it. And we can say, from a witness that knows her that morning, that is what she was doing.
The altercation to tell you that they saw Nicola walk along the towpath looking at her phone. Quite possible. She was looking at her phone when she reached the towpath.
So that would explain why she doesn't have her phone in her pocket. We then know...
Do you remember that? He cut her off there and jerked it along because it made her sound more credible. But that was the moment where she was basically alluding to the TikTokers who were saying, oh, why hasn't she got a phone and this and that? Well, we know why she hasn't got a phone. Here's the reason. Next question. Thing. And people were asking her questions and she was making very clear and concise answers. So I thought it was good. But, yeah.
33, a local dog walker who was walking a dog.
It doesn't mean that she knows everything. She's not like the Wizard of Oz. She's just saying what she thinks.
Between the bench and the gate.
These are the facts as they stand on the ground right now.
Becky, 9:33 is only 5 minutes after the altercation 2 saw.
There's no altercation
Nicola
2, so there's no problem.
Laughing.
Solve that one, Alan.
Joking about an altercation over a lead and a dog.
There was no altercation and there were no 2.
Penny failed to see Nicola Bully.
What?
When she's right in the window of time. And that's why the police can't tell you that Nicola was spotted at 9:25, 9:26.
What?
Because that would put Penny in the frame of seeing Nicola. Now you've got to remember that the caravan crew took over.
It is
the
boring,
scene
isn't it, Saz? I mean, I'm trying to.
from 9:33 to 10.
I'm not going to do loads of these in the future. I did see this one and thought, I haven't done a lot of these. It's detracting, and I'm detracting him. If it was Darkside Field, I imagine right now, is it his day off or is there really if it was DSP and I went live. Yeah, level 2 podcast. They're watching DSP right now. Look.
Burned down
his Minecraft house. How does he feel?
Set fire to his house in The Sims.
You know what?
The house
Psycho
that
Dad,
Papa Bear
he's
built.
fucking more than welcome to rant about me. Because you know what?
Maybe I should get some people in to talk with me. That'll make it a bit more cheerful, wouldn't it? They've got multiple people talking, but they're watching this guy playing his game and telling you. It's not as straight. Like with Phil, he's just generally being Phil, and you just watch him, and then every now and then he'll do something, and you'll be like, oh my god, he's done this. But generally he's being boring in the background in some of these restreams. But with us, Alan keeps saying all this shit. And the problem we've got is that Alan keeps repeating it. And it's important that I go through this at least once like this, I suppose, because these are the techniques of a narcissist. This is what a narcissist will do, is they'll beat you down, they'll grind you down. At first you won't take it. The first time he says it, you'll be like, this is bollocks, this is crap. And then they'll keep doing it, and eventually you're like, all right, I'll take that amount of bollocks and crap, but I'm not taking any more up to a certain point. And then they keep doing it and keep doing it, and then okay, I'll take bollocks and crap then. And it becomes like just their bollocks and crap forever. That's Alan. Like, this is what it's like. This is the reality. And I've even got him on speed up.
9:33 to 10.
And I've put some nice music in the background to make it more bearable.
1 hour 17 minutes. 1 hour 17 minutes. They were in control of everything. Why the silence?
Because they didn't know where Nicola was. They were looking for her.
The mobile phone
There was no
was on the
silence. They
bench.
contact the police and they contact the wait and see if she turns up.
Is halfway between the bench.
Do you know what? To be fair, if I was at the park and I found like someone's dog and a phone, like I don't think the first thing I'd do is be like, right, police, let's get them here now. The police now. Like, I'd be like, right, should we have a look? Should we see if they're about? Maybe they're over here, maybe they're over here. By the time we'd all fucked about and some other ladies at the park had said this and we'd had a look and a fuck about, and maybe I should phone this thing off the phone then or whatever. Until it might be an hour. It doesn't mean that everyone cover up, does it? And we can talk about these other people. We need to do a stream on Penny and all that because I haven't done one yet. But I just think it's weird the way Alan's saying, right, we've got this little window here now, so therefore everything this now. Whereas last week it wasn't everything this now that. It was everything something else this now that. Alan is a narcissist and a bully and a manipulator. And so all of this, remember this, all of what he's doing is to convince. Really, it looks like he's trying to do some true crime. What it really is about, it's about these people in his chat, right? And if you do participants, can I do participants? Not now because it's not live, shame. But he hasn't got that many. And of them, there are a certain few that give him money. It's not like loads and loads of people all over the world are handing Alan cash. He's actually got a small group of people who give him quite a lot of money. So what his whole thing is about is entertaining the idea in their heads that he's some important online internet man and that he's worthy of this money. So it's sort of a performance for them as much as it is for himself and his ego to sound like he likes hearing himself chunter. I mean, I'm a super chuffer. I'm the Chufferman. I'm the Chufferman. Like I'm Alan's bogeyman now, aren't I? I'm his Chufferman, his detractor, along with some what I discovered to be some really interesting and good people that have also been trying to keep Alan to account over the years. So, yeah, let's let him roll.
I think Sophie Benyon has handed in.
Yeah, you're
this
right. He's got no one
information.
else to talk to, has he?
Definitely. Who spoke to the altercation too and then passed it.
But like I said, this isn't like when other people make videos. Like Alan hasn't needed to make this video for this. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's not like someone's come up with an important. Like, when we look at, how do I explain this? Paul Ansell did an interview. I needed to record that. I needed to cut out all the bits of adverts and the show so that we could do a reaction. Because man, I needed to react to that. Like, some things I want to talk on the internet. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's like what it's like sometimes on YouTube. But for Alan, he's got up in the morning, he's like, right, I need to do a video today and it needs to be on this Nicola Bully thing and I need to talk about and I need to be proved right and I need to be the big I am, and these drives that he's got, it's not the same as other people. Do you know what I mean? It's not normal what he's doing on the internet. Like the way he's the armchair detective and he's the big one and he's got this presence and this written a book and all, like, he's not like normal people who are like Alan's a cock. Do you know what I mean? He's a narcissistic cock. So
onto the police. That's what I think happened. Okay, why tell us the phone was found on the bench when you know it was found on the ground 2 foot from the bench, as we call it in UK, on the floor?
That witness makes a number before returning home. She then returns and makes a number of phone calls to people because at that point she doesn't know who the dog belongs to.
That's Penny, the campsite owner, who knows, I'm sure she knows Paul.
the reason we're now talking about Penny is because we're watching one of his old videos on his for content now. We're watching one of his old videos and it just happens to be talking about this, so he's rambling on to a different thing now.
She's lived there all her life, and I'm sure that Paul has visited that campsite. In fact, I know he has.
Alan now tells us he knows that Paul has visited the campsite.
Paul, in the village this side, she's lived there all her life, and I'm sure that Paul has visited that campsite. In fact, I know he has.
I know he has.
Because you'd be in jail.
Yeah, true. Facts. They're facts. Alan's verified it. He's been down there and talked to Penny.
Who can't assist her, and following a number of inquiries, eventually people return to the bench.
Well, that's interesting. Is that this over an hour time gap between finding it and anybody doing anything about it? Because you said that Ron was there at 9:33. You said that Penny was there at 9:33.
I'm confused now.
And now you're saying eventually people returned to the bench. Well, where did they go at 9:33 till 10?
Please, Alan.
New slip there from Becky. She said that they went away after 9:33 and eventually came back. Well, eventually gives you that hour they went missing, right? Did they all discover it at 9:33 and just go away and come back later?
What?
50.
Like, this is onto some... Do you know what I mean? This is like pure conjecture, confusion, just spinning things around. I think I might have to skip past that shit because now we're talking about Ron and Penny and we've moved on to something completely different. Alan was going to prove to us that there's a witness who came forward at the village hall, and he hasn't proved to us there's a witness who came forward at the village hall. Not at all. The person who came forward at the village hall in the paper literally said, I saw someone else who was a witness. And that's all of it. That's all of this. Isn't it? That's all of this.
Did they all leave the dog, the phone, everything there for an hour and eventually return? Is this where it all goes pear-shaped? In the 9:33 to 10?
I can only think that these people are living in fear. They're all scared to speak. The friends, Paul, Emma, caravan crew, they're all scared to speak. Something big's going on down that way. I just can't work out what it is.
What?
50. Now,
a conspiracy now.
Now we know the truth. Becky just told us. They went and made some inquiries and eventually come back. Do you know what eventually means, Becky? A long time after. We were led to believe that people were there all the time from 9:33, and now you're just telling us they eventually did something about it, which is true. And that's why we had 9:33 to 10:50 with nothing going on. What were they planning all that time?
Recover the handset and Willow, and we find out that obviously they belong to Nicola.
I wonder if she just said eventually and obviously and things like that as just like words. I don't know if exactly, you know, I'm gonna have to go over the police thing. Yeah, I'm going to have to go over that. But Alan is not really making a point here, is he?
Is then raised with the local school, who then in turn contact Paul, Nicola's partner, who then makes to the scene.
Hey, Claire.
There is no evidence whatsoever or information to suggest any third-party involvement or Nicola leaving that field.
I didn't think we'd push 4 a.m. with this tonight.
Well, I can't believe she said that. There's no evidence of third-party involvement or anything. No evidence of her being seen. I've just spent an hour and a half telling you that she was seen at 9:26, 9:27.
No, you haven't.
No evidence.
Oh my God. Do you know what? I need to press some of these buttons.
Game over, man. It's game over.
What are we
Game
gonna
over,
do?
man.
We got
Game
a big
over.
problem.
We got a big problem. He just said it himself.
I've just spent an hour and a half telling you that she was seen at 9:26, 9:27.
I've just spent an hour and a half telling you she was seen at 9:26, 9:27. That sums it up, doesn't it? The man can spend an hour and a half telling you one thing, and he himself gets wrong the one thing he's just spent an hour and a half telling you. He spent an hour and a half telling you that they were there at 9:10 with his phantom people. 9:10. And then the old chuffer with his incontinence and his confused, muddled brain.
No evidence of her being seen. I've just spent an hour and a half telling you that she was seen at 9:26, 9:27.
No, Alan, you spent an hour and a half telling us she was there at 9:10. Even you are confusing yourself with your own bollocks.
Game over, man. It's game over.
27. No evidence of third-party
Yeah,
involvement.
fast
Just
forward
told
to
you
the dissing,
that she
yeah.
was seen with other people, Becky, on the towpath at 9:25,
Yeah.
9:26, 9:27. The police do a lot of backfilling and a lot of covering up in this case and react. They're not proactive, they react. Telling you she went in the water. They're telling you nobody else was involved. They can't do that unless they know. I want to mention that one. You want to mention Lady in Red and obscure things, right? You've got two witnesses there. I mean, I think it's a criminal. The police are withholding those two witnesses from you.
What? He does go on a bit of a rant about the police here, and it's just fucking disgusting. Like, who is he to say any of this? Who is this idiot to say any of this? We are going to skip on now because I literally can't take any more of his nonsense. But we will listen to the dissing at the end because it's not sneak dissing, it's just outright, isn't it? So we will listen to this. We live in his head rent free.
I can't claim to know the truth.
I can't claim to know the truth, he says, after spending an hour and a half claiming to know the truth based on somebody said to somebody else they saw somebody at the village hall who said that somebody else said to somebody else that they'd seen somebody at 9:10. He got the times wrong at the end in his own video. The man is an arse. The man is an arse. He's not a narcissist. He's an arsicist. He's the world's first. He transcends narcissism. At least narcissists, and I'll say this, but I don't necessarily believe it. Hang on, edit, undo what I just did. Undo that. Let's have my camera, edit, transform. The man is the world's first narcissist. I don't think we've encountered one before in the wild. Narcissists, they think they're a bit of the cock of the hoop. They think they're brilliant. Some of them can not be right about that, but at least some of them can be good at stuff sometimes. The man's an narcissist. Too much bitterness, Caroline. What it is I'm tired, Caroline, and I've just listened to him for an hour and a half, and then he said it himself at the end. I've just spent an hour and a half telling you that she was there at 9:10. That's it. That's all he had tonight. Someone said that she was there at 9:10. And I can tell you, I can sum it up for you now. Day one, somebody said that they saw someone who said that they'd seen Nicola. The police followed it up, came to nothing. So they did a shutdown on that, the police. They did a press conference to say, can you stop spreading lies and conjecture? Hurtful lies that confuse people and hurt the case. Alan, a few months now down the line, now that Nicola's been found, has stirred up those same exact lies and started saying them again. So I guess it's not that, I'm not, you can go to bed, Louise. listen to it in bed. Fiona's in bed, exactly. Fiona's in bed. I'm not in the right frame of mind maybe to like make loads of jokes. And sometimes, I mean, let's be fair, this does get a little bit serious because he's asking people for money off the back of this. And this gets into that territory that people find so disgusting. I make a lot of videos about Nicola Bulley, God help me. But I don't think I'm trying to wring her out like a money rag. Like, whereas for Alan, like I said, he's got this strange problem in his mind that he's going to have to get up and he's going to have to try and like it's this thing. It's like this competition thing about who can do the biggest Nicola Bulley video, and he can't. He can't do anything. He's not got the skills. He's not got the knowledge, the know-how. He's not got the insider information. He's got nothing. And so his job, Alan's job here, is to convince a confused audience of a small number of people who, for some reason, still want to give him money through the manipulation. And we discussed it in the narcissism thing. The narcissism thing. The narcissist abuses and uses people. And those people... Yes, Cat. Do you want to come up? Oh, no. Do you want to come up? Come on. Just come up. Why are you running away? The narcissist abuses and uses people, and the people that they abuse and use, they manipulate so that those people think that they like it. Oh, I quite like our relationship. It's not that bad. It could be worse. He's quite a good chuffer, really, and he only lost his temper that once. It's horrible stuff. It's horrible stuff. So Alan is just digging over some old lies, and his reason for doing it is forget Nicola and her memory, and forget who it hurts and who it matters to, and forget her kids that might one day watch this or whatever. Forget any of that, right? What it matters to Alan is I just need to make some super chats. I wonder how much that... he made £600 yesterday, do you remember? With all of his tippies and his... Yeah, it's not about the money for me in terms of I'm angry he made £600. Why does he feel the need to come on and do this again the next day? It's like when you see it's just disgusting. It's just disgusting to grift and grind so readily and so quickly, and to not be grateful. And I wonder what he's doing. I worry that he's got a gambling addiction. I keep saying it. I worry about him having a gambling addiction because I've seen so many people just like him in these positions do exactly that. And it would be horrific if he were taking all this money under false pretenses and pissing it all up the wall. But at some point we just have to say fuck it.
I can tell you that 2 witnesses saw her around 9:25, and it seems, why would they lie? If they were lying, why weren't we told they're lying when it's been exposed in the media? Like they told us the fisherman was looked into, the red van was looked into, this, that, and the other was looked into,
they
Blue
just
Glove
did.
was looked into. Why wasn't this looked into?
They just basically
The
said...
police took their word for it on day 1, 27th of January.
No, they didn't.
They repeated what the altercation 2 said, that they saw it at 9:15.
No such thing as the altercation 2. No one. He's just said the police said it, but they didn't. It was on a missing persons poster, and some woman in the hall said that she said someone else had said it.
They said that. They didn't say what Mr. Lass said, that he saw her at 9:10 on the Rowan Water path. No. The police repeated what the dog walkers said, 9:15 on the towpath. If she's on the towpath at 9:15, why are the police scared to say it? Why are the police afraid to say it? Why do all the friends seem like they've got
Alan trying to anger the police now. The police are afraid of Alan. So if you're listening, the police, he thinks they're afraid of... Obviously, I'm afraid of the police, I am. But Alan, the police are afraid, Alan is saying. Alan's having a pop at the police.
Someone behind their back saying, don't say anything. Why is everybody so scared? Who silenced the truth?
Nobody. I'm trying to get to the truth, and you're talking a load of shit, and all that shit gets in the way.
I've got to ask you the question.
Meow.
Those of you that have been with me for the last hour 38.
If you can stand it, Alan.
Do you believe the police that the last sighting was 9:10 at the top field? Or do you believe what I've just showed you? The last sighting was on the towpath by the altercation 2.
Be careful how you vote, because some of you are on thin ice. Right? Cat's going to try and climb up my trousers. I hate it when she does this because it scratches on my crotch. Be careful how you vote, right? Let's start a poll. Do you believe... Let me get it right. Should I spell it dyslexically for Alan? Do you believe the cat's climbed up then? Do you believe the police or Alan? That's the poll. And then you want police. No, Alan should go first. Alan, and then the police, who are always lagging behind Alan. Do you believe the police or Alan? I'm going to ask you a little poll. I don't go and fucking care what you think. But there's your little poll, which Alan started doing those now since we've been doing them. Do you believe the police or Alan? And what Alan's trying to confirm here at the end of his period of manipulation, it's a classic narcissistic trait. This is classic. Again, Alan is very, very transparent in his behaviour and very predictable. This is a narcissistic trait where they will check to see the narcissist will check to see if the abuse is working. They'll check to see if the manipulation is working. You know, do you agree? Do you follow through? What do you think? And they'll make sure that the message has got through. You know, it's important for Alan to see the result of for an hour and a half, he considers this his work, in a way. This is his art, the grift. For an hour and a half, he's fucking gone on and on and on at you, talked a load of rubbish. We've seen the only thing he wanted to say was, I think that there were some people there at 9:15, 9:10, and they got scrubbed from the record. I think the police, for some reason, scrubbed. So what about that, eh? That's what he wanted to say for an hour and a half. He hasn't managed to, you know. So do you believe the police or Alan? And that's Alan's poll in his chat will be different to our poll, won't it? But
and some others.
Also, I'm going to say, I didn't put it on the poll, but there's another third option, which you don't have to believe either. They might both be wrong. Right? It's okay. We don't know. Like, the police don't know. What the police are saying is, we don't know. We're looking for as much information as possible. And what Alan's saying is, I know 100% for a fact because someone said to somebody else who said to somebody that it put it in the mirror.
Do you believe the last sight of Nicola Bulley was 9:10?
And if you're watching one of Alan, if you're people from Alan's house and Alan's friends, you know, if you're these, what do you call them, the wrenches, somebody's got to watch it all, haven't they? If you're watching, Alan will be, but if you're watching and you're a wrench, am I wrong? Am I wrong? I'm trying to be fair. Am I wrong? Alan did say all this stuff. He thinks that it's these two people who didn't exist that he made up. And he said he was going to make up a name for them.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Grandmaster Sid Sophos sent tippies. Shout to Yanni in the house. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Shout to Yanni in the house. Yeah, if Dream Big says they believe Willow, I wish we could ask. If you voted for Alan, you need help. It's only a fun poll. I don't know. But if any of Alan's peoples are here, am I being wrong? Am I being unfair? Didn't he not say that? It's him or the police. Yeah, and the police are saying that they didn't think these altercation to, the encounter to, the woman from the telly said encounter. Alan changed it and made up altercation. And then he's saying there's an altercation, there's no evidence of this. He's saying that these people existed, there's no evidence of that. Someone else said that they said it. Am I being wrong here? Isn't that what he's been telling you for an hour and a half? And is that important? And is that valid and worthy of your time for an hour and a half? Has he not just wasted all of our evenings with his bullshit again? Is this not obvious to people, you know? Please rest up tomorrow.
Not filled, or do you believe
let's finish him off, yeah.
Like the police told you at 9:15. Which police report do you believe?
And once we've done this, we'll finish off with
9:10?
some of these tarot cards. I'll do something special with you.
On the towpath.
Something nice.
9:10 at Rowan Border, or 9:15, the altercation on the towpath. You decide. I'm watching this time. I'm watching every one of you. I want to know your truth.
That's nice, Alan.
Were the police lying to you? Has there been a wall of silence? We've seen Eisler discredited.
These are your options, though. Yes or no. Has there been a wall of silence? Yes or no. Are the police lying to you? Yes or no. Master manipulator at work here, Alan.
We've seen Peter Folin discredited.
What the hell? I didn't do this live because I wasn't bothered to watch it. I was doing something else. And then I kind of put it on in the background while I was messing about cooking. And he said a couple of things, and I thought, oh, for fuck's sake, Alan, it can't be this bad. If it's just a normal interview, the thing is, right, if Alan just done a normal episode and just said some stuff and brought up some facts, that's it. Alan's just done his thing. But he didn't do that. He talked a whole real load of shit. When I say a load of shit, I mean like a fucking load of shit. So he encourages me to do it because he's such an arse. I don't have to always do it. Like, at the moment, it's been fun for a few episodes of stream, hasn't it? So I'll do what I like on my B-side. Tomorrow we're playing Genshin Impact on the Twitch. That's what we do at the weekends. This is my weekend fun. I had to switch it on and just start talking. And Bad Gambler will do your tarot cards, yeah.
In the name of what? In the name of what? Of course, it could be neither. A lot of people think that Nicola was never even there.
Yes,
It could be neither. But even neither, it's... I'm right, right? Even if it's neither.
Or neither. Neither. Alan is a fucking knob.
Sadly, I have to tell you my own story before I leave.
Oh, you bet you should do.
And it's a pretty scary story.
Scary story.
Because I personally suffer from depression and anxiety.
No, you don't.
I've got a man that lives in Norway who's been stalking me for 5 years.
Hang on.
It's called Doen. This
Man.
week, he's made 7 videos about me. Just this week.
You've got a man?
This week, he's made 7 videos about me.
You've got a man?
association with a restaurant that he exposed to the public, they had bomb threats.
Is this the
I lived
victim
in a nice
segment?
house in Western Supermare, and he exposed it from every angle.
Is this the victim segment? So Alan's a chuffer. I don't know. And he's going to tell us lies again, yeah. I don't know about this person, but I know that what I can tell you for a fact is Alan's a bad chuffer, and he's pissed loads of people off over the years. And he takes a load of bullshit and turns it into a load of bullshit, and then everyone should feel sorry for him. And Alan's got problems, and at the end of his big thing where he's been doing all this bollocks, now he's going to do his begging segment, and this is his victim segment.
Angle, my house where I live, after making these videos of hate, which now number over 1,000. If you don't know about it, then he's called Doen.
Oh, Dean. You mean Martin Dean? I thought you were saying DM, like Carpe Diem. It's the way you speak, Alan. We can't understand you all the time. You mean Martin? Martin makes funny little videos about you say something on your channel, and then Martin cuts it and puts it with some funny music, and it's you really, Alan. He's not like doing some hate world of hate. He's not like putting your head on like the fucking devil or anything. It's just you say something, it's stupid, and Martin puts it on the channel and holds you to account. It's called detracting. Lots of people do it. Like, big ups Martin. Like, what the fuck is how dare you, Alan, accuse this man of these, like, because in today's day and age, you're basically calling him like a hateful troll person, aren't you? But that's like saying, like, all the stuff you've done is hateful trolling of the police today, Alan. And poor you, Alan. You're there giving these Lancashire police a load of shit, and like, is it not one rule for one and one the other? Why are you suddenly now so vulnerable when you were on the attack earlier and you were giving everyone a load of shit? But now you're a sad little vulnerable little boy who needs all these ladies to protect him with money. Like, come on, Alan. Come on.
He makes video after video about me. Endlessly. It's got to stop.
Alan, it will stop if you shut the fuck up and stop making videos.
I don't know how to stop it, but I've got
Shut the fuck up.
That's now, because he's living in England. He's moved from England, from Norway to England.
Get your facts right.
And of course, it's now much worse.
I can't believe it. I just don't believe it.
5 years. He's now living in England. The restaurant I frequent has had bomb threats. I myself have had death threats.
Oh,
I
man.
don't know where to start or where to finish with it.
Classic detraction. Classic detraction. I'm not saying that anyone should do any bomb threats. I'm not saying that. And I don't believe Alan when he says it. Yeah? But, because Alan's proven to me now that he's going to speak a load of shit on the internet. So I don't just believe Alan when he says something. That seems ridiculous. But, on the other side of things, Alan thinks he's like, oh my god, I'm on the internet and people are saying things about me and stuff. Like, on Kiwi farms and stuff, like, you don't know the levels that this goes to. Like, people have been swatted, people have been shot by the police, people have had, like, 1 million pizzas and something funny like that, but also some quite dark stuff. So, Alan thinks that because someone has, like, been angry enough to, like, have a pop at him or a poke at him, that he's in some way this, like, poor victim that everyone should protect. It's not that, Alan. You should stop being like you are and people wouldn't be angry at you. But I'm not going to believe that because somebody is your enemy, you're going to tell me they're committing crimes and I'm to believe you. It's just ridiculous, Alan. It's ridiculous, Alan. Because someone is your enemy, you're going to then go, like, imagine this. Alan's just told me, I don't like this man. This man's problems for me. Really, Alan? Oh, yeah, he's done this really bad thing. Oh, has he, Alan? You just told me you've got bias.
This. But you need to know. Because I'm in danger.
No, you're not.
From this man.
Don't be silly. The only danger you're in is exposure so that people stop watching your videos. You know what I mean, Alan? If someone wanted to go and hurt you, they'd have already just turned up and hurt you. So that's a ridiculous thing to say. You just told me he knows all your address and everything. So if he wanted to hurt you, he'd be there hurting you, wouldn't he? So it's ridiculous to pretend that you think you're in some sort of danger. That's not what's happening, Alan. What's happening is you're in danger of losing your livelihood if all your bullshit is exposed and people stop giving you money.
I'm trying to get justice for Nicola, but I'm distracted by this man.
No, you're not really trying to get justice for Nicola. You're trying to get money for yourself.
He hates me so badly, he makes 7 videos a week against me.
You churn out enough bullshit, Alan, and Martin has got so much content to use. He can only just about probably squeeze out 7 videos a week amongst the rest of his actual busy life. And he's thinking, which 7 best bits should I use? Because there's so much here, I could probably do 70.
Hatred against me. He's told the world that I'm a P. He's told the world that I'm like Jimmy Savile. He's told the world that I sell children to America with Dr. B. I wouldn't be surprised if someone burnt my house down. He followed me wherever I go. If I go away on a tour, I play poker. He tracks me down and exposes which room I am in a hotel.
That's funny, isn't it?
If I play poker, he comes on the live stream.
I'm not suggesting we harass people and follow them around and all that, but do you know what I mean? When people like Alan are being dickheads and then someone exposes where they're playing poker, ha ha ha. But also, it's not about that, is it? It's about holding you to account, isn't it, Alan? Because you're asking for all this money and you're saying you're having to do all this stuff, and at the end of the year you haven't got any money, and then you need money for your court case, but you're going to represent yourself, and then you're off playing poker. And if you've got depression, what are you doing going around playing poker and going to all these bars playing poker? I thought for a minute ago you had to stay at home and paint paintings. It's like this double life and these double standards. So someone is exposing you and you don't like it.
He makes threats live. He tells people where I am in London when I'm out and about. Even when I'm in Leicester Square. He shows pictures of the park where I walk my dog.
What it is, Alan, is people are trying to hold you to account because... What the fuck's this? Oh, there you are. Because you say that you're desperate for money and that you need them all to pay you the money for this. You haven't got a house and you can't afford this. And then you're off sleeping in a hotel in Leicester Square. So what is it, Alan? Because I'm not able to just necessarily... Like, people who tip me, I don't expect that they could just jump into Leicester Square hotels and do this and that. You seem to have the cash. And maybe it's because you're quick and easy with the funds that are coming through. Or maybe you're a bit more well-heeled than you'd like people to believe because it doesn't suit your grift. But Martin's holding you to account there and you don't like it.
He shows pictures of where I walk my dog. I've had to move home 3 times. He's now living in England.
Alan, if you weren't such a shit, this stuff wouldn't happen. Would you stop your end of this? And then you can it'll all stop tomorrow. If you stop all this conjecture and slanderous libel and today you've said that woman, today you've accused that woman, one of Nicola Bulley's friends who spent days looking up and down the river for her, you've accused her of being a liar. Today, out of nowhere, you just picked that woman, she's a liar now. How dare you? If you watch Alan and you're one of his people that like him, what's wrong with that woman that was looking for Nicola Bulley? Is she so wrong now, is she? She's such a bad chuffer. She was distraught up and down that river looking for her friend. She's in the search crew, and Alan's decided, fuck her, she's a liar. I mean, it's a bit like me and Emma White, isn't it? Except Emma White did the interviews and said all this stuff. That woman did an interview and came across really well. Decide for yourself. Watch the interviews for yourself. That's what I'd encourage you to do. It's not... I wouldn't go on just what Scotty Hottie says or what Alan says. I certainly wouldn't go on what that ham-faced wanker says.
Of course, I'm afraid. Because he has a whole gang that follows his every whim, that makes the death threats against me.
What? Sorry. Martin Dean's got a gang. Martin Dean's a gang leader. It's like a mafia.
If he incites hate, he's not surprised that I get hate, surely. If you incite hatred against somebody, how can you not be surprised?
Didn't you just spend 5 minutes inciting hatred against Martin? Showing his stuff on the screen and...
If you show my house, I get threats. I've had to go to my doctors.
Now listen, there are a lot of nutty people out there, so I'm not about to start showing you my fucking address, yeah? But I had a public-facing business for a long time. I've got business accounts. And if someone's nutty enough, they could probably, you know, find certain things. Alan's been looking.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Armchair Detective sent tippies. Hello, my name is Alan the Armchair Detective, and my brain is a ball sack. I also like to sniff farts. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thank you very much. Is he a gammon? I don't know, Medway. He certainly looks like a piece of gammon, doesn't he? Yeah. Sorry, it threw me off. Oh, my brain, you know, my train of thought. Alan, what was I saying? He's a terrible man, isn't he? He's a terrible narc. Oh yeah, we're saying Martin's got a gang.
I've had to go to my doctors.
And I was going to say about how obviously I don't want to be doxxed. I don't want like my stuff online, but run a public-facing business, yeah. And ultimately, there are always going to be nutters out there. You know, you've always got to watch your back for a few nutters out there, of course. But I believe, and I'm poking a bit of a hornet's nest with some of Alan's nutters, maybe. But in general, if you're a good person, then people aren't going to want to come around your house and kick your head in. Like, if you haven't made a load of enemies out there, backstabbed people, lied, cheated, stolen content, stolen ideas, the Madeleine McCann case group, oh, we'll have that, oh, this and that, we'll have that. You know, if you haven't grifted people, you don't have to watch your back. Like, around my local town, there are probably 2 or 3 people who think I'm a bit of a chuffer, to be honest. And if I see them, then like, we look at each other and like, oh, you're a bit of a chuffer and I'm a chuffer. But we're not having that again, are we? No, okay, just leave it, all right. You know, like, but it could flare up. I don't know, you know, like, there's probably a couple of people like that. But in the main, everyone's good, you know. I just like say hi to people. Oh, hi, how you doing? You still doing that, are you? Oh, is it good? Oh, yeah, I haven't seen you for a while. You know, all right, how's it going? You know, and all that. In most places I go. I don't think Alan really has that. You know, I think he goes in places and acts like a big arsehole, and then people, when he leaves, they go, oh, that fucking arsehole. But his details are out there if people want to go and find them, because he's been convicted of like tax problem things, wasn't it? So I don't think it's doxing him, but you know, West Country restaurateur banned over lack of accounting records. The government one. Disqualification details. Alan Vinicum. Disqualification details, look. So I'm not, like, if that's your actual address that's published on the internet on Government House, disqualification details, I don't want to, I'm trying to be careful about, because I'm in the way here so you can't see it, which is good. But I don't want to, like, you know, I think that's the disqualification authority. It's an address. But, like, you know, the details of your disqualification from having a business because of the tax, that's on the internet, isn't it? I didn't do that. And like, if people are angry enough to like do mean things to you, Alan, then like, isn't that because you've made them angry? Or is it that you should be allowed to do whatever the fuck you want? And this whole free speech thing, remember, that he goes on about, is that free speech means Alan should be able to offend anyone and say anything about anyone, and, you know, like, Alan can say rude things about your mum, and then you can't say anything about Alan and do anything about it. But if Alan said rude things about my mum, then, okay, I'm not the sort of person to go and punch him on the nose for that. But some people might say, are you talking about my mum? I will punch you on the nose. You know, that's like common parlance in these parts, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Like, there are certain behaviours that people don't want to stand for, and they'll stand up against. And if your name and details and all that are on the internet because you're like, you've done a petty crime or a white collar crime or whatever, then it's funny, isn't it, to be the armchair detective and the crime finder, and he's the only one that's got like a criminal record.
Show you a bit of it.
Is it criminal?
You're probably trying to find out what doctor it is, but I'll read it to you. This is my proof.
Oh my god! Wait! Oh my god! Just a second, the cat's doing it. Okay, so this is going to be really funny for anyone who knows about Dark Side Phil, and I can't believe he's doing this. He's going to show you a piece of paper, and you know, wait. See this? See this? See that paper? Elon Musk coming round tomorrow proved it on the paper. Me and Joe Rogan are going to be starting a podcast. It says it on the paper, so. Proof, isn't it? Evidence. You can go and take that to the bank.
I know you recently discussed some problems you were having with low moods, anxiety, and worry. I'm glad that you've taken up our offer of counselling. Kindly make a face-to-face appointment.
It won't work because a narcissist will use therapy as a manipulation technique. He'll manipulate the therapist for his own personal ego massage, but narcissists don't really respond well to therapy. Alan, if anything, he's not really depressed. He's just facing the realities of his life, and he's not happy with it. The true vulnerable narcissist, deep down inside, knows their insecurities, knows them to be truths. They know that they are a petty, vindictive, sour little grape with nothing and nobody, and all the relationships have fallen to shit. And even this stuff on the internet that he thinks is Mr. Big Bollocks, all of a sudden, people see him for what he is, call him out. The internet's the worst place for him because there's loads of us to see him for what he is and call him out. And you watch the DSP with Mufti Mank. Insane. That is like your first introduction to him. Interesting. But yeah, this whole thing won't go well for Alan because the solution to it is to stop being an arsehole. And he's not going to learn that in therapy. They can't sit him down and say, Alan, you're an arsehole. Like, he's not going to pick that up. He might do cognitive behavioural therapy to think differently about the way he thinks. He won't take to it because arsehole. So, like, for Alan, the best thing he can do is get some medication that he can swig down with his vodka. Grandmaster Sid says he owes the tax man. I don't know it for a fact, so I can't say it. Me. But, like, you know, I'd like to uncover these facts, and I've said this before. I know he's got a lot of detractors who know the facts. It'd be good to get all that out. And this thing about this court case, he's saying, oh, it's civil, so it means nothing. Like, if they get him on it, they can take the money out of his earnings in the future. But the problem is, he won't have any earnings in the future because he pays himself out of what he makes, and he never makes enough, and he's always got an expense, and he's a wheeler dealer. But what it means is, he lives pitiless from hand to mouth, because he spends all his money as quick as he's got it. And he convinces himself that's a good thing, that it's like a technique, so he doesn't have to pay tax. But actually, it's a technique that's ruined his life because he's never got enough money, and he can never get any credit, and he can never do what he wants on time. And he's always got a blag and grift. And then he'll go to the poker one time and get a good shout, a bit of luck. Because poker's about luck as much as it's about skill, isn't it? You know, you've got to play the hand you're dealt. And if you get dealt the shit hand, then you've got bad luck, haven't you? And also, Alan's aggravating qualities will make him a good poker player in some ways, because being a massive narcissist gets you somewhere in poker. Like, you won't be able to read him on a bluff. I'll be able to read him like a charm, but most people will assume that he's like a normal person, and so will make the wrong readings of him. So he'll get through here and there and get some, you know, bit of money here and there. But what is it really in the big picture? You know, a little touch here and there to make do for all the times where he's grifting and struggling. And for a man like Alan, knowing that, like, there is the worst thing for it, and no offence to people in his chat, but they do seem to be mainly ladies, and they do seem to be slightly older ladies. Those ladies are the people that are providing for Alan, and deep down, he just cares about them like I care about my batteries on my phone, like they're just a resource to Alan. But he knows there's a sadness in it, like a sort of sad, you know, patheticness, is that he's draining these vulnerable people, and he's not a very, like, as a con man goes, and as a narcissist goes, he's not a very good one. Like, he's not the Wolf of Wall Street, is he? Like, he's not even the wolf of his own wallpaper. He's just like detritivore, isn't he? A petty little bottom feeder. He's reduced to this now. He's reduced to this. Total sum quality of life for Alan now in the near future is go on a couple of holidays, drink a few lagers, shag a few prozzers. That's it. You know, what's he got left? He's depressed. Come on, it's terrible to start using depression as a crutch. And the thing that frustrates me about it the most is that fair play if he's depressed, change your life, Alan, stop being an arsehole. You know, I'd have some sympathy, but you're being an arsehole and then saying to have sympathy for you, and there's people out there who are really depressed, who are really struggling, and some of them might have even given you money, Alan. You know, and now he's using this as some sort of weapon, crutch. It's disgusting. Sid, I don't know how to check it out, really. Like I said, like, there's a lot of information out there, and like people like you know it. So why don't you just come on my stream sometime and like, you know, show me the you know, what I need is a couple of people from the community that already know these things to say, right, Alan started here doing this, and then he did this, and then he did this, and here's this, and like we'll do it on a stream, and then we'll just like, there it is, I'll show you. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's good. Oh, thank you. You know, imagine having him on. You says what then? Like being covered in turkey sandwich meat, wafer thin turkey sandwich meat.
You know, registered online.
Registered as a pedo.
Go to your records. We're here for you. I live on my own with my little doggy.
If he's got a letter that says you're now registered online, like, it worries me, doesn't it? Is that something we should? Are you already on another register, Alan, or is that the first time you've been registered online? You know, I live with my little doggy for sympathy. Going to bring the doggy into it now.
My life's under threat, and now he's moved from Norway to England.
My life's under threat.
And I don't
Get
want to do
yourself some
about
security, Alan. Get yourself some security. Stop being a
Melissa's
pussy.
Communication Act is in my country. These videos he makes are putting my life in danger, and he won't stop. I've asked him to stop. He makes them day after day. He'll make another one tonight. Google him, Martin Dean. He hates my guts.
He hates my guts.
I don't think anything of him.
I don't think anything of him. I just decided to do an extended 45. Like, we've done an hour and a bit. We just extend this 45 minutes out to an hour to talk about him for like 15, 20 minutes. Don't think anything of him, but like gonna constantly like badger on about him at the end of this thing. Alan, you're so transparent. Like, Martin is right on your, like, got several chips on his shoulder, hasn't he? He's got more chips on his shoulder than a large cod and curry sauce. He's got more chips on his shoulder than, like, that's not vegan, but he's got more chips on his shoulder than Motorola, in that they have chips in the phone and you can put them on your shoulder. I don't know. Like, fucking hell. You can't expect me to be sharp all the time. He's got more chips on his shoulder than what's got loads of chips. What's got loads of chips? Like a BMW with a knocked off bonnet. Yeah, you're like a Beamer with a knocked off bonnet. You're an ice cream, but you're a cone, but there's no ice cream on it. You said you were strictly legit. I saw you quit. You're like Shakespeare without the sonnets. A knocked off Beamer with a drop top bonnet. You said there's a bird in the bush. I got 5, let's see it. I'll play the guitar till I complete it. Your Sinclair Spectrum without a joystick. Your rubber buttons on a damn straight jacket. MC Strafe, I make noise like Agassiz racket. I packed it, let's smoke it like Iraqis. Stop talking about the bush, I steam ahead, let's rag it. I can't say the next couple of lines. I got done up. I feel bad like I've been hit with a hammer. You don't need so good. You need to see Trini and Susanna. Sorry. I got done up. I feel like I've been hit with a hammer. You don't look so good. You need to see Trini and Susanna. If another spanner like you gets in my works, it will send me berserk like Kohana Yamoya. I've been an ignorant delinquent sitting in the cinema. The other MCs have been messing with the projector. You're right, the ace on that turn didn't help at all. I hit the nut flush with the suited connector. You better bet I'm betting big, I'm all in. I'm large and in charge when I'm yawning in the morning. Pouring in the favours, man, I'm calling in the debts. Pull the anchor up, it's bad enough, I hit the decks. I'm like iceberg cold while the whole world's manic. Other MCs are get wrecked like Titanic. Other MCs are not much, we're very many. We can battle it out like Kenny versus Spenny. And I don't play pool, I always break the balls. Don't stay in school, I always break the rules. Don't feel cool cause you're cool kids fools. I'm a sabreur, we're all for one and one for all. Well, you're trying to make an omelette, are you just breaking eggs? They know your girl's butter by the way she spreads her legs. You're a camp motherfucker but forgot the temp peg, so blow away, I'm not staying for no dregs. Better load another barrel, I can handle more, like I carry 5 pints up across the dance floor. I got raw meat for all you carnivores and a roast of the MCs, they just vegetables. I'm like, vitamins are Ritalin, they're ketamine, and other MCs suffer from a lack of a Rex in their like a Mogadon or a strong tranquilizer. I'm a double vodka rebel with a shot of tequila. I'm a killer they can't catch like Jack the Ripper. rapper. I'm only an MC, but I sound so sinister. Bump B&H silver like a Rizzler. You think you're better, but you wreck at a kid in you. Yeah, sorry. Sorry. I'm back in the room now. I just had a thing.
He's 60 odd. I'm 68. What's the obsession? Why is he in England?
You should figure it out. You're a detective.
No, he's in England. He's under my law.
He's under my law.
Malicious communication.
Fuck them and their law. Get me in my work meeting.
YouTube don't listen. I've reported him. They don't
YouTube,
listen.
don't listen. I'm going to
The
give him a
police say
beating.
until I
Get me in a work
physically
meeting.
Hit. They can't do anything.
YouTube won't protect me from this man from Norway. YouTube won't protect me from this man from Norway. You better give me your money.
Tonight, he'll make another film about me. And
Tonight-
make other wild accusations like I sell children like pizza to America.
Gary
He
Glitter.
justifies it by saying I'm a con man and a crook.
Yeah.
If that's the case, every single YouTuber is a con man and a crook. They
In that case, if Alan is a con man and a crook, this is where we started, isn't it? It's where we come in. If Alan is a con man and a crook, then every single YouTuber out there, Markiplier playing video games, enjoying it with his audience, con man, crook. Alan's a con man and crook. So we're all on YouTube. So that's it. They're the criteria. You're either on YouTube and you are the same as Alan, or you're not on YouTube and you're not. And you're not, so what the fuck would you know about it? And Martin Dean is, so Martin, hang on, wait.
I managed to convince a Nicola Bully channel to hate me just as much. And now I've got an English channel.
Talk, type and repeating. Look at me, I'm in a work meeting. Pick you up, gonna give you a beating. I got so what we're gonna wrap her up in. I've got a sheet in. I've got a sheet in to wrap her up in, and we can drag her out in the field. And I shouldn't be laughing at that.
This Chuffer
You're
guy
laughing
is
at
doing
it.
the same thing.
Who?
I've got an English channel. This Chuffer guy who's doing the same thing.
The Chuffer guy.
They're
I'm the
putting my
Chuffer
life in
man.
danger, and they don't give a damn.
Your life is in danger, and I don't give a damn.
They're putting my life in danger, and they don't give a damn.
That's right. I'm like a cowboy, and my mic is a revolver. I'm a cowboy. My mic is a revolver. Hold up your hands, this show's over. Because I'm a cowboy, and my mic is a revolver. That's me. I can't remember the other words. Why can't I remember the other words? Oh, man. I'm a king killer. I can't sit still. I'm climbing to the top of the tower. I'm waving dollar bills. I burn the money while we lose the cops. I got lyrics locked, so get ready to stop. I've been a dope motherfucker, but I'm not afraid to change. Still got the passion and the pain and the rage, but the age didn't mellow me. It gave me focus and hunger like swarms of locusts coming to the jump to take over. Flying like a Superman, but I don't need a cape. I need a flower to level up and spit the fire and lead the way. Ashamed of the way the world is still the same. Can we arrange for rearrangements in the past and present precedents and preconceptions, make a new direction, or I'm getting off at the next stop, the next station. It's the state of the nation. It's bare necessities. Arrest easy, got the answers from the smarties. So bright right now, illuminate the Illuminatis. Who's got control of your countries? All the armies who fight for gun monies and all your answers. So what's the use? You waste your lives on trivial pursuits. It's not a game. A general knowledge could be a soldier, a private knowledge. I come to show you a Sufi who moved me to change up my act. I've been fasting forward and I won't look back. You got killers you can't catch like Jack the Ripper, and killers you can catch and give back like Corona. Well, Billy Elliot can be a ballerina while millions of kids get killed in Syria. And I'm looking at the man in the mirror, gonna make a change. Change. There should be a verse 2 to that as well, shouldn't there? Gonna make a change. Hey, 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 hey. Who do you think you are? Oh, that's that. Okay, that's that. Who do you think you are? See, I'm a type of writer who never cut a book. I'm an MC evolved from a weed-selling crook that's fearless. You catch my reference, a new copy. I'm flawless, like diamonds in the rough. You keep dropping, stop starting, earn a coffin. Place kept open like One Stop. Who's got your Tiger tokens? Britain's broken, Tesco's getting rich. Fat little bitches and fat little kids. Where'd you get your opinions? Off the telly. Well, go Jerry, go Jerry. You need to fucking wake up or get lobotomies. Come follow me, I don't get paid. I'm a fucking politic who doesn't lie. I'm regular size, I don't make nice. I drive a Clio, a fucking fucking brain that runs double like stereo. Well, I'm the hero and villain rolled into one, so better get a gun. I'm not coming for fun like Sasha Grey. Again, I need to get away again. I need to get away again. I need to get. There's a fire in the city. Let it burn in the streets, and they throw down the repeats and they throw down the beats and retreat. Sweet shop kids pissed off with licorice going up. When I growing up, went to the church and McDonald's. Which of these business models will still be in business tomorrow? Ask the tarot, ask the dragon. Better yet, beg for a cup. When you fuck for money and you can't get it up, you need Viagra for your stamina. So check the rows in Waitrose while you're balancing your chakra with Porsche. It's hard to ignore you when you make so much noise, but action. If you can do the Bart, then you're bad like Michael Jackson. Norwegian assassin. Norwegian assassin. We don't care about this man's livelihood and this man's... I don't care about this man's safety. I'm threatening his life with my badass rhymes. I'm dropping bodies with my badass rhymes. I can't care. How can I care for people's safety when I'm dropping bodies with badass rhymes? No one's safe. When you hear these rhymes, you know, no one's safe. No one's safe. No one's safe. Alan, no one's safe. I'm dropping big rhymes. Dropping fat rhymes, snorting fat lines, having good times. Alan, no one's safe. I'm not snorting any lines. It rhymed. So... no one's safe, Alan. Alan. The new version merged like collages. Hit the red button and they don't press charges. If they know what's good for them, because I keep going for ages. I'm like Duracell Bunny, but I run like the rage in Spain. Reign like the kings of the counties. I'm mounties on horses in red like Ferraris in garages. Inside my head, man, it's large like the TARDIS, but inside I'm humble and conscious like Marley, still dead but dread like Yardies. Count the amount of lyrics, them are dropped like their bodies. Shop for the info, don't stop with the studies. Never known as a prince, but I'm soon to be the artist. When the race is done, I'll have run the farthest. Run like diseases from the east to the west, so you best check your families. You know, what am I supposed to do? It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I've got lights on. I'm sat in my room listening to Alan. He's done my head in. He's done my head in. So this is just out. This is in my head. And it's just like coming out. I should do it every week. I should go through all my stuff that I write and just repeat it. I don't own a gun because my rhymes are repeaters. I don't own a gun because my rhymes are repeaters. I take a girl to dinner out at all you can eaters. When I'm done mixing, I let you lick the beaters. I should do it every week. The Cypher. I should get King Jad on and we can do it every week, the Cypher. That's the plan. Alan. 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 Alan though. Alan. Alan. Alan though. Alan. Alan though. Alan. Alan. Alan though. They all ask me to play my guitar. I might play my guitar one time. Alan, can you play the guitar, Alan? Alan, can you do a rap, Alan? Alan, can you do anything? Alan, have you ever cleaned your fridge? You don't own a fridge. He is a fridge magnet. Alan. Fucking hell, Alan. I'm the Chufferman. I'm the Chufferman. Yeah, I'm the Chufferman. Put up your shields, engage spin deflectors. I can see disguises, I can hear lies like a detector. I'm smoking, the thing I start beeping. I'm not black, but the feds will still beat me. Like Phil Collins, I got them shaking. I told you I was dark like Vader in the making. Anakin damaging reputation of imperial establishment. Establishing new management, try me, I'm a lyrical man. True Jedi, green to get high like Ben Kenobi. Save me, they cry, I got the flow like Shinobi. Like Sayo from the Emerald Isle. A purple haze call me a voodoo child. You come of age, is it time to fight and get wild? Cause in the Wild West there are cowboys, son. So put down your Pokemon and grab a gun, son. That's how the West was won, but now your action can be verbal, legal, influential. If you want the nation to rise, you need to make sure you engage its potential, like an education. If you want the nation to rise, you need to provide for the nation. Some are at the station, some are getting booked. The only rappers AD knows about is Twix rappers. The only rappers AD knows is Twix rappers. Actually, I should do more diss raps for him, shouldn't I? I should do diss raps. Well, the Raffy Taffy one doesn't quite work for him, does it? I'm sick of Raffy Taffy, man, happy slapping him like pranksters. Joey Salad's the definition of a wanker. When I dance on fire like your mix, I'm wearing your girlfriend's knickers, so nick this, try to make a buck. Send me your army, I'll mow them all down like I give a fuck. But I don't, because they know me, and those who don't can go blow me. I told you before that I'd come back with more, now I'm back with the force of 10 tigers, line up contenders. I invented him, he's pretending, wants to be like me, but I can't stand him. Stand up while I reprimand him, sit down when I tell you, he's no contender. I shit out Raffy Taffy, armchair detective like diarrhea. No questions here, no paper. Make no cash, not an instigator. I'll finish him and then later deal with the matter, deal with the haters. Can't touch me, I'll make waves. Meanwhile, you're just butt surfers. Kurt Hurt was a called your name out. Butt hurt and a called your name out. Cry wolf and a shame your name. Pick a witch hunt, but to pick the wrong man to play, so I won't lay down right here, just keep getting up. Keep getting up, back with the blues, back with the uppercut, black with the breaks, pack with the knuckle up, come to fuck you up. I got Costello charm, come round my house, I'm armed. Mi casa, no su casa, like Skibber, deal with the matter. I got Costello charm, come round my house, I'm armed. Like Skibber, deal with the matter. Like Skibber, deal with the matter. Throw a punch, you couldn't throw a party, couldn't throw a fit, you couldn't catch my drift, you couldn't catch a cold, you couldn't even grow old, couldn't grow mouldy while I break the mould. I've been told to sit down, but I won't, because I'm up in the jungle like Shere Khan. You're Mowgli. I'm ASMR Jesus. Raffy Taffy fans are just heathens. There are some short of 4 seasons. They won't understand my reasons. They won't understand my ways. I'm not in this game to get paid. They got no class, but they're still in school. Raffy Taffy fans are fools. No class, but they're still in school. Yeah. Sorry. Oh, I'm not even paying attention to track now. I'm just doing some rapping. Just doing some quiet 4 a.m. rapping. Little bit of quiet 4 a.m. rapping. So where my braves at? Offered the king a Cadillac. He don't settle for that. He wants his land back. And I kind of feel him. I can't feel for him. So where's my braves at? Been scattered around the map like ashes while the world eats do the dishes. Now it's my turn to make their wishes come true. Black lives matter, but they don't matter to you. See, I'm a soothsayer, I can see the future. They all feed off my body like vultures. Call me roots and culture in the media. Black lives matter, but they don't matter to you. See, I'm a soothsayer, I can see the truth. Even when the bad's masquerade is goods paid for the messages displayed in your neighbourhoods, I can see disguises. Recognise lies like a polygraph, so do the mathematics. They're trying to divide the working classes by making us hate the masses when we should hate the masses. In the mirror, I'm a fucking transformer. So now a leader, join the struggle. Brothers and sisters with your body doubles getting slaughtered. It's time to stand up for your sons and daughters. What's he saying then?
I stay in my lane. I never make videos about other channels. I'm not.
Yeah, stay in your lane, Alan. I don't stay in my lane. There's no fucking lanes. I do what I fucking want. If I want to go swimming, I'll go swimming. If I want to play tennis, I'll go tennis. You can't play tennis, you're a swimmer. You can fuck off. I'll do what I want. I'll rap. If I want to rap, I'll rap. If I want to chat, I'll chat. Brrr, rat-a-tat-tat. We can go boxing, Alan. We can have a little... I'll give you the old southpaw shoulder roll. You won't know what to do. You'll be like, what? He's got the southpaw shoulder roll. What are we going to do about that? Alan, come on, you and me, Alan. Let's have it. Come on, Alan. Let's have it. Come on. YouTube boxing. That's the way we should take this. You all know it, don't you? You all know it in chat. You all know it. YouTube boxing is where we want to go with this. We're both from Britain. Right? We're both in Britain. I mean, I could kill him. So that's on the line. I mean, it's possible. If it happens, I'm not going to feel particularly guilty because he'll have signed the contract, got in the ring. That's on him. Yeah? But, like, Alan, come on. You said you weren't a coward. We'll do it 3 rounds, maybe 4. Do you think you manage 4? Bosh. Do you think you manage 4? YouTube boxing, it'll be an event. We'll get it on. We'll promote it. We'll get some friends to help. You know, I'm sure there's some people in the boxing world once we start going at them and saying, look, when we start going, we can get at least 3,000 people to watch the lives. But, you know, we'll do it. You know, we'll have a back and forth. Oh, he's getting eggy. And then you in training, working hard, keep pushing myself. I like playing poker. I got the eye of a slug. Push of the fight. Trying to slug myself up and on my rivals. The last lone survivor raised his hand in the night. Alan Vinicum. Come on. That'd be brilliant. We can do that. They always do it, don't they? Jake Paul, internet boxing, KSI. Do you know these people, Alan? They're popular internet people, Alan. Imagine, I don't know, like sort of, imagine someone as famous as, I don't know, like David Bowie or someone. Jake Paul and KSI, they're quite famous on the internet. They got that drink, that Prime drink. Oh, forget it. We won't even start on that. I have the tiger, dun, 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 dun. And I can be the Chufferman, super chuffer. I can be the Chufferman. We'll have to take our tops off, obviously, Alan. And at some point, I'll be hugging you. Bear that in mind. You'll get a little cheeky hug out of me. So that can go in the... That's the list on the tick. Tick the list. Good. Good list. Pros and cons of having a boxing match with Scott. Cons, get my head smashed in. Pros, get to have a little cheeky hug. I'm not condoning violence, but this is YouTube. YouTube boxing's a real thing. So we can do this, Alan. And then if it goes badly, we can do poker maybe after with the winnings. I'll win all the money, and then I'll challenge you to poker for all the winnings, and you can poker me the winnings off. Oh, Alan's got him in the old poker competition. He's going to try and win the winnings off. Hey, you can do that after with all your black eye. And you can wear sunglasses to cover up all your black eyes. They want tarot. Oh, sorry, I forgot about that. Yeah, sorry, I'll get that on.
I'm not interested in what they do. I just asked them to stop. It's out of hand. This is not the Wild West. This is out of hand. And if you see these,
it is the Wild West. It's YouTube.
Or this Diem.
Chuffer guy.
Then they should be aware what they're doing to me. Because I am close to a breakdown or something.
Don't be close to a breakdown or something, Alan. You're not close to a breakdown, are you? I would love it, Alan. I would fucking love it. You know, mental health and all that.
I don't know what I can do.
If you had a breakdown, I'd find it funny.
Not my game.
Quote me on that. If Alan Vinicum has a breakdown, I will find it funny. Quote me on that. If Alan Vinicum has a breakdown, please do it. Alan, if you're feeling like you're about to break, please switch on the webcam. Don't hold back. We'll do it live. Please, Alan. Please. Please, Alan. Please. Don't suffer in silence on that one, Alan. Make sure you come on live for that.
A man making videos about you for 5 years, and all I do is study crime.
All you do is study crime. Don't think you don't like those kisses.
That's my story tonight.
I know you like those kisses.
I hope that...
That's your oops, he says. Whoops, shouldn't have said it was a story.
That's my story tonight. I hope...
Shouldn't have said it was a story.
You got something from it. I hope that...
No more kisses.
Just one of these friends of Nicola Bully can understand what I'm saying, that this silence... Why have none of you spoke about...
Don't go back to that. We've had enough of that. You've had your kisses. You're an old bastard. You've gone. Right. Oh, sorry, I don't want that on the thing, do I? Private investigators in Renton. I don't think we need to see that. That's me. I'm such a fucking awful bad person. You don't need to see that. Come on then. Let's have the. You want this? You've asked for it. So I'll deliver. This is not exactly as you're going to expect, though. It's going to work, isn't it? Isn't it? Why ain't it working? Come on. On. Oh, I've left it on. No, I just turned it off by mistake. No wonder. Okay. Now it's on.
Isn't it? Yeah. Okay, so there's my hand. There's all the stuff. You can see the table. That's handy because you're going to need to for the cards. Yeah. It's a bit weird and upside down, so we might upside down here, edit, transform, hit horizontal. So this has been requested, and I did say we'd get up to it a bit, but we don't just have the traditional Golden Girls tarot cards, not just the traditional Golden Girls tarot cards. That's not all we have. Actually, this is upside down now. What am I doing? Edit, transform, hit horizontal. Why is it also strangely upside down? Edit. Transform, get it vertical. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Okay. Horizontal, vertical. But we've also got these Woodland Wardens. So this is different from tarot. The Woodland Wardens is quite cool. And we've got Starseed Oracle. So I'm going to say, I know tarot, but it's the same as tarot, but it's different. You'll like it. Trust me, you'll like it. Starseed Oracle. or Woodland Wardens. And Bad Gambler was the one you got to choose. So is this okay for you, or would you prefer your final choice out of these three? Now you can have three. Is Practical Magic Activation Deck, which is a bit more practical. I'll be honest. Some people are going to go, "Oh, that's not so tarot. It's a bit more practical, but it is good for your life, and it is the same sort of thing." These are 3 different decks of cards, 3 different kinds of oracle. And what we'll do is I will shuffle. You'll say stop. I'll pull out a couple of cards. We'll see what they say. 3 cards, beginning, middle, end, like for the future. So we've got the Golden Girls ones, yeah. You want Woodlands Wardens, good. Woodlands Wardens, good. I like it when people make a choice, nice and straightforward. Woodland Wardens. So what I want you to do now, while I'm opening the deck, with all due care, obviously. Really careful. We've got to get the vibe going, haven't we? Vibe check. What I want you to do is I want you to. This is. Bad Gambler. What I want you to do, Bad Gambler, is I want you to, in your mind, you're going to be thinking of your question. You don't have to tell it me. You're going to be thinking up what you want to ask the cards, so to speak, what you want information on. That sort of thing, and as you can see, these are Woodland Wardens, they're animals and stuff and things. So I'm going to shuffle them up. You're going to think on your question, and everyone in chat's going to help us put the magic vibes into the deck through the internet. It's happening. Right now, it's happening. So just enjoy that while it happens. I've got a double mic.
Got double mic. Got 1 mic now. Thanks for telling me that. It's better now. So that was part of the magic, though. So what you have to do is you have to think in your mind your question that you want to ask the cards. Yeah. You're thinking that question that you want to ask the cards, and then at any point when you want, we'll say stop, and I'll deal the 3 off the top. So when you want me to stop, you say it and I'll deal the 3 off the top. Split the deck so it's random selection. I'll do whatever Bad Gambler says, actually, because it's their read. So when they say stop, they can say stop, and then I'll either you stop now, yeah? You said yes in chat there. Bad Gambler. So I'm going to say stop there, yeah? Right, so we've got the deck. I've got the little book. I'm going to need the little book. But I'll do my best. And then we'll do... Okay, you've said stop now as well, so hopefully that works. I imagine, because there's a slight delay on it, I imagined I'd probably stopped at the same time as you said it. How about that? Or do you want me to pick them up and move them again until you say stop again? Or are we okay? And what I'm going to do is, because it's through the energy of the internet, I'm going to do these 3 little piles like that. And we're going to turn each pile over. 1, 2, 3. So this is your past. We've got the Ram and Dahlia, which is a lovely looking card. Beautiful looking cards these are. Really impressed with these for the past. For the present, we've got the Frog and Lotus. And then for the future... Ooh, that's pretty. We've got the Horse and Bluebell. So I'll dive into my little book. Bad Gambler's like, stop. Yeah, we're good. This is the power of the magic of the cards. It has to work like this. So now, first of all, I have to find the Ram and Dahlia. Because this is new to me, I have to tell you what the general thing is, and I'll give you a more of a, it'll work, don't worry. ABC, how do you know what the... They've got Roman numerals. I can't read Roman numerals. How am I ever going to know what that is? It's like a funny letter. Oh, no. I should have thought this through. There's pictures in the book, so I'm looking at the pictures until I see it. It's a ram. Maybe we should have started on... Okay, the ram, got it. So your past, or how the past relates to whatever your question is, yeah? Your past in this question. The Ram and Dahlia, or is it Dahlia or Delilah? Dahlia. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, but tell me if I'm not anyway. The Ram and Dahlia is a card of action. The ram charges up the mountain with steady determination, removing any obstacles with strong horns. Called Queen of the Autumn Garden, the dahlia is known for its persistence. It produces flowers in the summer and well into the fall, outlasting many other blooms. So you have the power to accomplish your wildest dreams. So in the past, you're a determined and powerful person. When you set your mind to something, you're really going to have a crack at it and get there. But if you're persistent, you'll see your actions through. You'll see your ambitions through. Yeah, that's a good card for the past. A lot of potential in you. But that is the past, so, you know, but a lot of potential in you. That's a strong card. You've watched me in slow-mo. I don't know what you're saying there. But yeah, thanks. So that's a strong card for your past. The Frog and Lotus. Or VI, which... What the fuck is VI? Who would do this to anyone? When I make cards, I'm going to put numbers on them. I'm not going to have V's and I's. What's a V and an I? The Frog and Lotus. Lovely pictures, though. Lovely cards, aren't they? Very pretty cards. Metamorphosis. At the present time, you may feel with the thing that we're talking about, whatever it is to you, this thing, going through some sort of period of change. The card reminds us that change is natural, rebirth is possible, a healing balance can be achieved. The frog, developing as it does from a tiny tadpole, symbolises transformation. The lotus flower too symbolises rebirth, unfurling even amid murky waters. Going through such a change can be difficult and a struggle, but the resulting metamorphosis opens us up to growth, self-acceptance and happiness. Consider what you need to change in your life and the steps you need to take to achieve that change. You owe it to yourself to allow for your own growth and rebirth. Another strong card, isn't it? If you've got an issue that you're thinking about, we're saying you've got a lot of potential in you. You can get things done. So you've got that in your energy store, in your back burner, money earner. You can get things done. You've got a lot of potential. You need to go through a process of change, rebirth. If if someone had come to me and said, "Oh, this is about my car. Tell me about my car," I'd have said maybe consider vamping it up, judging it up, or selling it even. I don't know. But I don't know what the thing is you're asking about, but, apply it to your thing, isn't it, Bad Gambler? They look really nice. Yeah, they are really nice. I'm really grateful that through tippies and stuff I'm able to get things like this for the stream. Yeah, really cool. A lot of fun. And then your final card is the Horse and Bluebell, which is X Lucky X. So I never find that. X Lucky X. What even is that? The Romans must have had a right job doing their change. How much does that cost? Oh, it's just only XX, 3X, X. And then what? Well, how much is that? I've got a VX. Oh, have you? I'll have to give you 11V1 in change, will I? I don't know. Can't work it out, frankly. X the Horse and Bluebell. So this is the future. This is what everyone wants to know, the prediction. I will say with these sort of cards, I believe more strongly that if this gives a good read and this seems pertinent, then this is optional, always. It's about how you act upon these things that you feel and think in the now that leads to this. So it's not that this is a guarantee, but this is a ready option available to you if you were to pursue this path, maybe, yeah? Modest fortitude. Its downcast blooms cause the bluebell to bow gently at its stem, symbolising modesty. In contrast, the horse is a striking creature, proud and muscular, able to bear great loads and travel long distances. It's known for its superior strength and stamina. Taken together, the horse and bluebell remind us that the greatest feats are the result of much humble practice. Work quietly and consistently. The time to shine will present itself in the future. For now, focus on your progress and process rather than its reward. I get it. Yeah. For your future, though, it's interesting. It's saying if you want to, I guess it ties in with what I was saying there. If you want things from the future, then it's not about big snazzy shout and starten button harden Bart. It's not about starten button harden Bart, big loud, but it's about modest, steady head down, hard work, and things will come good. That's what that says to me. A process of change backed by your strength and you know, you've got this within you to make this change, and if you work hard, you can achieve your goals. It doesn't have to be flashy, don't have to scream about it, don't have to, you know, it doesn't have to be an overnight success. I think that feels like it's worth working for. Yeah. There you go. So how about that? How'd you like them apples? Well, they're not apples. That was a frog, and that one was a ram. So now these cards have to be burnt. We can never use them again because they were your cards, and the rest of the deck we can carry on and play with. No, I'm going to keep all the cards, and we can use those cards again as part of the same experience for somebody else in the future. Of course, now you owe me, essentially. Like if I was Alan, I'd do that on Patreon, and you wouldn't get to find out I'd do the first 2 cards, and the last card I wouldn't be able to tell you unless we were on Patreon, and you wouldn't be able to find out your future. But no, don't worry, that's all good in the hood. I enjoy doing that. I wanted to do some more dedicated tarot and card reading streams, but as things happen, we will get to them. But it's nice to be able to just pop them in at the end of a stream like that, isn't it? And it comes in a lovely box. Woodland Wardens. As I say, in the future, for other people, if you know, when it's your day, and it's not everyone's day today, so you've had your thing today. We've got the Starseed Oracle, is a different kind of Oracle deck with its own lovely cards. And we've got the Practical Magic as well, where it might get you doing something to get those magic vibes flowing. So I look forward to those in the future, you absolute chuffers. Usually do a single card, says Breaking Views. Yeah, we could possibly do a few of those as well. I'm not expert, I'm just learning. And what I have been doing through the learning is I've been keeping these cards all out on the desk in front of me, and sometimes I handle the decks. Just trying to keep the vibe and the energy going around the cards. I'm trying to be respectful to the concept. Me personally, I am a bit of a, I'll be honest, you know, I don't necessarily believe tarot cards have any magic power. But it's an investigation we're doing on stream. There are other people that definitely believe they are, and like not magic, but they believe that they're a way of connecting with, you know, through they're a medium in between which energy and me can communicate. So I'm going to give them that respect and see if they can, you know, do anything for us, and we'll look at it and do it on stream. Like that was fun. I don't have anything against that. Like I would temper that and say, you know, if I say this says the card said this, it doesn't mean it. It's not a fact. It's just like the cards, isn't it? But some people really live by it and really like it. So I was investigating it. That's what's been happening with that. From a position of slight skepticism, I suppose. Slight skepticism. The Chufferman is putting your life in danger.
He'll make another film about me and make other wild accusations, like I sell children like pizza to America. He justifies it by saying I'm a con man and a crook. If that's the case, every single YouTuber is a con man and a crook. They managed to convince a Nicola Bully channel to hate me just as much. And now I've got an English channel, this Chuffer guy, who's doing the same thing. They're putting my life in danger, and they don't give a damn.
Makes it sound like cowboys, doesn't it? Like Wild West. Such an idiot. He's such an idiot. How do you cleanse my cards? I don't smoke a load of weed around them. I don't know. I mean, I'd say they're pretty damn clean because they're brand new. Yeah, I need to learn a lot more. What we've got planned in the future is I'm going to do a stream where I get somebody to tell me what each card. Like what I want to do. It's going to take a while because there's a lot of cards. But I want to say, right, 7 of Cups, and they say, oh, the 7 of Cups means da 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 da, and I go, oh, does it? And what about da da da? And then da da da. You know, I do a stream where we talk about what the cards mean. And I would personally, I'd be aching to say, well, isn't it just in the 1500s and 1400s they had these playing cards and they've just been hanging around and they've ended up being used as a prop for fortune telling and maybe another form of grifting, like Alan, when in the past people didn't know, and now these days we kind of go, well, science means that you probably don't think those cards mean anything. But then the answer to that is, yeah, but the energy and the transference, it's not about the cards, it's about the energy. And like, oh, I see, right. So I'm going to try and be open-minded and not be an awful cynic and just be nice about them, yeah. So certainly those Oracle decks. If you believe in it, great. If you don't, it's fun. I'm trying to be respectful of it, like I said. So yeah. And then I've got another plan with it as well, but I'm going to hold that back. The Chuffer guy. Who's that Chuffer guy? The Chufferman. What's that song? The Pusher Man. Super Chuffer. He's made me into a mythical figure now. I'm the Chufferman. Who's the... what's his name? I shouldn't do this because it's going to get me binned off for copyright right at the end as well. I think we've done it right today. Pusher Man. This will get me... This is purely copyright, isn't it? It's got to be. The Chufferman. The Chufferman. The Chufferman. The Chufferman. The Chufferman. That damn Chufferman. They're threatening my life. Oh shit, he just said the N-word. I've had it with that. Oh, how do I fuck up like this on the internet? It's not my fault, it's him. He said it. I think it's alright that he said the N-word in his song. You didn't even hear it properly. It's fine. My stream will be fine. YouTube lets loads of people say the N-word all the time. I didn't say it. Surprised he said it. I didn't remember that Chufferman had that in it. It's not called Chufferman, is it? So no wonder. I'm doing an Alan now. I'm making shit up. And that song, Chufferman, that song is always called Chufferman. It's always been called Chufferman. I don't know where Curtis Mayfield gets it from. He owes me for copyright, Curtis Mayfield. If anything, I've worked on that. Chufferman, it's my song. The work meeting song, yeah, we should play that. We'll do that. Where is it? I can't find it. What's the name of the channel? Something Windows. But the problem is when you type work meeting in Windows, it brings up all things about Zoom, doesn't it? It's like, that's never going to work, is it? Oh, there it is. Take it. The Insanity. I'm the love child of Keanu Reeves and Stuart Lee. I'll take it. I'll take it. Thanks, Lost Windows. I'll take that.
She was on a work.
She was what? She was what, sorry? She was on a work, and then she said what, sorry?
She was on a work meeting.
Did you hear her voice then? I should be making more of this. I actually really like it. I'm not going to play it all because it gets hectic and it's a bit late. I want to chill. But I really like it. I'm really pleased they did that. Someone remixed me. I'm really grateful. I can't quite get my head around it in a way because it's kind of like a cool thing. Like a meme. I want the meme to ride. Yeah, let the meme ride. Let the meme live. It's cool as fuck. Do I want to be a rap artist? I am a rap artist. I think. They can't stop me. I just did some.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Swish, and then
Bad Gambler sent tippies. Ha 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 ha. The whole evening has been awesome. Laughed hard. Ha 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 ha. And thanks for the reading. Super Chuffer owes 10 hugs.
Thank you very much, Bad Gambler. I really appreciate it. No worries. I was only joking that you had to pay me for the reading, but I'm grateful that you did. So I really should do more, but it's 5 o'clock in the morning, and I was planning to just get this one done and then go to bed early and then do a streams tomorrow. So I'm going to get to bed in a minute, and I'm going to sleep in tomorrow. So that's fine. I don't have to get up. The dog doesn't need me to walk it tomorrow. My responsibilities are absolved. Someone else will take care of them tomorrow. That's going to be great. So I will endeavour to just sleep in, get up, and then I'm going to have a bit of a walk. I like to do a bit of walking and, exercise. Not going to do anything strenuous, though, just a bit of a walk. And then going to come turn on the stream. And I play Genshin Impact on the weekends. So I'm on Twitch at the weekends. I'll drop you a link for that. But I don't really... I understand if you don't want to watch this. It's me playing games. So I'm playing Genshin Impact this weekend. Next weekend we're playing a new game called Bramble. It's going to be like this adventure game, like a really dark fairy tale game, so that's going to be good. But yeah, I play games on Genshin Impact at the weekend, so it's the same as this, except I'm not moaning about Alan. I'm having fun playing a game, and I talk, and we have, if you want to say something in chat, we have a, go in there and have a, oh, what did you think about this? Okay, we'll do that. Sometimes we do the tarot like we just did today, but the premise is the game is what's going on. So that's what happens on Twitch. So you can see my previous game streams there, or you can check out on Super Chuffer, the Super Chuffer channel.
It's raining again.
Lucia Thomas sent tippies. Super Chuffer owes 10 hugs.
Get that dog. Thank you very much, Lucia Thomas. Get that dog. 10 hugs, thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Bren. I have to say the N-word if I want to be a rapper. Yeah, no, I can't stand that. I don't want to. It makes me feel uncomfortable. Like, it makes me feel uncomfortable when they say it. Like, I don't care about any of the conversations and the racism and the context. Like, it's racist. Can you stop saying it? I don't like it. It makes me uncomfortable. Oh, that's why we say it. You're white and you feel uncomfortable. Is it though? Because I'm not completely white and I still feel uncomfortable. And like, I don't want to be in an environment where people are shouting N-words. Doesn't matter what context. It just, if I walk in and open the doors and they're like, N-words this and guns and N-words, I'm like, oh, close the door there. Gone in the wrong room there. For me. But I love rapping. I love the art and skill of rap. But I don't really want to go on about N-words and crack whores, and I mean, that's not my life. You should be real. You should be real when you rap. So, I shouldn't really go on about racist. I don't, in my day-to-day life, there's not a lot of racism going on. If anything, it's really intermittent. If at all. It's like full strength coffee. Back when I was younger, it went on a bit more, but no, I'm joking. Like I always say this because, like, when I was a kid, the world was different, and the peers around me, like the elders around me, did some racism more, didn't they? You'd hear of these like funny jokes that aren't that funny. You'd have your Jim Davidsons and your whoever's else on the telly and stuff, and things changed. Yeah. Not going to be doing any old racist raps. In the old days, when I was young, we could be racist. We were free to be racist. That's not how it was. How'd you get a tarot reading, Kate? Because it's 5 o'clock in the morning, no one's getting a tarot reading now, but I do keep promising simply that we will... I mean, the way it should work now is that I think we'll just do it at the end of streams as a thing we do at the end of streams sometimes. But I wanted to do a proper stream of it. On Twitch again, that's where I would do. If I was going to do tarot streams, I'd do them on Twitch.
Curious Cat sent tippies. Thanks, Chufferman, for another great stream. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thank you, Curious Cat. Thank you. Curious Cat is on Twitch. They know about it. If I was going to do a tarot stream, what I would do is I'd do it for an hour or two, and I'd set it up on Twitch. I'd tweet it that I'm going to do it, and then I'd sit down on Twitch and just do 2 hours of straight readings. And if you want to come and get a reading then, come and get a reading then. Otherwise, it'll be something that happens at the end of stream. And just, whoever says they want a reading in chat can get their reading done at the end of stream. But not today now, because I've been doing 5 hours. I tell you what, right? I know that I was a bit mad and cross about Alan as well earlier. And I still think he's a chuffer. No, I still think he's a massive chuffer, yeah? Usually I'm like, but I've got some space in my heart for forgiveness and this and that. Still think he's a massive chuffer. Like, he hasn't done anything to earn any respect in any way. And I do catch myself. I'm not a streamer who's here to moan at you. I'm not here to badger you to make you believe. Like, I'm vegan, and I used to make vegan videos, and we can watch them sometimes if you want, and you can watch them whenever you want. But you might notice that I don't go on at you and say, oh, you should be doing this and you should be doing that, and you're a bad chuffer if you don't think the same thing as me. Like, I'm not that streamer, and I don't want to be here. Like, entertainment is one thing, holding people account and doing good works in the world, reaching people with ideas. That's all got to be part of it. Yeah, okay. I'm not just here to mess about all the time. Sometimes I am, but I'm aware as well. You know, you're here to watch this. Hello, Snips. It's breakfast time. I'm still here. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you're here to watch this, and for some of you, it's nice because you like it because I'm holding this guy to account. But I'm not going to be every day. My channel is not an Alan. You know, I'm angry about Alan every day. Like that isn't entertainment every day for everyone. So I've got to either try and make it fun when we do it. Maybe I'll get guests on and we'll talk about him at the same time and have fun. Or maybe I'll get your voices on or something. I don't know. We'll find a way to make it a bit more fun and I'll be less cross. Sometimes I am less cross. Sometimes I am more perky and more jovial. Make more jokes, have less moaning. Yeah, maybe it's that. And I did 8 hours yesterday. Exactly, Fiona. You know, exactly. But yeah, like, it's not that I'm going to stop though. If Alan keeps being a shit, I will keep putting him up on him being a shit now because I've clocked him. It's easy for me now. Like he does something stupid and horrible, and we can call him out on it. But I can't keep doing like 8 hours, 5 hours, 8 hours on that topic. So look out for all the good stuff we do in the future, and Alan will be one of these things that peppers the content. You know, like sometimes they'll be like the way these people operate on YouTube is sometimes Alan will be even more desperate than other times and he'll really do something audacious, and other times he'll just be his usual shit munching self. So when he's his usual shit munching self, we don't have to really cover it. Everyone else has got that. Their channel's out there. You know, we've been shouting them out in chat today. Alan shouted a couple of them out himself. They've got that, the day-to-day stuff, but really I should just cover the big ones from now on, you know. Because I've pulled his pants down a couple of times. I've really made it clear today, like he just told a load of lies. I'm not going to go over and over and over it, but it's you know, it's like beating a dead horse to a certain degree, isn't it? If I keep doing it, but you know, I'm sure we'll still have reasons to do another Alan in the future. So yeah. Can we watch him on the Restaurant Inspector? Oh my God, Lottie, I forgot about that. Yes, we can. Oh, that would be a glorious way to finish it. What a good idea. I mean, not finish today's episode, but finish the Alan saga for a bit. Alan Vinicum. Alan Disgusting Vinicum. I thought you'd just get the thing up on YouTube, but it might not be that easy. I'm sure there'll be some of them who have got it somewhere, and they'll be able to send me the end of free speech. The idiot strikes again. It's so funny for him, isn't it? When you type Alan Vinicum, this is his legacy now. A load of bollocks on YouTube. Everyone calling him a scam. Every now and then he'll say something awful. Wolverhampton, that's not him, is it? Oh, who's this? Oh, it's Poker, is it?
And WorldofPoker.com, in association with Virgin Games, are proud to present the Nuts.tv. Mickey Rayleigh, next day two.
Next day too.
Well and good.
Thanks very much, sir.
How's your day been?
Long, hard, but still in, so I'm just happy to make a...
I wonder if this sort of social, whether people really like each other or whether they've kind of got a chip on their shoulder about each other because they're all in competition with each other. I wonder that. You know, whether it's like a friendly club or whether it's like they all think he's a bit of a wanker.
Second day. How many chips we got? 27,000. Well, round about that.
Nice one, Mickey. Cheers. Enjoy a nice drink.
I bet some of them like think each other are alright and some of them think each other are wankers, and you know, there's a bit of that rivalry. Here he is. Here he is. He's depressed, Alan is. When was this? 14 years ago, so he might have got more depressed since then.
Alan?
Did you see how quick? Oh my God. The bloke's here with the camera.
Pete, we'll see you Saturday.
Thanks a lot, mate.
Nice
one.
Look, the bloke's here with the camera, Alan.
Alan?
Quick, put your sunglasses on. You want to look cool for the camera.
We made day two, so well done.
was a struggle, mate, but I got there, yeah.
What a roller coaster you've had.
I've been yo-yo to them, like. Up to 40, down to 20, and now about 20, yeah, so. But when I come back, give it a bash.
Yeah, well, it's a brand new day, brand new redraw, so what do you do? What do you do Saturday? Just find hands and...
Is he gurning? Is he... Gurning?
I think with the blinds getting bigger and the antes being better, I think I'll go into a shell, all in off fold.
Yeah.
That's my opinion.
He seems a bit pathetic in this, doesn't he? He seems a bit like he's looking up to this guy. And like, in this big boy world, I wonder if... this is vulnerable narcissism, isn't it? Oh, Minky, you're right. This is vulnerable narcissism, this is. Sorry, I shouldn't really finish with this because now I'm out back on Alan and we just took it away from him at the end there, didn't we? But vulnerable narcissism. He's a bit of a silly little schoolboy. He's a bit of a ninny. He's like, here's the big man. All the men are doing the big man game, and Alan's in with the big man. And he's like, oh yeah, I was doing all right in the early 14, and then I had 40, and I had 20. Could I play with the big boys?
Excellent stuff. Well, it's nice seeing you on day 2.
It's great to be back in your little country again. Looking forward to staying here till Saturday now.
The champion of just about every other Eastern European bloc country, that is for sure. Alan, nice to see you, and we'll see you on day 2.
Thanks so much.
Well done.
He doesn't really like that guy. The smile faded. See, the smile's like... it's like a clenching of the teeth now. The smile faded quick. And it's gone. As I just move a few frames. Look, there's this fake smile I'm showing you. Fake smile I'm showing you. It's gone. It's not a real smile. Alan's face of condescension returns. Weird, isn't it? So I'll have to find the restaurant inspector if I'm going to do it. That's a shame. Is it... No, hang on, wait.
Well, Winston and I on our COVID lockdown walk.
Oh my God. So all this going on about the park and your dog, and they've told you, shown pictures of where you walk your dog, and you filmed a video of you in the park with your dog. So you've put pictures on the internet of you and your dog in the park, and then they found out where you walk your dog on the internet from you. Not really. Not really. That couldn't... Yeah. Yeah, it's that, isn't it? Is this Bristol? I kind of think... I used to live in Bristol. Palm trees. Like, so distinctive. Like, if you knew the town that someone was in, that's it. You know where that is. I don't know necessarily. What the fuck is this? Oh my God. Take my breath away. Da-da-da. What's that doing? Why is it framed up on a wall or whatever? Don't know what that music's about. This is just Alan in his good days. That's him with Shane Warne, who is dead. Alan's like fanboying it. Take it. He looks like Rick Mail from Bottom. He looks like Eddie from Bottom. Take one of me and Rick. Take one of me and Shane. Me and Shane. Get a good one of me and Shane. That's the thumbnail. Shane. You're dead now. Shh. Shh. You're dead now, Shane. Shh. Alan, this is on his own channel, this is. Him and Carl Froch, no way. So, that gives me, like, hang on. Carl Froch isn't like a massively tall man, is he? 1.85 metres, what does that mean? That's like 6'1", isn't it? Or 6'2"? You'll have to tell me in chat, what's 1.8 in... copy... 1.8 metres in feet. 6'6". 6 foot bang on-ish, right? And I'm assuming they just stood up next to each other. So Armchair Detective and me are probably a similar height, to be honest. So I think this boxing match is for real. I think he's going to turn out to not. I was worried he might, like, you know, be drastically outweigh me because I've seen his hands. I don't want to be hit with those big ham hands. But I think he's. If that's Carl Froch, then I'm saying we could get that boxing match on, because even if he knows who Carl Froch is, he knows what. You know, come on, Alan, meet me in the ring. I've got no idea who that is, to be honest. I don't know who that is either, but I'm assuming it's a sculpture and not a real thing. And Alan's sitting on it, and someone's took a photo of him next to it. And then we're here in the park again. So for lockdown, Alan put together a video of him looking really impressive in all his favourite photos, while the rest of us were calling our loved ones and, you know, going on Skype to keep in touch and keep each other going. Alan was editing together Alan's greatest hits. This is me and someone famous. This is me and my favourite boyfriend. I mean, just this guy I met on holiday who was a great mate. This is me at a wedding that I got invited to because they had an extra place on the stag do because someone dropped out, so I managed to wheedle my way in. And then once I was on the stag do, they could not invite me to the wedding. So this is me at the fridge, back in the park. This is greatest hits of Alan Vinicum. Swipe left. Swipe left. Alan's rocketing his way into the future, and the future is now for Alan. The future is now. It's aliens over Hollywood for Alan. This is a computer graphic he had specially commissioned for his video, I imagine. Don't know where he's got this from. The Taj Mahal is there. The Eiffel Tower is there. And of course, so is Alan on his tour of international celebrity and Hollywood. This is like his dream, isn't it? That's like inside his head. There's all the world. There's the films. There's the cool people. There's Batman. Here's Alan. Alan's one of these people. Alan is an icon. Alan is from the golden screen straight into your living room. Partial to a suck on a Bangkok chick boy. Look, there he is. That's a photo I took when I was struck by lightning. This is the celebrities again. This is my dog. They're bullying my dog on the internet. The trolls are making it eat gruel. The trolls are making me eat gruel. Here's that's Steptoe and Son. So hey, a bit of that. Don't tell me I can't edit. Come on, Alan. There's another one. There's some more creepy, weird photos of you looking sweaty. Young Alan. Back when I still had hair. Back when I still had hair. I mean, what would you rather have? Hair or, you know, leave the house and talk to people? Because back then you had hair, but you didn't leave the house and talk to people, did you? So, like, you know, which one is it? Which would you prefer? Today, where you sometimes go out and talk to people, or back then when you didn't, but you had the hair? Obviously, his life is in danger at this point, so I'm surprised he's putting these photographs of. Have you seen this man? Last seen, Alan Vinicum was last seen by the River Wire, looking for clues in the Nicola Bulley. Surprised. Why is this photo? Why would you put that on the internet? Why would you choose? Like, you've got that. You definitely don't put it on the internet. This is me on holiday. Do you remember that holiday we had to Tenerife? Yeah, it was great, wasn't it? Yeah. I got that man in the hotel lobby to take that photo of me because I was on my own. Or are these happier times, Alan? Are these happier times while your narcissistic manipulation was still being put up with by your peers? Stink of jazz aftershave. Whatever George Best wears is good for me. If it's good for George Best, it's good for me. Look at the change. Time has not been kind, has it, Alan? Time has not been kind. You want to detect yourself how this happened. How did this happen, Alan? How did it all go wrong, Alan? No tan. What's going on, Alan? I mean, we all age, but, you know, you look like a potato that's been left in the sink for 3 days. in the water. You look worse than Nicola Bully did when they dragged her out of the river, Alan. That's a bad one, sorry. It is nearly 6 o'clock in the morning now. I mean, I'm going to age. We're all going to age, but it was his choice to put those two photos next together, like to sort of show the time. And it's this Back to the Future thing. Look, he's using the Back to the Future thing. So the concept here for the edit is, listen, I want you to put together an edit, and the concept is Back to the Future. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to be in the park, and then I'm going to show some footage that I stole from other places and some pictures of me, some old pictures of me. He's such a condescending cunt as well, isn't he? Because during the lockdown, when you're not supposed to be out and you're not supposed to be doing things, he's gone and bought his coffee and gone to the park, and he's like, you know, I'm out and I'm doing things, and she might have been worried about COVID and this and that, and he's got his phone out and he won't fuck off. Like, the only one in the park. Yeah, because everyone else was on lockdown, weren't they? And you just went out anyway, you cock. Oh, I'm allowed to because I'm a special case. I'm a narcissist and I need to walk my dog. Where's everyone else? Oh, they're all on lockdown. What about their dogs? They're not supposed to. Can you go home, Mr. Vinicum? We've told you twice. You know, but I'm just supporting the business. I bought a coffee. And Mr. Vinicum, we've told you twice. Why did you put Steptoe and Son in it? What has that got to do with it?
I've just seen he's picked up a door and he's putting it on his truck thing. See him? You see the little, you might see the light there through the hated bush. Can you see his little light flashing? This is like the what's case, isn't it?
Alan, why did you decide to put that on the internet? I've had enough of him. If anyone can find me the Restaurant Inspector episode, I will watch it and we will react to it. But I don't know if I've got the... I mean, I know there's a lot of interested people out there who have already got it. They already know where it is, so maybe they can just show it to me. If not, like, I might try and find it, but I'm not that desperate. I don't like Alan that much.
Hey guys, it's Phoebe. I hope you're all safe and well, and I'm so sorry I haven't been around for a while. Okay, this is going to be really, really difficult. I'm mortified that AD is doing a video tonight called Sherilyn Cadle, Bella Was Alive.
Oh, he never stops, does he? This was years ago. He's just not stopped. I mean, there's so much of it. So I need other people that already know to say, oh, the top 5 things that Alan has done, and here's the videos. Remember that. Like, we need to get in touch. We need to do it. I see what you're saying in chat. Yeah, he's just dirty, dirty man, isn't he? He's a horrible, horrible man. Dirty, horrible man. Nasty, nasty man. Bad Alan. But we're all right. We're playing Genshin Impact tomorrow. Next time he raises his ugly head, which is going to, you know, the narcissist, he's got a repeating pattern, so it's going to keep happening. He's never going to be fulfilled. He's never going to be satisfied. He's never going to have enough money because he's always going to piss it away. So, you know, Alan's never going to be happy. It's going to get worse and worse for him. At some point, you'll be asked to pay for his medical bill, or he'll come up with some. He's using the depression and the tablets at the moment, but he'll come up with some. Like, you're going to be forced to, you know, because he hasn't got himself prepared for late stage of life, what's going to happen next. He hasn't not prepared for any of that. In fact, the concept of it is making him angry and agitated because he thinks of himself as a young, sexy man, which he's not anymore. Like, he used to have a bit of a thing about him that he thinks he had, but he always did look a bit awkward and weird. He went through a bit of a phase where he thought he was cool, because before he didn't, and he was a bit scared, and then a little phase, and now he's like, whatever he is, this insecure narcissist, it's not going to start panning out well for him at this stage, is it? So, as it does, and as it goes downhill, he will increasingly become more vitriolic and more antagonistic, you know, until finally he's just alone and angry. But yeah, that's good night all. Don't have nightmares. That's not Crime Watch, that's the Bill, you idiot. Don't you mean don't have nightmares?
I'm just going to say I'm thinking this is going to be Great. Ghost Gura. I'm absolutely electrified right now.
Because you'd be in jail.
How'd you like those apples?
Oh, what are you on your way to a dick meeting?
Be good, my little pucos, and if you can't be good, you're naughty.
Oh, what are you on your way to a dick meeting?
Game over, man. It's game over.